I take a unique part of you, and I use that to memorize your name. Baldy, your head is bald. It is hairless. It is shiny. It is a reflective like a mirror. Your name is Mark. And he says, yes. Yes. And Karen said, you know what? This is all really offensive. Guest star alert, Mark, a.k.a. Baldy, was played by Brian Patrick Mulligan. He has an extensive career playing famous historical figures. Like who? Al Capone. Oh, Alfred Hitchcock. Teddy Roosevelt. He has played Ben Franklin in 3 different TV shows, including on Jimmy Kimmel Live. He just played W.C. Fields in a movie, but his most frequently played person is former Vice President Dick Cheney. Wow. He has played Dick Cheney in 6 episodes of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno and 10 times on Jimmy Kimmel. Those guys love bringing Dick Cheney on. I guess so. They love bringing Brian Patrick Mulligan on as Dick Cheney. I also want you to know that Mole did not have a real mole. Fakey mole. Fakey mole. I know this because I saw the call sheet, and he had to come in 15 minutes earlier than everyone else to get that mole put on. There you go. Yeah. So listen, back at Dunder Mifflin, I think we need to check in on Andy. Yeah, he's fallen in love. He has. And he needs an in, right? Before he goes and introduces himself to Julia, he's going to go down and he's going to spy on her car to see if he can learn anything about her. Gotta get intel. So he's peering in her car and he sees that she has a Feist CD. Oh, this is jackpot for him. Jackpot. Then he sets off the car alarm. And then another car alarm. Yes. Well, lady, do you remember this Feist song that he's going to sing later? I do. Huge. It's called 1, 2, 3, 4. So it was written by Leslie Feist, who went professionally as Feist. She's a Canadian pop singer. It came out in 2007. Anyway, I thought we should play the song for everybody. Okay, here is Feist, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me that you love me more. I love that one commercial. Oh, it makes so it's so good. So, like peppy. The song was nominated for 2 Grammy Awards, and Feist was nominated for Best New Artist and Best Pop Vocal Album. It was so huge. She did a spin on it for Sesame Street. Okay, I didn't want to say anything, but this is where I remember it. This was your Feist moment. This was my Feist moment. I mean, I actually feel like I heard it here first on Sesame Street, and then I was like, oh, that's what people are talking about. Because Isabel loved Sesame Street. Well, I pulled a clip of it on Sesame Street. Oh, it's going to bring back all the feels for me. I remember, we watched this over and over. We're going to learn to count, you guys, to the number 4.
To the west side, bitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, monsters walking across the floor. I love counting to the number 4. Oh, you're counting with me. To 1 less than 5 and 1 more than 3. Counting to 4. Let's count some more. Okay, why am I crying? Oh my gosh. Because our kids were little and they loved Sesame Street. To the west side, bitch.
I didn't even have a cute then. But just, I could hear the monsters start to sing. And I just could, there they all are. And I don't know. I know. You're right. We don't watch Sesame Street anymore. So maybe it just, I don't know. I know. Listen, I found a video where Isabel was little and I was doing Elmo and I was doing, I was like, Elmo. I was going, la 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 la.
Elmo's World.
Oh yes, we sang that song all the time.
Elmo's
Let's have a
World.
baby. No, I'm kidding. Oh my God. I'm kidding. No, my daughter's been asking for a baby. Oh my gosh. Little sister. Listen, whenever I want to make I didn't know how to explain perimenopause to her. But I was like, Mama doesn't make any eggs anymore, baby. Let's talk about cobwebs. I want to describe you what a cobweb situation is. Well, Andy's going to interrupt Stanley's meeting. He's going to bring them both some coffees. He's put 1, 2, 3, 4 Splendas in Stanley's coffee. Yeah, he's like, 1, 2, 3, 4 Splendas in your coffee, Stanley. None in yours, Julia, because I don't know how you take it. I thought Julia was absolutely perfect. Oh, I did too. Guest star alert, Julia was played by Erica Tazell. I totally recognized her from the show Justified. She played Rachel Brooks. Erica is a classically trained actress. She graduated with an MFA from the NYU acting program. Her professional acting debut was at the New York Shakespeare Festival. And since we've been tracking these things, I'll have you know she was not on Monk, but she has been on both Law & Order and Law & Order Special Victims Unit. I loved all of her reactions to Andy. They were so perfect. And this whole thing has just completely ticked off Stanley. He's like, what are you doing? He pulls Andy aside. And Andy says he loves Julia with all his heart. Yeah. All his heart. Stanley is like, if you really love her, fine. Give me 2 of your clients. You can have this client. Yeah. So Andy takes over the meeting. In a very awkward way, he wonders, where should we send your invoices? To your boyfriend? Right. Because we certainly could. And she's so matter-of-factly is like, no, you can send it to my work address. This is for work. Yeah. But Andy does find out she does not have a boyfriend. And then he kind of panics. He's so excited. And then he gets advice from Creed. Why Creed? I don't know, but why would you go to Creed for advice? Creed's like, say no more. Just go in for a kiss. That's how I got Squeaky Frome. Yeah. I didn't know who that was. I had to Google it. Oh, you didn't know who it was? No. Yeah, now I do. Yeah. Well, Charles Manson. She was part of the Manson family. Right. Yeah. She went to jail. She tried to assassinate Gerald Ford. Right. President Ford. Right. Mm-hmm. She was not part of the Tate LaBianca murders, but she did try to assassinate Gerald Ford. So I guess Creed kissed her. And he says, have I ever steered you wrong, Jim? Yeah, just go in and kiss her. Just do it. Just, that's what you should do. When he called Andy Jim, if you're Andy, wouldn't you think, there's many reasons there are red flags. There's so many red flags. So many red flags. Well, for whatever reason, Andy is going to take Creed's advice. He's going to walk Julia to the car. He forgot his coat. Could he run back in and get it real quick? Because he's very, very cold. Julia says, my car's right here, I think. Thanks for walking me down, but I'm good. And then when he gets her to the car, he goes in for a kiss. Andy, come on. This woman has had to put up with so much in this meeting. And now this? Also, like, she could write him up. I know. He could lose his job. Andy, don't listen to Creed, Andy. They do lose the account. Yeah. He has a talking head. So he kind of lost in every way today. He lost 3 accounts. He lost 2 that he gave to Stanley. Oh, yeah. 1 that Stanley gave to him. And he kind of showed his ass. Yeah, he did. Well, speaking of showing your ass, Karen has asked Michael to leave the conference room and come to her office. It's like getting called to the principal's office. And he is trying very hard to explain that he had a whole bit with a chainsaw that he hasn't been able to do. And Karen's like, you know what? Why don't you just put it all in an email and I'll send it to my team? And he's like, I can't put a chainsaw in an email, Karen. I can't do it. This is when Pam and Karen are going to have a little bonding moment. Yeah. It's so sweet. Pam says, when are you due? And Karen says, I'm due in a month. Yeah. Michael says, who did this to you? Who did this to you, Karen? She's like, my husband. He's a dermatologist. We met at a bar. And then they have all these cute photos. They have one where they're like dressed like hot dogs. Yes, a hot dog and a hamburger. Yeah. It's very cute. We had a lot of fan questions about this. Everyone wants to know, who is the man in the photo? Who is Dan, the dermatologist, who is married to Karen? Well, it was played by writer Dan Gore. Yeah.
He was a writer on Parks and Recreation.
Yes, and he had been working with Mike Schur and Greg Daniels as they developed that show, and we had seen him a few times on set and in the writer's room, meeting with those guys.
And he came to set one day when we were shooting on the stages, and he and Rashida dressed up in all these different outfits, and they went around and took pictures. It was amazing.
It was amazing.
Well, you know, now Karen is going to ask about Jim.
Yes.
It's a little bit of tension, but Pam says we're engaged.
And Karen is just earnestly happy for them.
Yeah.
Rashida really sold it. Because I think as an audience, you're like, oh, what's that? And she's like, she has so moved on. She has a whole life. She's happy. And it gives Pam closure.
Yeah. I don't know about you, Ange, but I am happy if someone I have broken up with finds like a new relationship with someone else and they're in love, because I'm like, yeah, that's why we broke up, because we weren't a match and then you found your match. I don't have a lot of hard feelings about stuff, and I've had some messy breakups, you know, and even still, I don't know. I think I am more Karen on this one. I'm like, well, great. I'm glad that worked out because, you know, good.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't meant to be for me and Jim, but it's for you and Jim.
Right. No, I think life is short. My grandmother used to always say every pot has its lid.
Mm-hmm.
And I want everyone to find their lid.
Yeah. I wasn't your lid. I fell in the water.
Yeah.
Or I was too big.
I was too big for your pot.
Yeah.
Or too small for your pot. I didn't fit your pot. Let's break it down some more.
I'm trying to see if there's a that's what she said in there, but I can't find it.
My lid fit your pot perfect?
No. I think it would be your pot fit my lid just right. That's what she said.
I don't think either of them are real strong. That's what she said.
We should let it go. No, let's stick
No,
with
let's
it.
try it. Let's try a few more. Let's try a few more. We'll find it. We'll find it.
Everyone, if you find it, will you email us?
Oh no. What are you asking for?
I don't know.
All right.
Some interesting mail to read, that's for sure.
That's for sure. I don't know where we are. We've hopped around.
Well, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Michael and Pam are going to leave the Utica branch.
All right.
Michael gives his lecture a B+. He says Karen is mean.
Aw.
Pam says I like her. And then Pam says she's glad she came along and that seeing Karen gave her closure. Well, that's going to come back because as they're driving away, Michael tells Pam, you know what? I never got closure with Holly. She was the love of my life, and I never got closure. So Pam says, I think we should blow off this lecture in Rochester and go to Nashua instead. Michael says, let's do it.
Pam is like, yes, screw them. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, Michael just got, what do the kids call it, a ride or die. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, and then we have to be continued.
Yeah, screen goes to black.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's over, but there's a tag.
There's a tag.
Jim is asking Creed for $3 for Kelly's party. Creed says, great, I'd like to contribute. And then he hands him a $3 bill.
Mm-hmm. I had to know whose face was on that $3 bill.
Okay.
Because, you know, Phil Shea had to make that.
Yeah.
I paused, I looked at it. You know who I thought it was?
Who?
Brad Pitt.
No.
It looked like Brad Pitt to me.
Come
I thought
on.
maybe it was a nod to BJ because he was doing the movie with Brad Pitt. I don't know. I remember we talked a lot about Brad Pitt when BJ was making that movie. We all thought we might become friends with him.
We were positive. I'll be like, BJ, bring him to set. Maybe he'd like to come have lunch.
Yeah,
We'll be totally cool, BJ. We will be normal.
exactly. Remember
we
we went
never brought him to work.
I know. We went through that with John and George Clooney, too.
We're like, John, we're going to be so normal around George. We're not going to bring up, you know, his place in Lake Como and that we want to go. We've read about it. We won't say that we read about it in People magazine.
We won't say any
Any
of
of that.
things.
None of those things.
Well, it turns out Randy Cordray told me who's on the $3 bill.
Who?
George W. Bush.
What?
I don't know. That's who Phil picked. He said Phil made it, and that's who he put on it.
You thought George W. Bush was Brad Pitt? I guess I did. It's time for new glasses. Get Nana some glasses. You guys, that's Lecture Circuit Part 1. Yep, we'll be back next week with Lecture Circuit Part 2 and a lot of stories about licking cats. You said that so Midwest. And a lot of stories about licking cats. Yeah. Sometimes your Missouri really comes out, and I live for it. Oh, here, I'll give you some Missouri. 1, 2, 3, far. Far. We're counting to far. We're counting to far. Oh, we're counting too far. There you go. See you guys next week. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Parental rights always make people emotional.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave. Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it. Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. We were on The Office together. And we're best friends. And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you. Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you. We're the Office Ladies.
Your car has been like mine.
Good morning. Well, it's morning for us. Or good evening. We don't know when you listen. We don't. Although I'm always fascinated. I love it when people share where they listen and when and what they're doing. I just love it. A lot of people listen while they do chores. Yeah. I think that's a good time to listen. I do too. I had one gal say she sneaks and listens at work. Oh, what does she do? I don't know. I should always do the follow-up question. Don't know what you do at work, but thanks for listening to us. I hope everything else in your office is safely going about its business. Yes, I hope you're having a good day at work. Today is Lecture Circuit Part 2. It is Season 5, Episode 17, written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Ken Kwapis. Here's a summary. Pam and Michael are still on their speaking tour. Because remember, Michael was asked by David Wallace to tell all the other branches how to be as successful as Scranton. Well, they've decided to take a detour. They're going to add Nashua to the lecture circuit so that Michael can see Holly and get some closure. And Pam is all about it. Pam's up for it, yeah. But guess what? What? Holly's not there. Oh, no. You know who is there? AJ, Holly's new boyfriend. New boyfriend! Back in Scranton, Jim and Dwight are still trying to do right by Kelly's missed birthday, and Angela has a very new, expensive cat that she bought with the money from selling her engagement ring from Andy, and she has to keep tabs on it with a whole video system. Not even just keep tabs, she's delighted to just watch her cats while she's at work. That's what she's doing while she's at work. Yeah, exactly. Well, fast fact number one, if you listened last week, then you'll remember that we explained how Lecture Circuit was originally meant to be a single episode. But when they got to the editing room, it was just so good, they decided to turn it into two. Yeah, Jenna, weren't you so surprised when you started watching this one, even though I knew that information? Because we talked about that last week. On the screen, it said previously on The Office. Yes! And then there was a whole recap. Never seen that before. Never. Not very documentary. It's not very documentary. Well, they had to add extra stories in order to make it 2 episodes. Remember last week, they had the story of Andy trying to date Stanley's client. Well, this week, the extra storyline is all about Angela and her cats. Oh, yeah. Angela, I texted with Mindy about this. You did? I did. What did she say? She said she thought that on paper that cat storyline was a little broad and a little silly. But here was a thing that the writers knew about you, Angela. What? And this is something that Jen Salata said. Remember back in the duel that you do such a great job of grounding comedy and making it work. And so they could just throw these broader storylines at you and you made them sing. She said, what a gift. Let me tell you something.
Both sides of the aisle that wouldn't let their kids play tackle football, and the ones that love it. It's not a political issue until you get to the issue at hand. At the core is what role do you think the government should have in your personal life?
I grew up playing football with all the kids in the neighborhood. We would go back to the school every single day, like 5 days a week. We'd go back and we'd play football for a couple of hours. We didn't wear pads. There's no pads. There was no nothing. And we would long heads all the time. I didn't wear pads in football until high school, and I kind of think that it helped me learn how to tackle the right way without the helmet. Now, I'm not saying you should bang your head into a wall to learn how to tackle something, but you're not going to take away the love for the sport of football. And they feel like,
not to mention, you're putting kids in California at a disadvantage.
Right. It's unbelievable that this belief that they have to come in and, like I said, get their pretty little
better than you for your own kid. Get out of here. Get out of there. You know, if you want to make that decision at your home, make that decision at your home. Keep your hands up. Try not to.
We have a sad story to tell you. People, do you remember? I know you do. William Hung sent you a message, former American Idol contestant.
Yeah, I didn't know that Mondo was into feeding people's addictions, but apparently that's what we're doing here.
That's who he is. Hi, Dennis. This is William Hung from American Idol.
William Hung.
He was in that car recording that message. Do you think he was outside Yamaga, or do you think he was outside of Morongo?
Oh, I don't think he went that far. I think he was at Commerce.
Commerce?
Yeah,
Do you think he was at the site?
maybe.
That's a rough afternoon.
All right, we'll talk about William Hung and why he's making headlines. And it's not for Shannon's cameo that's for Christmas. Gary and Shannon will continue.
Yeah, William Hung. Well hung.
Another winter storm is headed our direction. The National Weather Service says most of Southern California should see between a half inch and an inch of rain this weekend. The mountains of LA and Ventura County could see more than 2 inches of rain. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley is in New Hampshire, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is in South Carolina after they finished the Iowa caucuses about 30 points back from former President Trump. There are 2 debates scheduled ahead of next week's primary in New Hampshire, but Haley says he'll only participate if Trump does. So far, Trump has skipped all the debates. USC quarterback Caleb Williams has decided to leave the college behind and enter the NFL draft. The 2022 Heisman Trophy winner, who threw for more than 10,000 yards in his 3 college seasons, is expected to go number 1. The Chicago Bears have the number 1 pick. We'll check some problems on the 405 next. Back and neck pain can be the worst. You can't get away from it. Well, we found some.
Just a guy, not famous, not Elon Musk. So to me, there is more brand value in Elon Musk when you don't know who I am, because there's a little bit of, in my opinion, this opportunity for people to project themselves onto a character who they don't know who's behind it. And like Startup L. Jackson, like you referenced, Like once
immediately does a scan of your body, finds out where it needs to focus, and then ultimate relaxation. No appointments, there's no commute to the spa. That spa is right here in your home.
You did a shit ton of live streams. Funny, my girlfriend is like, every time I go on X, I see Vivek's face at the top because he's live streaming. This guy doesn't stop live streaming. He's maybe the only person on X who live streams more than me.
No, I stream more.
What would you do differently as the head of content? You know, as you look back and reflect on your job, Gavin, first of all, much respect to you. You ran the content strategy on a campaign that was perhaps the most content-forward candidate I've ever seen in my entire life. You go back, what are you doing differently with the content?
You know what? I honestly don't think I would do anything different with the content. What we were doing was we were connecting directly to you. Like your girlfriend said, you were seeing our face at the top of the screen. You were scrolling by and you were always seeing Vivek's name in the post. I mean, all we want to do is speak the truth. And I think courage is contagious. And when people are speaking the truth, and people want to listen. That's why when Jim Pfaff speaks, people listen, you know? I mean, there's kind of a je ne sais quoi about the truth. And because nobody speaks it truthfully anymore, everybody kind of beats around it. So, hey, by the way, Gavin, I just want to say, you are the Dan Scavino of the Vivek Ramaswamy campaign. Thank you so much. I take that to heart. I really do. There's
Neighbors to Neighbors, the California Volunteers Network, looking to mobilize individuals to get to know their neighbors and engage in community service. If you're interested in strengthening your local community, visit cneighbors.com to learn more about Neighbor to Neighbor. And mattress firms working your sale in clearance. You can save up to 50% on select mattresses. Plus, score free adjustable base on qualifying purchases. Choose the better sleep in 2024. The right mattress matters, and Mattress Firm will find yours.
Extraordinary events in the final week of the life of a legend. The Reno Center for the Performing Arts presents the 50th anniversary tour of Jesus Christ Superstar. Jesus Christ Superstar rocks the Reno Center for the Performing Arts on January 19th at 8 p.m., the 20th at 2 p.m. and 8 p.m., and a matinee on the 21st at 2 p.m. Tickets start as low as $39. For more info, visit therenocenter.com or call 562-916-8500. That's 562-916-8500. An online consultation with a healthcare provider will determine the appropriate restrictions policy website for details before you see the information. Prescription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper, and you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand new Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO. Call them today at 800-WATER-99 or visit likeforlike.com. Warranty limitations apply. Hey, my name is Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of Fun Progress, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of our life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to our inspiring story. What picks me up are the things that I know, the war in the region. What is AI going to do? Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. It says that you're going to get 287 miles. In reality, you rarely get over 200. He's got a 14% charge, 6 chargers in front of him, 4 are broken. The other 2 are occupied, and these people need an hour to charge their cars. John Kobo. And there's no other option. What are you going to do? Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand.
stories we are following for you today. More than 140 million people under wind chill advisories or warnings. 7 deaths are being blamed on the severe winter weather. We're going to find out if those are in Iowa or New York or where. We had a little bit of a conversation yesterday about whether we're going to lose people to the football game or to the caucuses.
Well, two casualties in Iowa that we know of that are from 20 days old.
Okay. They were kind of dead on arrival.
Yes, the different kind of dead. Former President Trump is in a courtroom in Manhattan, fresh off of his win at the Iowa caucuses. The trial that he's attending today is the second defamation trial in the last 8 months, in which Carroll is facing off against him. Back in May, a jury awarded her just over $2 million. They found the former president liable for sexually assaulting her in the dressing room of a department store, and then nearly $3 million for defamation when he wrote on his Truth Social website that her claim was a complete con job and a hoax and a lie. They've been doing jury selection in this case, and it's not to determine if he's defamed her, it's to determine the amount of money that he's going to have to pay. And he wants to testify, but the attorneys for Eugene Carroll have said he can only talk about the facts, right? So we'll see if he gets admonished again for going off script.
One of the first viral sensations was William Hung on American Idol. And before we get to his downfall, your chance at $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website, Bills. That's Bills, BILLS. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/cash. Keyword goes on the website. We notify winners via email, and another chance coming in an hour from now. You'll remember William Hung.
It was 2004.
Talk to me, tell me your name. You pull me off like it's all the same. You made it nothing like taking away like it falls. Yeah, baby. She's back. Okay, now what you can't see is that the 3 judges on American Idol are all laughing.
Well, and it had to do with the dance moves, too, if you remember.
Oh, do I?
Well, it turns out William Hung has had a bad stretch of things. We didn't know we contributed, but we did. Romano, specifically, we paid for it. Because William Hung had been relatively obscure, and then he showed up with a Christmas message cameo for us.
For you. Hi, Kevin. This is William Hung from American Idol. Merry Christmas and congratulations on a great World Cup. Big fan of the Gary and Shannon show on KFIAM 640 and the podcast on the iPod app. Thanks, more.
Now,
I also love the character by Rockstar and the whole lot of big guests.
yeah, a lot of people pushed back against that ending. They wanted to know where the love was for Mr. Bumpercliff,
Well,
which was a little bit troubling.
those extra attitudes, you're the paper.
Yeah, no, I know.
And you didn't want to begin.
But what we did know is that you were fueling the addiction that led to the crumbling of his life. His wife left him. Apparently, this addiction is so bad he's gone into treatment. It is a gambling addiction. He clearly recorded that video in his car. The only question is, what casino was he about to go in and lose more of his life that he had put together? He wrote a letter to his gambling problem. Now, I don't know, is this normal in the addiction world? You write a letter to your problem?
I've never seen this. None of this doesn't happen, but I've never seen this. This is from William Hung. Dear gambling problem, this isn't easy for me, but it's time for me to be honest. It's over. For years, I've been fooling myself by thinking things between us would change. With you, it was always tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. But you could never let me just be me. Everything was always about you. You remember when we met? I sure do. I thought it was my lucky day. I was just starting to get the hang of playing poker. I won $200. I was ecstatic. You wooed me with a nice win and told me about all the things we could do together with the money. Go for bigger wins in poker tournaments, roll the dice at the craps table, chase dragon and panda side bets at baccarat, bet on sports, myself missing you anytime we were apart, but it seemed like you always had a way to be there for me. I stopped working out. I stopped seeing and talking to most of my friends. You even surprised me when you let me win big to let me say goodbye to my day job. You gave me so much hope that I could become one of the gambling kings, just like the classic Hong Kong movies.
I see where its downfall is.
Launching very custom type projects will always be a case by case basis. Like, what is the appetite? How feasible is it? When it comes to launching more straightforward, like collection, 10K collections, collectibles, etc., we will make it as easy as you can expect it. So there will be a forum, there will be educational material. If you are familiar with the OnXRP NFT marketplace, we actually have an entire, we call it the Telegraph, an entire content section with hundreds of articles that we've posted to date about the XRPL, about NFT, operating an NFT project, about metadata, etc., etc. So for as much as we can, we will help you. We will help you through that process, or provide you documentation on how you can do things yourself easily.
Okay, one last question, very quick. Is Emporium going to be the token that we use, or will it be another token for gas?
Yes, Emporium will be the main man.
Okay, thank you.
In the later stage, we will also accept OXP, which is our own native token for the OnXP marketplace, which you can use also to boost collections. Basically, burn OXP for a collection, and the collection gets then boosted for decentralized marketing, we call it.
That may have been the last money he gambled away.
And then, of course, remember, they did bring him back, and he actually sang the music. He sang She Bangs with the full band and everything. We wish him the best. We wish him the best.
Sure do.
You were one of the last cameos that he did before he entered.
Yeah.
For you. The Emmys last night. Christina Applegate, a very emotional Emmys right off the bat. And in fact, coming off of what the Golden Globes were in terms of men, everybody's saying this Emmy telecast was worthy of its own Emmy.
Oh,
It was
wow.
really, really well done.
All right, we'll talk about it. Deborah Mark is going to KFI 24-hour news. Our jury selection has started in New York City for the penalty phase of writer E. Jean Carroll's civil defamation trial against former President Trump. Arrington First People says that Carroll is asking for at least $10 million in damages, plus more unspecified damages.
So she is looking for a significant amount of money in addition to the $5 million in damages the other jury awarded her back in May. That money is in escrow while Trump appeals the case.
He says the trial, stemming from Carroll's claims Trump sexually abused her in the 90s, could last only a couple of days. Selection started 12 hours after Trump won the Iowa caucus, and former President Trump did win the Iowa caucus as a result of the first in what will be a month-long effort by Trump to secure the Republican nomination for president for a third time. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came second last night with former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley third. Caucus voters braved below zero temperatures to cast their ballots. The news is brought to you by Fortune Motor Center. The man in New York accused of murdering 4 women in what's known as the Gilgo Beach killing has been accused in the death of another woman. Prosecutors charged Truman with the murder of a 25-year-old woman who disappeared in 2007.
We've heard the 4 former escorts still missing have been found dumped on Gilgo Beach along the area's North Shore in 2010. Truman's indictment linked him to all of the Gilgo 4.
Citizen Jared Dennis of Truman is pleaded not guilty to 3 of the murders. He's been in jail without bail since July. LAPD investigators say they have arrested a dog killer in downtown LA. Just after midnight Monday, David Sumlin was booked and remains in jail on $50,000 bail. Investigators say on January 2nd, Sumlin, who's homeless, got into an argument with the dog's owner and at one point put a pillow over the dog and punched the gun into the pillow. Moments later, detectives say Sumlin shot 2 rounds into the pillow, killing a 4-month-old puppy. In all, Nippon Airways flight has been forced to return to an airport in Japan because of a crash in the cockpit window. The airline says the cabin pressure of the Boeing 737-8 was normal during the flight over the weekend, and the landing was made under normal conditions. The company apologized for the inconvenience and said passengers and flight crew safety are its priority. We are going to go to the 215 next. Companies that care about the customer and the customer experience are pretty rare. Bill and Kathleen over at American Vision Windows do just that. Well, it's how they started. They had a really bad experience getting new windows, and they said, you know what? There is room for a company that cares, and that's how American Vision Windows was born. You hear so many of us talking about American Vision Windows because we've all used them. The beauty of the customized windows, the value add to the home, the fact that there's just truly good people in this company, they're able to help you figure out what suits your home because they're home improvement experts. I love the dual pane energy efficient windows because they keep in the heat when it's cold. They keep out the heat when in the summer. Our windows were the original ones when we moved in, and I can't begin to think how much money we would have lost if we didn't call American Vision Windows right away. Here is the offer on the table right now. Free upgrade to those quadratherm windows this month only, plus a 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, plus a free expert installation. For all the offers, call or see the website for details. American Vision Windows on approved credit. Offer expires 1/20/124. CSLP number 778326. Southline weather to KFI sunny, highs mid-60s to around 70 for Metro LA. Around 70 for the valley, continue to see low 60s for the high desert, low to upper 60s at the beaches, and we have low 70s in the IE. Right now, 56 in La Palma, it's 57 in Irvine. We're going to a crash on the 215 in Riverside.
This one's a bit heavy here northbound at Center Street in Riverside. Crash off to the right. It's going to be stop and go traffic from Alessandro Boulevard. Problem has been here since the early morning hours through Sun Valley on the 5 northbound Lankerson Boulevard. Still there. 3 right lanes blocked. Stop traffic from Sunland Boulevard. Into Azusa. Trouble on the 210. The westbound side is Vernon Avenue. Crash off to the right. That's going to be a bit heavy from Sunflower. Anaheim exit at 91 West at Euclid, close from Brazil. KFI in the sky. I'll get you there faster. I'm Mark Healer.
Speak It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Students at thinkitup.org.
This is Jacob Emrine. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. My name is John Clay Wolf. I'm the CEO of GiveMeTheVin.com, and I love to buy a car. And I love the system we built by your car. It is quick. It is fast. If you've got your license plate number, you just go to GiveMeTheVin.com, stick it in there, 45 seconds, you're in and out. Go on the number. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer, where we love to buy cars. Fill up your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. Now that the chaos of the holidays is over, it's time to sit back and relax. It's also a great time to set yourself up for your best year yet with an outdoor remodel by System Pavers. For more than 3 decades, System Pavers has created impressive paving stone driveways and walkways, inviting patios and decks, turf lawns, outdoor kitchens, and so much more. By renovating your outdoors with System Pavers, you'll add beautiful lasting value to your home. As the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company, you can rely on System Pavers to deliver the space of your dreams. From design and project management to installation and beyond, all projects come with our unmatched workmanship warranty. And for a limited time, you can save 10% on your entire project. Stop by calling 800-PAY-004 or visit systempavers.com/radio to book your free consultation today. New yards for the new year. All orders must be placed by January 31st. Warranties vary by product and week. See website for terms and conditions. Contractors license 661575.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me, but after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that spreads to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I think Ibrance helps my sleep. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is current well with HR positive, HER2 negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell count that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing 5 a.m. to 40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Stories we're following for you. A federal judge siding with the Biden administration, blocking JetBlue from buying Spirit Airlines, saying the $3.8 billion deal would reduce competition. Justice Department sued to block the merger, saying it would drive up fares by eliminating Spirit, the nation's biggest low-cost airline.
New York City saw its biggest single-day snowfall in almost 2 years this morning, breaking the longest streak on record without significant accumulation, according to the National Weather Service. As of 7 this morning, almost an inch and a half of snow had fallen on Central Park, about a little bit below a half an inch last night before midnight, and then an inch after midnight. That broke a streak of 701 days without meaningful snowfall, which in New York City is measured by at least 1 inch falling in Central Park on a given day. Of course, that weather means that thousands of flights have been canceled and delayed throughout the country today as a result of the weather. Most of it on the East Coast, although some sub-freezing temperatures in the Midwest, dipping into places like Mississippi. FlightAware says that LaGuardia and Reagan National right now are the hardest hit in terms of flight delays and cancellations, and that Southwest and United are the airlines that have been most affected. Southwest has already had to cancel 400 flights.
Actress Christina Applegate surprised the crowd at the 75th Annual Emmy Awards, delayed by the writer's strike, by presenting the award for Best Supporting Actress in a Comedy Series. She walked out on the stage to the iconic theme song of Married with Children, and everyone jumped to their feet. Oh my God! You're totally shaming me with the civility by standing up. It's fine. Okay. Body, not my husband. Okay, let's go. Some of these, she was diagnosed, of course, with MS 3 years ago while filming the final season of that great Netflix comedy Dead to Me. And she looks beautiful. She looks beautiful, and she shows, like you said, such grace, walking with a cane, arm in arm with Anthony Anderson, excuse me, and she's a picture of strength, you know? And, you know, there's so many beautiful women in Hollywood, and she's still very much that, who run into problems like everyone does. Health issues do not discriminate against the rich and powerful and beautiful. And she stood up there and said, you know what, I'm going to be up here, and I may not be at my best, but screw MS and screw that.
She has said that she's probably not going to act again. I mean, the idea of the pace of working 12, 14 hours a day on set, probably not conducive to taking care of herself, but that she would still do some voiceover stuff. It reminded me of, I think it was, is it Selma Blair, who is also dealing with health issues, multiple sclerosis. Selma Blair said her symptoms began to manifest themselves when she was a child, and that her undiagnosed MS had actually caused brain damage. She's also one that has been weathering this incredible storm. In general, the Emmys actually got some pretty good reviews yesterday. In fact, the New York Post said the show was off to a good start and miles away from Joe Coy's disastrous opening monologue on last week's Golden Globes. Because Anthony Anderson didn't do an actual monologue last night. He set up salutes to several classic TV shows. They said that the walk-off music out of the way, joking that whoever didn't follow the acceptance speech time rules was going to have to deal with his mother. And who I guess Mondo was saying that Mom was there and sort of seated down near the front and would hold up a sign that basically just told people that the time was up, and that she was mic'd up and she would say things like, "Okay, honey, it's time to move on."
That's funny. What time was this on?
Football time. Wait, it be it. Succession won everything, as did The Bear, as did Beat, Ally Wong, and I saw that 6 seasons worth of Better Call Saul picked up something like 53 nominations and became the Susan Lucci of primetime Emmys in not winning a single Emmy in its entire run, being nominated 50 plus times and never picking up an Emmy. Wow. Always second runner. I'm trying to remember what Beef was about. Beef was about the little road rage incident in the parking lot.
That's right. Oh, that was fascinating. That was a good one.
That was
The way that ended.
not a comedy.
No.
Frustrating.
Yeah.
Very frustrating. And hard.
Yeah. That
Some
was
of that
good.
dark stuff.
My husband got me this book for Christmas. He's like, I wrote the title of this down. I was reading reviews because it sounds so much like you. I mean, I love this book. And I start looking at it, and I'm like, oh man, it does look good. I start reading it. It's the darkest book filled with the most horrible people doing horrible things. There's one or two people to root for where they end up damaged and broken. It's terrible. Like, he basically read a review of a book full of terrible people and nothing redeemable. He's like, this is you. I finished it last night. I was like, well, that
Valentine's Day.
I was like, that was very dark. It's like, it never came around. I was like, it did not. It did not. It's really dark.
All right, let's focus on wellness here. 93-year-old guy is as fit as a 40-year-old. How do you do that? That's a lot of green tea.
That is, and I see you working your way. Did you have green tea this morning as well?
No, I did not.
Okay, good. Because I don't want you to pump yourself full of green tea. You don't know what it's going to do to your system. Well, you're not a big tea person. You don't know how you're going to react. It's not like if Deborah started eating a cow. Oh, and passed out. Yeah, we don't know what's
I'm not going to pass out when I'm drinking.
Oh, no. You might just be very hyper. Oh, no. Like that yerba mate?
Well, I hate that stuff.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't a fan. I know. You got the wrong flavor. You got the one that had so many calories. Yeah, it's true. It did. I was like, why would I drink this many calories and it tastes like crap? Yeah, you need to do the peach. It only has 20 calories. But man, when I drink that, woo! I get a lot of energy. Liquid net, huh? But, well, I've never had that, so I don't know. Something. Now you're eating it. Now you're eating it. Oh, you never had that ever, Mark?
Okay. All right,
You don't know anything. You don't even get news at you. You've never even done that. People get very upset with our lack of drug usage. Oh, well.
Maybe one of the dates. 2024.
I know. That's tomorrow.
Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A plane getting ready to depart Chicago O'Hare International Airport has flipped another plane. The FAA says both planes involved were of Boeing design. It says no injuries were reported Sunday night after the left wing tip of the Japanese airline hit the rear of a Delta Airlines flight. A new push is underway in California to legalize psychedelics. The bill is expected to be introduced in the next few weeks that would allow psychedelic assisted therapy and create a roadmap of what it would look like. So members of Congress have announced a bipartisan deal to expand the child tax credit and provide a series of tax breaks for businesses. Democratic Senator Ron Wyden says he helped pass the legislation.
Come here. Come sit down. You can get it.
January 29th. Southland weather is now by study.
You can get it.
Sundown.org.
You are not the one who's
California Toyota dealer.
I took that picture when I was in Africa.
We're going to crash on the
Yeah, you can come here. Come sit down.
Where are your eyebrows?
And this one continues here. It's been walking for a while to 5 North Atlantic Boulevard. 3 yards in, taken away. Stop traffic from some.
You can get it.
And
Who are you?
that's going to be a while. Now,
What's your
we have heavy traffic as well.
You are not the one who's
Telegraph. Also down here, North 101 to Alameda. That's going to have you stopped from about 1st Street. Then do Sherman out 405 South Third Boulevard to Getty Center. Crowded one. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Eva. This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Hey, it's Deborah. If you want to sell your home, you have to know that the market is changing. It's a drastic rise in interest rates, and so that means it's really important to take action now. Before you call an agent, why don't you call Seller's Advantage? Seller's Advantage is a great
Yo, dog.
for selling your home. No dealing with agents, commissions, and paying for repairs, and waiting months to sell, and no open houses, so no taking people coming into your home and touching all your stuff. They will make you a competitive cash offer and can close in just days. No agents, no commissions. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process so easy that sellers walk away happy. See what other sellers have to say and check out their reviews. If you're ready to sell your home, give Seller's Advantage a call. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with all those moving expenses. Get a no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747 and sellersadvantage.com. DRE number 10961658.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Crayola Creativity Week starts January 22nd to celebrate creativity and engage kids all around the world in creative learning. With celebrity creators, hands-on activities, free to laugh, and giveaways. It's easy and free to participate. Register today at Crayola.com/creativityweek.
The Kitchen Store makes your dream kitchen. Go to 310kitchen.com and book a free in-showroom design consult today. A free in-showroom design consult at 310kitchen.com. 310kitchen.com. Protect what matters most. Call the Monitoring Center for your home or business security needs. No long-term contract and monitoring rates starting only 33 cents per day. Peace of mind starting only 33 cents a day. Switch your security provider today to the Monitoring Center and get 6 months free. Switching to the Monitoring Center is easy. Call now for your free quote. Certain conditions may apply. 1-877-4999. Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. No question that termites can be destructive, but many people underestimate exactly how much damage these little buggers can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than thunderstorms, blizzards, earthquakes, and floods combined. And termite damage may not even be covered by your home insurance, which means you're often left to pay the bill. So, a phone call to Pacific Coast Termite makes sense. Call them at 800-PACIFIC. And even if you don't think you have termites, still call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. With Pacific Coast Termite, there's no pinching, no double bagging your food, no pet sitting. Mention KFI, 10% off termite treatment, and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC. Decide the clean, friendly way. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now. Like the commercial-free station featuring 8,000 tracks from iconic artists. Especially you guys can listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Someone gave me a little attitude about a couch.
Say the what?
No, it's one from my dog, and he would lick the fabric.
I'm thinking about starting my own secondhand business
Oh.
just so I can hire people with great attitudes. Hey, it's Lazy Things. Come on in, Things. Hey, Couch Things is here. I can runway junior show. Hey, Things. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Swamp Watch rolls around, I should say, at the top of the hour. More on the results from the Iowa caucuses from yesterday, what that's going to mean going forward for both sides. Their campaigns. Donald Trump's raising a lot of money. Joe Biden used Trump's win to try to raise money. We'll talk about where Ron DeSantis ends up now that he's up second place. Haley's already in New Hampshire.
I was just looking at one of my friends' Instagram stories, and just alert after alert after alert from United Airlines. Sorry, your flight's been delayed. Sorry, your flight's been delayed. on the tarmac for 4 hours in Denver, going to Honolulu. On the tarmac for 4 hours, 7.5 hours flight. Not that I'm feeling bad for it, she's going to Hawaii, but 4 hours on the tarmac is tough.
On the tarmac. It is, and that's the only place that you would go to. That would be the only final destination that would make a 4-hour delay worth it.
Right.
On our honeymoon, we had that day too. We were going to Hawaii, and we were in San Francisco, stuck for an hour and a half, which is not 4 hours. But the only thing that made it nice was the fact that we're going to Hawaii and not like
Detroit. Over 2,000 flights within, into, and out of the U.S. have been canceled. More than 5,400 have been delayed. 10,000 delayed yesterday. The most impacted airports: Chicago, O'Hare, Reagan, Bush, in Houston, and LaGuardia.
we're getting to a certain age.
We are getting to a certain age.
We're getting to a certain age where it's going to be harder for us to keep the muscle mass that we have and fight back against the fat and the weight gain and all of that stuff. Our bodies don't work like this. There comes a time in a boy's life, bodies start to change. And there's a lot of discussion about when do you, or how do you maintain a healthy body as you get past 50 or 60 or 70?
A lot of it's genetics.
A lot of it is genetics, yes. A lot of it is genetics. But there's a lot that can be said about people who have, up to that point, not done a damn thing to stay healthy. Now, let's introduce you to a guy named Richard Morgan. Richard Morgan didn't really take up regular exercise until he was in his 70s. And doesn't have an exotic exercise routine for the most part. He just trains in his backyard shed. But Richard Morgan is now 93 years old. He's a 4-time world champion in indoor rowing.
This is just like that woman from Lessons of Chemistry.
They said that she has the aerobic engine of a healthy 30 or 40-year-old and the body fat percentage of a whipping, somewhere down around 15%.
Richard is 93 years old.
The subject of a new case study that was published in the Journal of Applied Physiology. And what doctors wanted to do, doctoral researcher at Maastricht University in the Netherlands, we need to look at very active older people if we want to understand aging.
Yeah, what does late life exercise do for the aging body?
So he runs up a colleague of his, Lorcan Daly, an assistant lecturer of Shannon in Ireland, the University of Shannon in Ireland. Quite familiar with the example of successful aging because his grandfather, Richard Morgan, is his grandfather. The 2022 indoor rowing world champion in the lightweight 90 to 94 age group. How many people do you think are in that category?
I don't know, but good on him.
But what's amazing, they said, for researchers is this guy had not begun sports or exercise training until he was 73 years old. He attended a rowing practice apparently with one of his grandsons at the time, and the coach invited him to use one of the machines, and he said he never looked back.
The rowing is time and time again proven to be a great exercise. Low impact, high cardio. I wish I could get into it. It just bores me. I just get bored by
I don't
it.
like it. I'd rather swim. Swimming is similar in terms of
Sure.
low impact but high cardio.
Every week he rows about 18.5 miles, averages about 40 minutes a day.
What's a good thing also is he mixes up the intensity of the training. The vast majority, 70% of those workouts are easy, where he barely breaks sweat, but he's moving. 20% are done at a difficult but tolerable pace, and then that final 10%, all out, barely sustainable, leaving it all out on the field.
A lot of protein. His daily consumption regularly is about 60 grams or more of protein. Weight training, they say, is key as we get older. 2 to 3 times a week, using those dumbbells, doing your lunges, doing your curls.
When they tested this guy, they did a bunch of measurements on him. Measure his height, weight, body composition, details about his diet, executive metabolism, heart and lung function. So they asked him to get on the rowing machine and race simulated 2,000-meter time trial sprint racing. Well, they monitor his heart, his lungs, and his muscles. And they said that during his time trial, his heart rate peaked at 153 unheard of in a 90-plus-year-old dude.
I think the takeaway is it's never going to be advantageous for you if you can do so to tell yourself I'm too old to do so. You can get up and walk around and row or swim or what have you. There's no stamp on it that you can't do that anymore, especially with low-impact things like that. I mean, a lot of people are unable to do that at that age or very, listen, or decades before that. But
You may have aged out in the marathon,
right.
but a low,
I think the
slow-paced
rest
5K standing up.
because we've done nothing but sit here and we're like, you have to stand out there and row. Oh, you're 90 years old? That's your excuse. And our asses are just sitting in this chair. We're eating bonbons. Yeah, we're like, well, you guys should do wellness. You guys should engage in wellness. Where's the expertise?
Swamp Watch when we come back to Gary's channel. We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
KSI.
AOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Iger Radio app.
Remembering, I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Family and friends of the man killed by a hit-and-run driver on the 6th Street Bridge have gathered to remember him as police continue to look for the driver who hit him. Nathan Franklin's childhood friend, Chris Avila, tells KPLA he used to have a lot of deep discussions.
I don't know who I would talk to now, who I want to tell those deep stories to, because I knew Nathan was the one that I could want to talk to about those things.
Franklin's friends and family held a car wash to raise funds for his funeral. They've also organized the GoFundMe campaign. Officials say the person who fatally hit Nathan last month was driving a white pickup truck. Jury selection is starting in Van Nuys for a co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation. Rebecca Grossman is charged with murder and other crimes for a crash in Westlake Village in 2020 that killed two young brothers. Testimony at her preliminary hearing showed Grossman drove nearly half a mile after hitting the boy and failed his DUI test. LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon is spending $100,000 to combat rising retail theft in Eagle Rock. De Leon says the discretionary money will pay for increased police foot patrols in the area.
This investment will serve as a powerful deterrent to those who may consider targeting our honest business owners and jeopardizing the safety of the staff as well as patrons.
Police say there have been at least 10 break-ins on Colorado in the last few months. De Leon says the increased patrols should start no later than next week. A woman from Camarillo said she feels violated by thieves who ransacked her home while the family was on a camping trip. Security video shows 5 people smashing their way into the home Friday night. The homeowner tells KPLA thugs trashed her entire home in a matter of minutes, taking jewelry, cash, cameras, and silverware. They took my children's baby jewelry. They took my father's special things that are all I have left of him. Said she has a hard time being in her own house because of the break-in. A neighbor's home was also burglarized. A $14 million project to widen beaches in San Clemente by 50 feet with about 400,000 tons of sand has been delayed. Councilman Chris Duncan just walked some gravel for the first things being pumped on the beach, and crews should have been prepared for cobble.
This is not a surprise because the core samples we have shows the sand, which is beautiful, great sand, out there off Oceanside is underneath a layer of cobble.
Duncan said the Army Corps of Engineers has promised to return to the project in 2 months and complete it before the summer. He says the long-awaited project is meant to address beach erosion, which has been tied to weak landslides, damage to the rail corridor, and other issues. New York's governor has announced that he wants to spend $2.4 billion to care for the migrants who have overwhelmed New York City's homeless shelters. Governor Kathy Hochul says the migrant spending plan would include shelter service, legal assistance, and more. It is part of a $233 billion budget proposal from the governor's office that's set to deal with some 70,000 migrants in the city's care. And Succession has won 6 awards at the 75th Primetime Emmy Awards at the Peacock Theater in LA. The show had 27 nominations going into last night's show. ABC's Rhiannon Alley says some of Succession's awards went to actors Karen Culkin and Sarah Snook. And for Best Drama Series, The Bear also won 6, including lead actor Jeremy Allen White. In the Comedy Series, tonight also produced a brand new EGOT, Elton John, with his win for Outstanding Live Variety Special. It was for his final concert at Dodger Stadium. We're going to head over to the 5 next. American Vision windows can add so much beauty and so much value to your home. They also care about the customer experience. Bill and Kathleen started out American Vision windows after they had a bad experience getting new windows. They saw the need for a company that cares, gets it right, and that's why we have American Vision windows. I've been a customer more than 10 years, a repeat customer. They're so easy to talk to at American Vision windows, and they help you figure out what's going to suit your home. They are home improvement experts. I love the dual-paned, energy-efficient windows. They keep the heat in when it's cold. They keep the heat out when it's warm. Our windows were the original ones from the early 60s when we moved in. Those thin, flimsy ones that let in all the weather. They were going to cost us a lot of money if we didn't replace them with these nice, durable, thick American Vision windows. Not to mention they're so much more beautiful. Here's the offer on the table right now. There is a free upgrade to Quadratherm. It's this month only. Plus 0% interest and 0 payments for 12 months. And you get that free expert installation. For all the offers, you can call or see the website for details. American Vision Windows. On approved credit. Offer expires 1/21/24. CSLB number 778326. The KFI financial update. The Dow is... It helps if my screen didn't go dark. Here we go. The Dow is down 340. S&P 500 down 29. NASDAQ down 79. Southland weather to KFI, sunny, highs in the mid-60s, so around 70 for Metro LA. Around 70 for the valleys and inland OC. Low 60s for the high desert, low to upper 60s at the beaches. Low 70s in the IE. Right now it is 58 in Seal Beach, 59 Glen Park, 58 in Florida Hills, and 65 in Truman Oaks. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Sun Valley. 205 northbound right of Lankershim there, getting that over to the right shoulder, a little bit of flowing still. In North Hollywood, 170 south of Burbank Boulevard. Heads up, looks like we've got some sheet metal in the middle lane. In El Monte on the 10 west side of Baldwin, got a rapid clearing over to the right shoulder. In Whittier, 605 north at Beverly Boulevard, had an earlier crash on lanes. They got it to the shoulder, but it's still going to be a call all the way from the 105. In Bell Gardens, on the 710 north at Firestone, a stall is in the middle lane. In Downey, 105 westbound, right at Lakewood. Some debris is in the lanes and it's clearing the car over the shoulder. Still going to be on the brakes on the 605. And in Gardena, on the 110 north at Redondo Beach Boulevard, got a car fire causing flowing over on the right shoulder. KFI in the shine, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jay Armin. Pizza's here. Oh, great. I love them, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by Pepsi.
I feel occasional burning and setting in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Jerry Shannon, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Now this is clever. After the Detroit Lions beat the Rams this past weekend, newspaper in Hell, Michigan posted a screenshot of the temperature in the town with the words confirmed. Hell froze over. It was -3 degrees at the end of the game. It was the first time in 32 years the Lions won a playoff game.
U.S. official says the United States has launched another strike against Yemen-based Houthis. They hit anti-ship missiles in the third week of the Gulf. The strike today came as the Houthis claim responsibility for a missile attack against a Malta-flagged bulk carrier, the Sografia, in the Red Sea. No one was injured in that attack. The Greek Shipping and Island Policy Ministry said the vessel had been heading north to the Suez Canal when it was attacked. This latest exchange suggests there's been no let-up in these attacks by the Houthis on ships in the region, despite the fact that there was a pretty massive U.S. and British assault on the group last week. The Houthis say that they fired after the ship's crew refused to answer warning calls.
The Gilgo Beach serial killer Rex Truman charged in the murder of a fourth victim now. Been charged in the death of 25-year-old Lorraine Brainerd Barnes months after he pleaded guilty to charges in connection.
I am on cloud nine right now. I am absolutely giddy. Mindy and Jen Salata's opinion of my acting and comedic skills mean more to me than any award. You heard me. I will take this Mindy and Jen award to my heart.
I'm going to make you a little mini Jen and a little mini Mindy statue and give them to you.
Is that weird if I have a miniature set? Okay, Mindy and Jen, if you hear this, it's because I so highly regard your opinion.
You just won a Mindy today.
Oh,
And on the duel, you won a Jen.
thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank the Academy of Badass Women for believing in me.
Fast fact number 2 is a location breakdown. Let's discuss the Nashua branch.
I was really hoping you would.
Everyone's curious because we did not go to Nashua. We filmed the exterior and interior scenes at different places. The exterior of the Nashua branch was actually T&R drywall in Van Nuys. Yep. Then we relocated to get this.
Where?
For the interior scenes.
Where?
M&M Paper Company. A real paper company.
That's amazing.
Right?
Yeah.
We shot all of the scenes for Nashua at the very end of the week. It was on a Friday. And the very last thing we shot was Steve cutting the sleeve off Holly's sweater. Oh, that was the last thing. But here's something else that we shot that day that I found fascinating. Here's a little bit of, like, I don't know, is this movie magic? Something
Well, you tell me and I'll tell you.
insidery Hollywood?
Yeah, tell me.
We shot a background plate.
Oh, that's very insidery Hollywoody movie magic-y.
Yes, thank you. Okay, good. So a background plate is a shot that they could put behind a future talking head that might take place in Nashua. So it's just like an empty background. And they could superimpose a person there with a green screen. So if AJ or Holly or anyone from the Nashua branch had a talking head in a future episode, we wouldn't have to rent this whole building again. They could just shoot it on a green screen and add our background plate.
It is really cool. I've only worked with the background plate one time. It's for a TV show I shot this year. I don't know if I can say it yet, but we had to be driving through Los Angeles, and we were in a car, Jenna, on a rig, and it would move.
Yes.
But we were inside a studio, and then all around us was this sort of like curved screen of like the streets of Los Angeles. And I got dizzy. This is the thing you don't think about in acting school, which is you're going to do a fakey car scene with fakey street going by, and it might make you a little dizzy if you're prone to that.
Now, could you see the fake street on the screen?
Yes. No, it was surrounding us.
Wow.
Like, you know, one of those fancy movie theaters where the screen goes around you. I don't know. They have those, don't they?
Yeah, I think so.
Somewhere.
Something like that.
Yeah. It like went around us, and we would look out the car window, and there'd be the street driving by.
Wow.
Not the street driving by. You know what
I knew what you meant. I did a fakey driving scene like that in a studio as well, except it was just a green screen and they inserted the images later. But I was on a little thing where they make the car move.
Yeah.
It's, fans blowing in through the windows.
Yes.
Motion.
Yes.
Yeah, movie magic.
Movie magic.
I love doing that stuff because that's some of the stuff as a kid that was fascinating to me.
Yeah.
The fakey movie magic.
It's also like so fascinating. Sorry guys to go off on a total tangent here, but to see that many different departments working to pull off one moment. I always think that's so cool.
Yeah. All right, Angela, this next location breakdown is all you. Will you please tell us, where was Angela's apartment such that we could see all your cats on camera?
Oh, will I? I have a whole cat camera location breakdown. And then later, Jenna, I have a cat guest star breakdown.
Oh, I can't wait
You
for that.
will not want to miss it. All right, so you guys, Angela's living room was built on stage 2. That was inside our warehouse set. Remember the warehouse where we go?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
We would build a lot of those swing sets. Yeah.
Little term for you. They shot the scenes individually, and then later they took the one scene with all the cats and they burned that into the computer screen. They also burned into the computer screen at my desk the one of me with the cats. Does that make sense?
A little bit. So you filmed it far prior to when you did the scenes at your desk, because then what does burning it onto your computer screen mean?
I think that's the term Randy used. I think it just means uploading it, right? In post-production, they were able to like take the clips and put them on my computer so that Kevin and Oscar really watched those.
Oh, so they didn't have to imagine what they were seeing.
No, they really got to watch that. How delicious was that? Also, when we all gathered around to watch the cats on the screen, you know, when it's Meredith and the whole gang, we're really watching the cats.
Oh, yeah. That's amazing. So you were really just over in our warehouse set.
That's right. I worked all day in the warehouse. Many times when you went to Angela's apartment, even years later when you went to Oscar's apartment, that was all in the warehouse.
Wow.
The interior shots, I should say.
Yes. Fast fact number 3, we have a big guest star alert.
We do.
It's AJ, Holly's boyfriend, played by Rob Hubel.
Yeah.
Now, Rob is a very successful improviser, actor, writer, Emmy-nominated producer.
He's like a quadruple threat.
That is 4.
Yeah.
A double-double threat?
Yeah, he's a double threat.
He's been in over 140 films and television shows.
Good Lord.
He was very recently in Transparent with Melora Hardin. A little office reunion there. And Angela, you know Rob.
I do know Rob. I mean, I met him a long time ago through our mutual friend, Rachel Harris, who later plays Angela Martin's sister. It's that little, like, LA comedy club circle, you know, between the groundlings and improv and stuff. Rob is very funny. He's also just delightful to talk to because he's just one of these people to me, kind of like Will Ferrell, who's just walks into the room funny.
He's friendly.
And he's friendly, yeah. So I knew this episode was coming up, and I was like, we got to reach out to Rob. We need to hear his story about how he came to be on The Office, and he's going to answer a few questions for us throughout this episode.
Well, here is how he got his job on The Office.
Hey guys, it's Rob Hubel. It's early in the morning, so my voice is a little crackly. Well, these ladies will tell you that sometimes in Hollywood you get offered parts, but it's kind of few and far between. And I think the great Allison Jones cast this show, and I had done some movies that Allison had cast, so that may have helped me maybe get offered the part. I also might have been offered the part because I knew Steve Carell from The Daily Show. I worked at The Daily Show. Before I got into comedy, I worked as a producer on a lot of shows. And I worked at The Daily Show when Steve Carell and Stephen Colbert were there. In fact, I shared an office with Nancy Walls, who is married to Steve Carell, the great Nancy Walls. And so that all may have helped me get just offered the part. Otherwise, if that wasn't the case, I probably had a great audition because I'm great at auditioning. But I was very lucky and nervous because the show was so big and everybody had become these rock stars by that time. So I didn't want to screw it up.
Aw, he did not screw it up.
No, he did not.
Well, Angela, we got a fan question from Joe S. Did Rob Hubel know he would have a recurring role on the show as Holly's boyfriend, or did he think that it was just one episode?
And he sent in an audio clip about that too.
I think I knew that it was a recurring part, but I didn't know what the plot was and, you know, what the story arc was. But I did know that it was going to be the new boyfriend, and I knew that Steve Carell would be giving me a hard time, you know, in those scenes. And I knew that it was with Amy Ryan, who I was such a fan of because I had just finished watching The Wire, and she was on The Wire, I think season 2, which is another great show. Someone should do a podcast about The Wire. But Amy Ryan is, you know, just such a great actor also. So, again, didn't want to screw that one up.
So like Angela said, Rob answered more questions. We'll sprinkle them in later.
Sprinkle.
But you should also know that he has a weekly Twitch show with Paul Scheer, which is Twitch TV /Friend Zone, and it's live every Thursday at 5 Pacific.
one more plug for Rob because I think he's so hilarious, and he does a show with my friend Erin Hayes that I did a show called Housewives of Orlando with. Their show is called Medical Police Guys. It's really funny. It's on Netflix. It's a spinoff of Children's Hospital. Funny folks.
I think we should take a break and then go to Nashua and a birthday party and lick some cats.
I mean, did you think you'd ever say that in a sentence?
No. Today is unique.
Well, you know what I didn't think I would do?
What?
Google how to lick your cat.
I can't wait for this.
Okay.
For 175 years, Gorton's has been committed to spreading the goodness of the sea by making quality seafood accessible to everyone while responsibly sustaining its future.
Over 99% of Gorton's seafood is certified as responsibly sourced.
And Gorton's reached out to us and said, do you want us to send you some of our fish sticks, some of our products, so you can become familiar with it before you speak about it on the podcast? And I was like, Gorton's, I've got you in my freezer right now.
Yeah, you do. You do. Your kids love the fish sticks.
Yes, it's our fave.
Guess what I got? I got these Southern-style shrimp. It is so good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking in the freezer aisle, the Gortons are in the yellow package. They've got the iconic fisherman on the cover. This brand has been around since I was a kid.
Same. Gorton's is actually a brand that's been around for 175 years.
Oh, my gosh.
That's
yes.
so rare.
Why do
We
you
love
do that?
Gorton's, and it can help you make your mealtime easy. Visit
Somebody said.
Gortons.com to learn more, find a store, and get a recipe inspiration.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
With white cheddar and the
Yes.
thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. We begin this episode in the kitchen. Kevin's eating 2 ice cream treats.
He has a popsicle, the double stick popsicle.
Yep.
And then the ice cream cone with the chocolate with the peanut topping thing.
Yeah, what's that called again?
Some kind of drumstick.
That's it. That is it.
Oh, it is a drumstick.
Drumstick.
Yeah. Anyway, he's got both of those going.
But you know what? It's because he didn't eat his lunch. Well, I mean all his lunch. It doesn't matter. Angela enters smiling. It's strange.
Beaming.
So happy.
Giddy. She's so happy that she looks at Kevin, and normal Angela would just look at him eating that double stick popsicle and the drumstick and just go off on him.
But she says nothing.
No. Actually, she says, "Oh, hello, everyone." Oh, ice cream. Nice, Kevin. Looks good. Nice, Kevin? What is happening?
Well, I'll tell you what's happening. She is going to announce a new addition to her family. It's a cat, a rare, special cat, a $7,000 cat.
She's hypoallergenic. She doesn't struggle when you try to dress her. She's a third-generation show cat. Her father was in Meet the Parents.
Wait, so the cat that pees on the toilet in Meet the Parents is somehow related to Angela's new cat?
It's Princess Lady's dad.
Wow.
I know. Well, the gang wants to see this cat. They're like a $7,000 cat. I gotta see it. And Angela's like, I can do better than a picture.
Oh, she can.
She has a kitty cam set up at home.
So she takes the whole gang
Yeah,
over to her
doggy
computer,
cam.
and they
And
are
my lucky
watching these
boy
cats
sees a baby.
frolic in her living room. How many are there? I didn't count. I mean, there's lots.
There's lots. There's probably 12.
I mean, there were at least 7 or 8, at least, in the picture. Who knows if someone was sitting in the window? We don't know. Angela, we got a lot of mail about this scene because your character mentions that she's annoyed that she can't take any time off. She doesn't have any sick days left.
And they don't recognize cat maternity.
Yeah. And it's not fair that she can't take off a year like those people who have human babies. And Meredith agrees, right? Meredith says, yeah, I had my second kid just for the vacation time. Flurry of mail. I mean, it was a snowstorm of letters.
Oh,
Lots of people are like, how many children does Meredith have? In Alliance, Dwight says she has 2 kids. In The Injury, Michael says she has 1 kid, no husband. In Take Your Daughter to Work Day, she brings 1 child in. But then here she says she has a second kid. What does the show Bible say? I'll tell you guys, the show Bible just says whatever the show says. So the show Bible is as all over the place as these episodes. I think we don't really know.
I think maybe we didn't do a good job keeping track of the children. I mean, what happens to the senator's son?
Oh, yeah, we'll get there. Children disappear and reappear all the time on our show. I think what happens is they write the episode and they don't check the show Bible first. And then the person who keeps the show Bible is like, dang it, I've got to write something in the show Bible now that contradicts what was already in the show Bible. But, you know, their job is just to record what happens.
I've gotten questions quite a bit about Princess Lady. People want to know, why would she sell Andy's engagement ring? Everyone sort of really judged Angela for this on the comment boards back when the episode aired. There was a deleted talking head where she sort of explained it, and I think we should hear it. As you may know, I am no longer in a relationships. It's been really stressful here. So I decided to treat myself to one of God's most perfect creations, a beautiful new cat. It's tacky to talk about money, but she cost $7,000. Okay, you guys, judge Angela if you will, but she's had a tough time because she's no longer in a relationships. Both of her relationships have ended, and she has to work with both of them and see them every day. She's sort of been shunned, kicked off the party planning committee, and she went and made an impulse buy to make herself feel better.
Here's what I'll say. She should have given the ring back.
I know that. I know that.
Because she was unfaithful.
Yes.
You know, the ring is a symbol of your promise, of your contract to be married. And I think that if the person who has the ring breaks that contract, they should return it. But I believe that etiquette says that if the person who gave the ring breaks the contract, you get to keep the ring.
Well, Angela Martin's going to use hers to buy a cat.
She broke with the etiquette.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's what your character would do. Do you think Pam gave Roy the ring back?
I do. Right? Now listen, you might throw some shade at Angela Martin. Her affair was very out there, but I think Pam had an emotional affair.
You think? Of course she did.
So I'm just saying.
That's why I think Pam gave the ring back.
Well, Princess Lady is here, folks. Yes.
Well, speaking of people who are excited today, Jim is thrilled to have purchased Kelly an ice cream cake. He's putting it in the freezer. He's so proud of himself.
He did it.
But then he hears Dwight yelling, screaming at Kelly.
Right in her face. Dwight does this. Remember when he got right in Phyllis's face?
Yes.
Did they laugh a lot during this scene? I don't know how Mindy kept it together. I'm sure. All right. Well, the reason Dwight is interrogating Kelly is because last week he looked in her files, trying to figure out when her exact birthday was, and he finds out that she was in juvie when she was 14. And now he wants to know why. I have one thing I have to bring up. I don't know why this bugged me so much, but it totally bugged me. I did that thing where I paused the TV and I talked to the TV. What? By myself. What? I paused it and I said, wouldn't the correct spelling of her name been on her juvenile detention record? I thought the same thing. Guys, later in the episode, Jim is going to misspell her name on the cake, and I thought, my goodness. Yeah, he has a whole talking head. Still don't know how to spell her name. Maybe look on the form in Dwight's hand? I don't know, guys. Listen, Jim and Dwight are not good communicators. They're not sharing information. Clearly, they're not. Well, Jim is going to try to cheer Kelly up by showing her this birthday cake he's so proud of. Who's lurking in the corner watching the whole thing? Phyllis. The cake is blank. There's nothing on it. There's no theme. She hates it. I don't know why, but I became inspired to learn the history of the ice cream cake. Are you kidding? No. Is this a good place for it? Is there ever been a better place for it? Well, here you go. Food historians? That's a job. Food historian. Oh, fascinating. They just study food, I guess. I kind of want to be one. I want to meet one. Well, food historians believe that ice cream cakes were invented at the end of the 1600s. Who invented it? It's unclear. The recipes date back to the 1870s. And ice cream cakes were originally made from biscuits and cream. In the Victorian era, the desserts were called bombs, and they consisted of ice cream and fruit in a fancy mold. So it went through many permutations. In its early days, it was considered quite a luxury item, and it was only enjoyed by the wealthy because they were the only people who could keep it cold. Right, you'd have to get a block of ice. Yes. Now, the ice cream cake's cousin would be a baked Alaska. That is frozen cream surrounded by meringue, but then it's served hot, and there's no cake in it. A true ice cream cake has 3 layers. It has ice cream, cake or biscuits, and then icing or whipped cream. The leader in America for making the ice cream cake Can I guess?
Queen.
Baskin-Robbins. Carvel! Fudgy the Whale! Fudgy the Whale lady! Oh, why didn't I see that coming? Listen, I was just at Baskin-Robbins with the kids because they wanted like after-school snack. Yeah, there's so many flavors. Oh, yeah. I love a Baskin-Robbins ice cream cake. It started with Carvel, soft serve. Yes. That's it. It was a small history of ice cream cake, but there you have it. Well, you know what came out of that? What? My need to meet a food historian. I mean, really? Put it on my list. I have to say, while we were talking about the history of the ice cream cake, I don't know if you noticed this, we got really kind of like, oh, wow. Like it was very precious information. It felt like it was. It is tickling me. I am tickled. When we're really into something, we get really excited. I know the importance of it. Speaking of importance, Pam and Michael have arrived at the Nashua Ranch. Well, the first thing we're going to do is take a picture. Gotta take a picture. We're documenting this. Michael's very nervous as they enter. They're greeted by a really nice receptionist. He tells them that Holly is not there. No, she's on an HR retreat for 3 days. But if you really need to get in touch with her, you can just talk to her boyfriend over there, AJ, salesman. Jenna, I, again, paused the TV and had to talk to it because I thought, Holly, you just got transferred by corporate because you were dating a coworker. Yeah, and now you go to this new branch of your company and immediately start dating another coworker? Holly, put that together. I didn't even think of that. It's the whole reason they moved her to Nashua. Yeah, You're right. And she works in HR. I mean, if anyone should be on top of this, it's her. Holly.
No.
Well, and you mentioned that the receptionist was really nice to Michael and Pam, and we got mail about that. Berenice C. said the receptionist at Nashua branch is really friendly and happily expecting Michael's arrival. She said maybe they really don't get very many visitors, like Pam said. I think they don't. I think they're the forgotten about branch. That's what Pam said earlier. Well, the receptionist was played by actress Catherine Flynn. Just wanted to give her a shout out for her friendly greeting. Michael has to get outside for some air. He is not doing well. No, he's about to fall apart. Yeah. In this scene, I wanted to make two observations. Okay. One is it was really hard for me to sit on that curb in a pencil skirt and heels. And I think I did a good job. It really is hard to sit on a curb, like in any kind of skirt like that. Because your legs don't really have anywhere to go. Yeah. You can't bunch under. No, and I had to like tuck my hands under to keep the skirt from flapping down. Yeah. Second, I have a windshield wiper hair going back and forth on my forehead during this entire exchange. A little hair that just goes, yep, the whole scene. And on a normal television show, they would have cut and they would have had someone come in and just shellac your head. Spray it down. We don't want any flyaways. And they would have been like holding for hair. They would have actually said flying in for a flyaway. But we didn't do that on our show. We just let stuff happen. I thought maybe this is one time, since it was such an emotional scene, maybe we should have shellacked it. Were you distracted by your windshield wiper hair? A little. You didn't notice it. I did not notice it. But now it will be all I can see when I rewatch it. Yeah, enjoy that, everyone. Well, lady, I think we should take a break because we're going to get into the thick of Angela's cats and Michael's presentation soon. And I need to center myself before both those things happen. I think you do, because I might have stories about how I created this. It was very good. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. We are back in Scranton, and Kevin hears, what is happening on Angela's computer screen? A lot's happening. Mr. Ash is humping Princess Lady. Oh. Angela's like, these are decent cats. Don't, make an assumption about them. And Mr. Ash is fixed, and Meredith's like, I know fixed, and that ain't fixed. Meredith and her, super gulp from 7-Eleven with her sidebar comments. Angela is so upset she has to leave. She has to go check on her cat. Yes. Make sure Princess Lady is okay. And now, Jenna, for the cat guest star breakdown. Let's hear it. Here we go. Once again, we reached out to Bob Dunn's Animal Rentals in Silmar, California. They are going to help us create this whole cat humping scene. But first, let me tell you who played Princess Lady. Who? Princess Lady was a Persian cat named Potato. Oh, you might have seen her if you watched the deleted scenes in The Duel. She was in them, but not featured. Oh, also, Mr. Ash, the other cat in this relationship, was played by Roswell. Roswell! Yes! The orange cat that looks like Sunny. That's right. I remember him from your cat head shots for the duel. That's right. Now, I guess it's good that we deleted that scene because we could bring Potato back now for this lead role. Right. Yes. Potato went from a background player to the lead of the scene. Wow. Princess Lady. I mean, that's what happens in Hollywood. That's right. You go out for one role, you're like, oh, I didn't get it. And then you get Princess Lady. Well, Randy said he loved how Bob Dunn's company listed the cats in the proposed budget. We had 7 milling about cats and 2 sex cats. So 7 background performers and then 2 leads. Roswell and Potato. Our head animal trainer was Denise Sanders. She had been with us on stress relief. She said she required several days of training to get Roswell to pull off a believable kitty humping scene. How did she do that? I don't know. The overall cost of the advanced training, plus the cats for the shoot days, and then the trainer fees, was just shy of $9,000. Wow. To get Mr. Ash to hump Princess Lady. $9,000. That was a lot. I mean, I feel like I want to call that woman. What was her name? The trainer's name? Denise. And I want to be like, how did you do it? Was it a series of treats, like every time Roswell stepped on Potato, you got a treat? And then how do you get Potato to stay put? I don't know. These are questions for Denise. Do we need Denise on? I want Denise on, and then I want an episode where we talk to a food historian. Odd Jobs with Jenna and Angela. Yes. Another spin-off podcast. We have so many. We have so many podcasts to do. Oh my goodness. We have so many factories to tour and podcasts to do. Well, listen, lady, I think we should stick with the cats here because I'm liking it. Okay. I'm liking the cat info. You want to see the whole story? I do. Okay. Because back in Scranton, Kevin and Oscar are working in accounting and they're going to hear Angela's voice. She's gotten home. And she is scolding Mr. Ash for his behavior. They have to watch. She didn't turn her computer off. She forgot to turn the kitty cam off. She did. They are watching her. She's hissing. She is communicating with the cats with meows. And then she grooms Princess Lady with her own tongue. There are so many things to unpack in this moment for you. First of all, I just love that she's like, excuse me, Petals, I'm looking for Mr. Ash. Well, there you go. We know another cat's name is Petals, but I don't think that's the question on everyone's minds. And I know that because we got a lot of mail about it. My favorite one was from Katie D, who said, I don't even know where to start. So, Angela, the cat cam scene, please explain. Well, Katie, let me tell you. Ken said to me, I want you to know you don't have to lick a cat today. Oh, yeah. He said, camera's going to be far away. I said, Ken, are you sure? He goes, yeah, no, you're not going to have to lick a cat today. No. I was like, oh, okay. He goes, you can fake it. We'll be able to sell it. I said, okay. So we do a few takes, and he comes up to me kind of meekishly, and I said, Ken, and he goes, we're just kind of moving a little bit closer with the camera. I said, I knew it. So in one take, I actually licked the cat's face. I did it. And I felt bad for the cat because the cat's eyes were like, you know. Did you get hair in your mouth? Yes, of course I did. It was a very hairy cat. Randy, did it taste weird? I don't remember it tasting anyway, just being fuzzy. Randy told me that just in case I might lick the cat, listen, these guys knew they were going to ask me all along. They knew it. You think so? Oh, yeah, I think so. I think they were going to try to get one shot. Yeah. You think? Yeah. Randy said, so in case you were going to have to maybe lick the cat, Denise Sanders, the trainer, gave Potato a special bath and blow dry before she came to set that day. Oh! Potato got a blowout, fresh shower. Well, that's nice. So yes, I did lick the cat, but only once. The rest of them were fakey licks. I guess as the camera pans in, I don't know which one's the real one. So you don't know if they used the real lick or the fake lick? I don't know. Oh. Now, why would the camera be able to pan in if it was like a nanny cam? You'd think it would just be one locked off shot. Yes. You know, these are things I should have brought up in the moment. I should have had you with me. We did a lot of rehearsals. They were pitching different things to me that Angela would do to try to bond with her cats. Crawl on the ground, roll over, pretend to groom myself. And then they were like, does Angela talk to her cats? How does she talk to her cats? And then they pitched the sort of hiss thing. And then I had to practice different hisses, guys. They were very good. I thought your cat sounds were great. Thank you. I mean, I feel like Ken and I really bonded this day because I was like, Ken, tell me, what do you like? Do you like this one? Or do you like, yeah. And then you'd be like, oh, I like this one. I'm like, okay. I like it that you scolded your cats in their own language. Thank you. I thought it showed your bond with them. Jenna, this brought me down a rabbit hole of Googling, do people really lick their cats? Apparently, if you foster kittens, some people share online that they have licked a kitten's face if it's separated from its mom. What do you know about this? You foster kittens. I've done it. You've licked a cat's face. I have. I knew it! I was like, I bet Jenna has licked a cat's face. Yeah. So I worked in cat fostering for 3 years. Yeah. And I fostered many kittens who had been separated from their moms at a very, very young age. And, you know, I'm trying to socialize them, and I would just lick them between their eyes on their little forehead, give them a few little licks. That's what I read. Yes. Not with adult cats, but with little kittens. With kittens. That are very young and separated from their mom. Yes. Well, and it brings them great comfort, and they purr. That's what I read. I knew you would know. And I will say, I have also licked an adult cat. Okay. My cat, Auntie, he had been sick, and he was an adult.
Oh, for sure.
And I licked between his eyes to give him some comfort. So, yeah. I don't know. I mean, people let their dogs lick their faces, and I don't know. When you have a pet, they become like a member of the family. I think it's kind of like, listen, I'm not going to go over to anyone's house and start licking their animals. And I don't love when someone else's dog licks my face, but I don't care when my own dog does it. Right? Just like how your own kids poop and vomit doesn't bother you, but I don't want some other kid to poop on me. Well, no, I don't know what that is. I don't know why. It's like when it's your family and you don't care. Well, I want you to know, when I looked this up online, there's a big debate about when and where and how to bond by licking your cat. Okay. And also, guys, apparently there's a whole industry of fake tongues that humans can purchase. Yes, to lick their cats. Okay, so yes, there's also a little thing that you can put on your finger that's like sort of meant to simulate an adult cat's tongue. And if you foster kittens, you can get that, and then you can like rub that between their eyes. That's a thing you can get too. Cassie's in the booth. Cassie, you just fostered a bunch of kittens. Did you lick any of them? I didn't know this was a thing, but maybe next round I'll try it. Or you can just get the little finger brush thing. That came out while I was like mid-fostering, and I did move to...
Last they broadcasted at analog TV. It's going to be like March.
Dude, Channel 9. This is amazing. I remember this happened. Sex and the City. I remember that. That's so bad. And like that, there was no more analog television. I'm gonna have sex with my wife and the last thing on television, right? Who knows? Who knows? Could have been a deep fake.
Murder 101 follows the duties as they endeavor to complete the assignment. Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or a few invitations, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are,
Oh yeah, like those guys on the head. I do it. There's a depth of that is Final Destination shit.
we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Wood. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem lazy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurring and missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at gawon'twait.com. That's gawon'twait.com. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like each a commercial-free station featuring deep album tracks from iconic artists. Just search Got to listen now on your free iHeartRadio app.
Fuck's up,
So good. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Taquitos. That's my favorite dish. I ordered taquitos. My friend of mine just, you gotta be kidding me. I take you to the best Mexican restaurant, and you're ordering taquitos. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. What do you want, crayons with that? Crossword puzzle? Or connect the dots? What are you gonna do with that? Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Close shot. There's sign.
Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after Deborah's news at the top, we'll get you caught up on all the stories trending everywhere right here.
One of the big ones, of course, Donald Trump won the Iowa caucuses, and he be the first former president since Grover Cleveland to return to the White House after losing re-election in to a second consecutive term. And in fact, he broke records, we believe, yesterday. The final margin of victory of about 30 points, well past Senator Bob Dole of Kansas winning in 1996 by 13 points. Trump's lead, of course, means that at this point there's no decisive demand for any sort of an alternative to him. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came in second. Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley came in third. The campaign now moves on to New Hampshire, where the primary is scheduled for Tuesday. In terms of the weather, by the way, NBC News was the first to project that turnout was about 120,000 voters, which would have been about 70,000 fewer than the Republican caucus when it was contested in 2016.
Boeing stock is tumbling after a Wall Street report said an FAA audit opens up a whole new can of worms. After that door plug opened during an Alaska Airlines flight on the Boeing 737 MAX 9 earlier this month, and I want to get away from calling it a door plug. That was a door. That was a whole ass door. The Wells Fargo report predicts that given the company's recent incidents, the odds of clean audit are low. Stock dropped 7% after the report.
Neil Sabaker has joined us. He is the sport reporter here on Saturdays, 2 to 5 here on KFI. And sometimes, Monday through Friday, as part of the morning show at Handle. And bacon is a common theme on this show. And the common theme in everyday life. It's good for most people, except for me. Of course, the idea, there's all kinds of different kinds. There's cured, there's uncured, there's thick cuts, there's thin cuts, or sugar-free even. Sugar, that's a weird thing, yeah. Because that's that can be some of the curing process. There is bacon and other kinds of bacon.
That should not be under the bacon umbrella. It just tastes like chemicals, like blasted chemical toast.
What?
It doesn't taste like meat. It doesn't taste like anything. It just
Well,
tastes like
the
chemicals.
strangest thing is,
And it never has any crisp.
what is bad for you is the way it's processed to make bacon. So if you do that to turkey, it ends up being less flavorful, still bad for your
Yeah,
bacon.
it just tastes
It
bad
really,
for
it's like
you.
people don't understand that it really.
Take a shot of, fuel. It's just,
In Columbus,
you just know. It doesn't.
Columbus, there is a brand that I actually think is pretty that it's pretty tasty and it's got a nice crispiness to it, but it ain't bacon. No, they know it ain't. It ain't bacon.
Well, people, I think, for the most part, say bacon is bacon. You know, it's like pizza. It's very rare to have bad bacon.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, sometimes for certain appetizers or things I will cook, I will use a cheaper bacon, a thinner cut, because it crisps up better and it doesn't. It just makes for a nice outer casing on something. Then sometimes you want a thicker cut or something, but the thicker cut can go both ways. Sometimes it can get soggy or it's got too much of a chew to it. Sometimes that crispy.
I do like the thinner ones. I mean, in the sandwich,
That's what I grew up with.
I like the thicker one, but if I'm just eating it a la carte like usual, just the first bacon, I like
Does
the
that
thinner
mean
one.
from your first?
Like, keep it in a Ziploc in the fridge. But,
Were you eating it when I bumped into you in the hall? It just, I didn't want to look.
no, that was a few minutes ago. But the bacon's gone by 9 a.m.
Okay, it was one of those moments like, she's eating something, it's probably a private time.
Well, you
I
were
don't
just
want
coming out of the bathroom.
Yeah, trying to avoid you.
You get the
I
Triscuit.
jumped into the first door, I'm sorry.
You know it's not to talk to me during feeding time.
Yeah.
What are you tasting in bacon? You were saying if you're making like an appetizer or something.
I do one with a chunk of pineapple and a wheel of a good sausage, and then I wrap that in bacon, and then I put it on the grill it up, and so it's nice and crispy, and put like a barbecue sauce on it.
Wow.
Yeah, they're just, you can just pop them. They're just real, they're simple.
They're possible.
Yeah, but yeah, you're a little too thick.
Yeah.
And they're good to go. There's something about eating something off that's too thick.
Totally.
It's not, it doesn't count.
Doesn't
Yeah.
count. That's exactly
There's
what it
something
is.
about it. Well, I'm not even using an actual utensil.
Right.
So this bacon, this is from yahoo.com, and I guess is the byline Lindsay Hilton? Yes. So she goes around asking questions all the time. Chefs about what their favorite this is or their favorite that. She talks about bacon, and it came up multiple times from multiple chefs, one of which is the Michelin-starred chef Thomas Keller, of course, from French Laundry fame, and I just blanked on a couple of others. Anyway, Bouchon, yeah, the French bakery. But this guy obviously knows his stuff, and he says that this particular bacon, which is the organic Applewood smoked, uncured bacon from North Country Smokehouse, is the best. He says it can be snacked upon, it can be used in a mousse, short for a mousse-bouche, an app, a soup, a salad, an entree, even a dessert, and it really is a great bacon. It's not super here, but you might check a Whole Foods place that I find it is Delta. So that's where I know where I've seen it, where I've purchased it. Your preferred method of cooking the bacon? It depends what I'm using it for, but the best way to cook bacon if you want to add flavoring, or if you're going to do a candy bacon, would be on a sheet pan, on a rack, to actually bake it. Otherwise, the best method is a little water in a pan, bake it on top of the stove, and as you burn off or steam off the water, it sort of boils a little of the bacon, then it drops down, then it gets really crispy, and the fattiness comes around, and it's really good.
I haven't lived near a Delson's in years, so they still have a cover chart.
No, it's very funny. But that's
am too. I really love walking around in those.
They treat you
But,
great.
oh, they're so nice. It's like Twilight Zone, and then you look at why, and it's just you're paying for that nose.
Yeah, and their box macaroni and cheese is like, I mean, that'll be $30. This bacon, by the way, I know in this article it says it's 7 something. I have not seen. It's like $11.
I get Oscar Mayer, and it's $11
right
now.
Yeah. So it's up there.
It's worth it for me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
How do you buy bulk? I mean, that is like, if you're eating what, 3 pizzas a day?
Yeah.
So what are their calories?
Eating my pizzas now.
Well, I don't know. Do you break your rashers, or are you eating whole rashers?
I do not buy in bulk. If it's on sale, you know, at the Ralphs, I shop around if I know, you know.
That's right.
But I'll overpay for my bacon if it's not on sale.
I look at bacon.
Ever since the pandemic, it's been really hard to find it on sale.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
They used to take it, they used to have it at Walmart for really good price.
You'll be the only human ever taken down by swine flu.
I'll die on that hill.
Actually, that was the one where it crossed over. Neil, thank you. No, thank you, guys. No, thank you. Thank you. All of our trending stories coming up next on Gary and Shane. If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more.
KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live and everywhere on the Iger Radio app.
Radio Stuff Crackdown. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour news from LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon is spending $100,000 to curb retail theft in Eagle Rock.
At least 10 businesses have been hit by thieves in the last few months, including Malbec Market. Owner Luciano El Fuerte said he's still waiting on a new window after a wine thief broke into his business more than a week ago. It takes longer than I thought. That's kind of sad to see. We have a lot of customers that come in, and De Leon's investment will pay for increased police foot patrols in hopes that more visibility will lead to less theft. The patrol should begin no later than next week. In Eagle Rock, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by Sunless. A man from Woodland Hills is trying to find his stolen 1962 Chevy Impala convertible.
The seafoam green lowrider was in pristine condition when it was taken from the home of Seth Wayne on January 11th, which also happened to be his birthday. I've been wanting this specific car for a long time. We were looking for about a year for this car. Wayne told ABC 7 he bought the car on Christmas Eve and is worth $100,000. Police say they've seen surveillance video of two men trying to move the car away from the home by pushing it with a Prius on Ventura Boulevard. At one point, the guys were seen trying to hotwire the car. Wayne says he's heard the car was spotted in Canova Park. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
A long-awaited beach replenishment project that would dump 400,000 tons of sand from the San Clemente Pier has been delayed.
Very disappointing, because we've been waiting for 20 years. San Clemente Councilman Chris Duncan says the $14 million project would widen the beach by 50 feet, but the wrong dredge may have been used. The hopper dredge sucks things up, right? Like a big tube. And it was pulling up a lot of gravel, a lot of cobble, a lot of rock, not a lot of sand. Duncan says analysis shows the fluffy beach sand appears to be beneath the layer of cobble at the dredge site near Oceanside. He says the Army Corps of Engineers has promised to return to finish the job in 2 months, hopefully in time for summer. In San Clemente, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley says she will not participate in the upcoming debate in New Hampshire unless former President Trump is there. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says he's planning to debate Haley, and Haley should too.
You owe the people of New Hampshire a debate. This is a time-honored tradition that you debate in New Hampshire the week before the New Hampshire primary.
DeSantis says he understands why she doesn't want to debate and agrees Trump should debate as well. Trump has not participated in any debate so far. He earned more than 50% of the vote yesterday in Iowa. Iran has launched attacks in Pakistan targeting what it says are bases for a militant group. The reported attack follows Iranian strikes on Iraq and Syria less than a day earlier. State media says missiles and drones were used in the strikes on Pakistan. Iran was targeting a Sunni militant group founded in 2012, which largely operates across the border in Pakistan. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Ukraine's President Zelensky have met in Switzerland at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting. Blinken pledged continued support for the war-torn country.
This is a time when we continue to face almost daily onslaught from Russia, attacking the infrastructure of civilians.
Blinken says he's working very closely with Congress to sustain aid for Ukraine. And a burial crypt near the final resting places of celebrities like Hefner and Marilyn Monroe will be up for auction in LA. Julian's auction is the Chris Hollywood Tour and will be available during a 3-day event in March. The auction house says the one-space mausoleum Chris has an estimated value of $200,000 to $400,000. It's at the Pierce Brothers Westwood Village Memorial Park and Mortuary, 1 row above and 4 spaces to the left of the road. Lipstick King Chris. The KFI financial update. The Dow is down 318, S&P 500 down 26, NASDAQ down 62. Southland weather from KFI sunny with highs in the mid-60s to around 70 for Metro LA, around 70 for the Valley, Eastern Window C, low 60s for the high desert, low to upper 60s, low 70s in the IE. Right now it is 63 in Tustin, 53 in Laguna Beach, 57 in Fontana, and 72 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 110 in South LA.
To the 110 northbound, right edge is coming up on Manchester. Brand new accident at 3 right lanes are blocked. It's stopped from Century Boulevard. This is still in mid-city on the westbound and National Boulevard. We're clearing that crash from the middle lane, so you're going to be hitting the brakes for Luke Crenshaw Boulevard. Also in Industry 60 westbound before 7,000. We've got an accident clear to the shoulder.
Yes, I can. How you doing?
Doing well. Hope you guys are well too. You know, I am a big supporter of the project.
Well, thank you.
And I wanted to talk to you about something. You have a gentleman that's speaking in the space now. There's a space going on, and one of the main gentlemen is speaking on spaces where you were.
I was not.
Okay. How would I get in touch with him? I'm a holder of a happy holder, and I see that you guys do great things. Are you in the United States by chance?
I am in the United States. I'm in California.
Okay. So then you're aware of the potential when people get their tax returns, right? Where they get extra income or extra bonus, and they're willing to go in on different investments.
Yes.
Whether it's a new generator, 24/7 repair, maintenance, or an
You
emergency
communicate that
rental,
information to the gentleman that's on spaces right now
learn how to protect your
to
business.
have him put a plan together so that he gets ahead of that. If you look at historically the tokens that have done really well, that's been a huge boost to these tokens. Last year was Fitbit, before that was Doge, before that was SHIB, and it's the stimulus and it's the tax returns that give people the extra cash to gamble, to risk it, to invest in. I highly communicate that to him.
What is the username?
My username?
No, not yours. The person who you want to contact.
Well, looks like he runs the main. He's using the main.
Okay, so the HPOS10I. Okay, so his name is Morelight, and the best way to contact, yeah, or that's what he goes by. That's his handle. So the best way to contact him is to, in the chat, just ask for someone to put you in contact with Morelight, and he's always on here. He'll be in touch with you within about 15 minutes once the space is done.
Okay, so that's MORELIGHT.
That's correct. 2 words.
Okay. Awesome. You know, it's something that no one really thinks about. It doesn't come up, but just looking at, you know, I look at things that make sense. And I think that if he gets ahead of it, he's talked about going on centralized exchanges. If he gets ahead of it, this could be huge.
Oh, I'm in agreement with you.
And I think that his interest is there. So, you know, if I share that with him, it may make sense, right?
It makes sense to me. I see it as a positive.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate you. I appreciate you answering me.
Absolutely. If you ever need any help, let me know.
You got it. Let's continue to fight. You're doing just fine.
Take care. Bye-bye. Where's Mickey? Yoshi. Yoshi. Gotcha, bitch.
Well, the window into oncoming traffic on the other side of the divide can't survive. That's a hell of a story.
That is amazing. Have you ever faced the wrong way in traffic on an accident? Or
No.
I've done it once. I spun out on I-5 headed home from here, going northbound, but by the end of it, completely facing southbound in the northbound lane. I'm still here.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in the car, so it's not like I was walking.
But you saw cars coming towards you.
Quickly. Very quickly.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So what did you do? You pulled the Dukes of Hazzard?
Well,
threw that baby in reverse?
there were multiple cars involved, so mine was the one that spun. Everybody else had 3 or 4 other cars had kind of gone off to the right-hand side. So the people that were behind us saw it coming. So they all had they all saw their foot on the brakes. By the time I stopped spinning in the car, they had all spoken.
Oh, that's good.
Still not comfortable. Yeah. Not comfortable.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Thank you.
What else?
18 years.
Scary with young kids and stuff at home.
Yeah.
Maybe you should learn to drive a little bit better.
Wow. Okay. I pot, I'm kettle.
I've never had that.
What else is going on? Time for what's happening.
Well, the military today carried out a new strike in Yemen against those 4 Houthi anti-ship ballistic missiles. We told them this was going to happen. You come after us, we're going to respond. We're done playing footsie.
One of the officials said these missiles were struck because they're being prepared to target ships in that region. Comes a day after Houthi forces hit a U.S. owned and operated dry bulk ship, the Gibraltar Eagle, with an anti-ship ballistic missile. They also apparently hit a Malta-flagged ship today. Central Command disclosed the first seizure in more than 4 years of advanced Iranian-manufactured ballistic missile and cruise missile components. If you remember, we told you yesterday about the Navy SEALs that were lost at sea. This is the result of what they were working on. So, in fact, they did find missile components on that little boat as it was sailing apparently towards Yemen.
Horrific story to remember. Remember the crash. Rebecca Grossman, drunk behind the wheel, LA socialite. Married to Dr. Peter Grossman, co-founder of the Grossman Burn Foundation. She was behind the wheel when she drove through an intersection and she killed 8-year-old Jacob Eiskinder and his 11-year-old brother Mark. They were with their mom in a crosswalk in Westlake Village when she was under the influence, struck the 2 brothers while going 72 miles per hour in her Mercedes. She could face maximum 34 years to life in prison. Looks like jury selection begins tomorrow. Or today.
High-speed rail project from SoCal to Vegas, the one that would actually work, is expected to hire 11,000 workers, all needed to complete, 218 miles of rail. They want to have it in time for the Summer Olympics in LA, although this doesn't have anything to do with LA because, I mean, I guess you could get there, but is it going to be in like Rancho Cucamonga, the starting spot, out to Vegas and back?
I'll take it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's better than nothing, and I'm hoping that this becomes an example of the right way to do something like this, and just makes Gavin Newsom and everybody who supports high-speed rail from San Francisco to LA just makes it look like cool.
It does, and it does even more so now because when they first started this project, San Francisco was so a cool place to visit, and now who wants to go from one dumpster to another? Well, Henry says there's a storm coming. Henry says that the weak storm comes up tomorrow. Nothing to be concerned about according to Henry. Then we get to Saturday, we have rain. Overnight Saturday into Sunday, maybe into Monday as well. We're going to get heavy periods of rain. It's going to be fine. Okay?
A rare male pygmy hippo born in the Czech Zoo came out. Got his first photo shoot. His name? Nikolai.
That's fun to say.
Joined a couple of female, one male pygmy hippo in the Corral Zoo, east of Prague. He's outside exploring. He doesn't look like a hippo.
Well, he's a baby hippo. He's a baby.
Hippos are really dangerous.
In Greek baby names, the meaning of the name Mykonos is people's victory. Mykonos. Oh, boy. Was that funny? Oh, I'm glad to see you laughing.
Well, I have to do something to burn off the excess energy. The Space Shuttle Endeavour is reaching its final display phase. The Shuttle Endeavour, of course, scheduled to be moved from the Science Center San Diego Ocean Pavilion to Exposition Park's South Lawn between the Natural History Museum and the LA Coliseum in the second half of January. At the end of January, the orbiter will be moved across Exposition Park's the San Diego Ocean Air and Space Construction Site.
Something is making noise up there. It's like
For a few days. Remember, they're going to set this thing up. It's the go for staff process.
termites or
They
something.
say they want to have everything.
Is it
located
raining?
in the Space shuttle with
No, the sun is out.
tanks and external engines looking like it's ready for a launch. So that.
All right, coming up next. Huge, huge.
We have to do the cold story. Cold story because people are freaking out about electric cars that can't charge.
Okay.
Among others.
Are we going to have Deborah do a hot, sexy cold talk?
Not sexy cold.
Remember she does the hot, sexy snowpack talk? Oh, Deborah, you missed it. Amy was here. Yeah. And we had a snowpack story. Yeah. And we said, can you do some sexy Deborah Marks snowpack talk? Yeah. And she hit it out of the park. I don't know. I mean, I'm not picking between the two of you.
Yeah.
You know, I'm very competitive, Shannon. I know. I don't even know if I can repeat what Amy said.
And I really think it's good because it keeps you both on your toes.
Iron sharpens iron.
Yeah.
See? She's bringing it. Shannon will continue. Deborah is in the newsroom. Air pollution in Southern California has reached unhealthy levels. AQMD for people with heart disease, pregnant women, kids, and older adults, and those with lung disease should limit outdoor activity. The Prime Minister of Qatar has warned of the massive destruction inflicted by Israel's offensive on Gaza and criticized the Israeli Defense Minister's rejection of a ceasefire. Police in Missouri say they think 6 people reported missing in August were lured into a cult led by a convicted child molester. They said a rapper turned online guru who operates the University of Cosmic Intelligence is currently in prison and has denied knowing the people who disappeared. They were last seen at a Quality Inn near St. Louis. We're going to a crash on the 10 in Ontario. So the eastbound ladies are coming up on you where they aren't getting it over the shoulder. In Chino, 60 east on a mountain, a disabled car in that Senator Liger area. Riverside, 315 South, before you get to Fox Spring. Picked up a car bumper in the left lane. Over in Beaumont.
Yoshi. Kentoshi.
Not
Kentoshi. Yo, did you fuck up by doing that? Listen. Fully exposed urinals in the Netherlands. That's tight.
Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why with your Discover card, you have access to 24/7 customer service as well as $0 fraud liability, which means you're never held responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/credit card.
They should have those at the university. Again. Really? Oh my god, they use. That's what I've heard done.
Your sleep number setting. The Climate 360 SmartNet is so smart it actively cools and warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. And now save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition SmartNet for a limited time. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com. Hey, it's Team Shark for a better you in 2024. Get better water. A LightSource whole home water system will help you eat a better you. LightSource removes the bad stuff, keeps the good. No chlorine showers or baths, just filtered water from every tap. Call them today at 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply. Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. The Kitchen Store makes your dream kitchen easy. Go to 310kitchen.com and book a free in-showroom design consult today. showroom design consult at 310kitchen.com, 310kitchen.com. Most borrowers love home equity lines of credit for putting a couple $100,000 in the bank, but still preserving the ultra-low fixed rate on their first mortgage, which makes sense. But most banks love HELOCs because they can raise your rates as high as 24% by varying what they call the lifetime cap in their loan documents. Not at the loan exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to get our home equity line that protects you instead of the bank. We make the start rate of our equity line equal the lifetime cap, so your rate can only go down, never up. The loan exchange guarantees the security in our loan documents. The first 5 years of the loan is interest only, which makes payments cheaper while you wait for the first rates to come back down to consolidate back into one loan. Call the loan exchange at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com today.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation under the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539. Winters wrath, not through your windows. American Vision brings you the latest energy-saving innovation. Enhance your home's beauty, charm, and elegance with revolutionary technology that keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer. Here are owners Bill and Kathleen. We love people. That's why we literally give it half of the company staff to the employees. Those installers that come to your house, they want to live up to that. That's a white glove treatment. And when Quadratherm provides maximum thermal insulation, so you stay comfortable no matter what Mother Nature is up to. Now, beauty, energy savings, and comfort are yours. This month only get an upgrade to Quadratherm energy saving technology absolutely free. Plus 0% interest and 0 payments for 12 months. Plus free expert installation. Call now 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Approved products, industrial only. No restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offers expired 1/31/23. CSW number 778-326.
Hey, my name is Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of On Progress, the #1 health podcast in the world. Join me this week as I chat with Michelle Obama, a woman of immense strength and grace. Tune in as we navigate through the chapters of our life, uncovering the moments that have contributed to her inspiring story. What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region. What is AI going to do? Listen to On Purpose with Jay Shetty on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. KFI.
AM 640.
And iHeartRadio station.
More stimulating talk. Gary Chan and KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bottom of the hour, we're going to get into a couple true crime stories. One of them's happening right now, as a matter of fact. The update on the Gilgo Beach murder. But also an old cold case out of Northern California. Kind of captured some imagination. Still no idea what happened to this nurse who went missing almost 50 years ago. Talk about that. First, we have a chance for you to win $1,000. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. GREEN. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Keyword goes on the website. Make sure you keep an eye on your email because that's how we notify you that you won $1,000. Another chance coming up during the John Cobell show in just about an hour from now. Actually, the never-ending story. Let me start by saying I love it when we get talkbacks that start with actually the never-ending story involves a swamp, not quicksand. If you want to see movies with quicksand, you can go to generational defining movies like Blazing Saddles and The Princess Bride. Thanks, everyone.
Wow. Well, when you're 6, or however old I was, and I saw that horse sinking, it didn't
Your
matter
first
if
thought
it
was quicksand.
Yeah, exactly.
That horse must be going down in quicksand.
Yes. Actually, do we have the guy with the cat?
What guy with the cats?
The guy that he just up on the top about the cat?
I can find.
I liked him. I wanted Jacob to hear this one.
Okay, there you go. Vegetarian tenant. So I had to take the two garage cat kittens and to have them fixed. One neutered and one spayed. And so I was trying to set up the appointment, and the lady was saying, Mr. What? And I'm like, Mr. Bufferfoot. She's like, Mr. What? And I'm like, Mr. Bufferfoot.
There's a mouse in here or something.
But also it's Bumperfoot. That's probably why she was confused. It's not Bumperfoot, it's Bumperfoot.
Right. Well, it's amazing that we know that and people don't hear that one.
Hi, Rabbi.
How are you doing?
You just went like this.
I'm doing good. I think the chat thinks I'm joking.
You think the chat thinks you're joking?
Yeah. So I said, you know, I know how it is. You guys get a lot of offers, and people just don't make sense, right?
1357. Electric
Sure.
vehicle drivers are noticing their driving range
I
plummeting.
see that Bob's in here.
Bob, what's going on, baby?
Actually, what's happening is, yes,
Bob, can you hear us?
and you run an electric car,
Bob's
they
muted.
say that
Here he is.
at about 5 below zero,
Bob, how you doing, beautiful?
less than 50% of its full range, according to a study
Excellent.
by telematics provider Geo. And even if you
Oh,
do
darn.
get to a
Why is that, Bob?
Tesla owners in Chicago are the ones who are getting the
Why isn't it going to go over well?
now because they spent days traveling around different
Oh, I gotcha.
with Chicago probably being the largest city dealing with the coldest.
Well, do you have a way to for her to contact More Light?
Because instead of a normal day here, you charge a Tesla full tilt.
Well, do you know who she can contact about potentially collaborating regarding the ability to use any gains from gains earned in your tax return for the purchase of cryptocurrency?
That you can pre-condition the battery, which means
Is this like seasoning a pan?
yes, it is because you have to heat it to or cool it, but you have to get it to a temperature. Your car will do it automatically if you're pulling into a charging station. Like if you're on a drive somewhere, it'll tell you, hey, I'm preconditioning the battery to maximum or optimal charging.
A baby. Oh shoot, a baby. Have you thought about maybe sending that account HPOS10 Inu a direct message on Twitter?
You know that I tried, but my account is not verified on Twitter.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a screenshot of my account on X and I'm gonna post it on the chat.
That's a good idea.
Well, you know, I'd like to just share it, but I think that you guys can really get ahead of it. If you guys can communicate it, are any of you guys, do any of you guys live in the United States? A chance? Okay. So Red, take a look at when other projects have pumped. I'm a holder. I'm a happy holder, and I'd like to see where this is growing, right? And I'm sure all of you guys would also. There's something that happens that not a lot of people that comment or like they just don't connect it, and when I mention it, they say, "Oh, you know what? It makes sense." We have a lot of people receiving a tax return coming up in February, March, April, May, right?
But then
Usually, if you're already in the space, you're going to use some of that to invest, to gamble, to risk it. Most people are pretty spent right now, which is why a lot of projects are not doing well. Pepe last year really pumped hard, along with a couple of projects when people receive their tax returns. I hear in the conversations at the main page, More Light, right? If I understand that's the gentleman that holds the spaces, the official account. His interest is to keep Bitcoin Obama visible and around for years to come. I think he can really get ahead of it if he pushes hard, if we all push hard to make Bitcoin Obama more visible before people start getting their tax returns. The token,
out of Northern California, where
right? Not the gentleman from Nigeria, the token. So
was killed, and we have no
plays
idea
it
who
right,
did it or why.
this is all up to him. We're just holders. I'm just a holder. But that's an idea for him to keep in mind that, a lot of the money last year in the United States will be getting their tax returns starting late February, I think. You may want to get ahead of it because he has the green candles really help. But not just green candles, in collaboration with states and the entire community, whatever marketing he has, that's really the time to take advantage of it. Something that you may not want to miss. And connect the dots, go back in time, and notice when people have the extra money that they didn't usually have to invest, that's when they grow. So share that with him. That's what I was speaking to Rabbi about. It made sense to him. It made sense to me. Maybe I'm wrong, but I wanted to share you and spell this all out.
In a fight with another man Sunday when he pulled out a knife and stabbed the man multiple times. They say when officers tried to contact the guy, he started running away. Then police say during the chase, the man threw a brick, hitting one of the officers. When officers finally caught up to him, the guy allegedly pulled out a large knife before he was taken into custody. A man in New York accused in a string of murders known as the Dildo Beach killings has been charged with the death of a fourth woman. The woman was a mother of two who disappeared in 2007. Her remains were found more than 3 years later along the coastal highway in New York. Randy Norman was formally charged with murder months after he was arrested in July for the murders of 3 other women. He's already pleaded not guilty to killing them. Gary's channel will have more on this after the news. A jury has been selected in New York City for the penalty phase of writer E. Carroll's civil defamation trial against former President Trump.
You guys
Carroll is asking for $1 million in damages for unspecified damages.
calls
So
you
she
guys
is
all
looking
well.
for a significant amount of money in addition to the $5 million in damages the other jury awarded her back in May. That money's in escrow while Trump appeals the case.
She says the trial stemming from Carroll's claims Trump sexually abused her in the 90s to last only a couple of days. The election started just 12 hours after Trump won the Iowa caucus. 2 planes at an airport in Japan have collided during heavy snow.
A specific plane was parked, a Korean airplane, after passengers was pulling out when its wing hit the tail of the Cathay Pacific aircraft.
ABC's James Longman says there was no fire, no injuries reported. Dozens of flights been canceled at the airport due to the snowy conditions in the region. We're going back to the 110 next. Water damage can be a real nightmare in your home, and you think you're backed up by your homeowner's insurance policy, but then you find out they're trying to pay peanuts as little as possible. Now is the time to call AvnerDad. AvnerDad is what's called a public insurance adjuster, and he's the guy that's on your side. He's going to fight for you, and he's going to fight that insurance company to make sure you get the best possible outcome, not them. This is all AvnerDad does. He's been dealing with insurance companies for many years. He has the experience, the industry know how you need on your side. Check out the reviews. Rated 5 stars. Yelp, Google, Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with AvnerDad and his team. Give Avner a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AvnerDad.com. That's AVNERGAT, AvnerDad.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256. Southland weather from KFI, sunny, highs mid-60s to around 70 for Metro LA, around 70 for the Valley, and Window C. Low 60s for the high desert, low to upper 60s for the beaches, low 70s for the IE. Right now, it is 65 in La Habra, 61 Laguna Niguel. We're going back to the 110 in South LA. On the 110 northbound right at Manchester, got that crash. A box truck is on its side, and the 3 right lanes are blocked. 8 to 12 coming away from the 105. Then in East LA, on the 5 northbound before Lincoln Boulevard, got a brand new accident. It's going to be blocking the left lane. In Arcadia, 2 pennies on Baldwin Avenue. That's a crash over the right shoulder causing swelling from a lead. Stay here on Monterville Avenue. With Elsinore, 16 southbound, going to Lake Street. Got a crash with a Jackass big rig over on the right shoulder and in Anaheim Hills. 9 doing eastbound before you overland the boulevard. I still reported that small big rig in the right lane there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
The Monitoring Center. Lowest cost home and business security. Starting at $9.99 monthly. Visit themonitoringcenter.com.
Poor guy.
Will call 800 Pacific. In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators. High school students and the
Dude, something is chewing on something up there.
Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory. No charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment. Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or a few identifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore. Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. We don't hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. New year, new yard. Hey, it's Deborah Mark. The holidays are over, and now it's time to relax. The best way to do it with an outdoor remodel by System Pavers. For over 30 years, System Pavers has been designing breathtaking paving, stone driveways, and walkways, welcoming outdoor spaces, including kitchens, turf lawns, and so much more. As the nation's leading outdoor remodeling company, System Pavers designs, manages, and installs to deliver the space of your dreams. And best of all projects come with an unmatched workmanship warranty. For a limited time, save 10% on your entire project. Call 800-PAVE-004 today or visit systempavers.com/radio. That's 800-PAVE-004 or visit systempavers.com/radio to book your free consultation today. All orders must be placed by January 31st. Warranties may vary by product condition. See website for terms and conditions. Contractor's license 661-575. The daily calendar. January 16th. It's Appreciate a Dragon Day. Best way to do that, maybe don't steal their gold. Let them eat your treat. It's Hot and Spicy Food Day and Big Movie Day, plus Quinoa Day for those of you who like your food.
Damn, look at that night vision.
Today is also the World of Fat Diets Day. Just eat quinoa and big news. That's your daily calendar from AFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Follow up to the Iowa caucuses last night. Donald Trump walked away with a pretty significant win, about a 30-point win over second place Ron DeSantis. Third, 40 points over Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley, by the way, says she will not participate in the next Republican presidential debate unless Trump is there. The debate is scheduled for Thursday. Her comments today came a day after the Iowa caucuses. Of course, this could be a result of the last debate, which featured only Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. And Nikki Haley apparently wasn't performing as well, they believe, as well as expected.
What does she have to gain by going off against Ron DeSantis alone again? They just look hateful, and they just didn't look. That was her worst performance when it was just her and DeSantis.
Because it's an opportunity for her to change that bad taste that she left in everybody's mouth.
Yeah,
I don't know if they can. Right. I came back and we talked about how if one of them had simply said, hey, you know what? We're not fighting each other. We're fighting the Biden administration or we're fighting Trump or whatever. But instead of going after each other, it would have been a nice take on a debate.
But then what does Ron DeSantis have to say publicly? This could edge him out. If he's like, well, I'll debate and no one shows up, and he's just like, oh, okay, well, I guess I won't debate either then. He kind of looks like the odd man out.
A jury of 9 people has been selected in New York. Former President Trump's defamation trial. It's the monetary penalty phase. of a civil trial that stemmed from E. Jean Carroll's claim that he sexually abused her in a department store in the 90s. Trump was there. He was sitting at a defense table, shook his head as the judge told prospective jurors that another jury already decided that he was guilty of the abuse. This defamation trial is only set to set a penalty, if any, for comments that he made about Carroll while he was president.
Actually,
we have a follow-up to it.
Actually, guy who wanted to call the Gary and Shannon show and be an apple, in The Princess Bride, it's not quicksand, it's lightning sand. Thank you.
Well, that was supposedly in the fire swamp, if I'm not mistaken, right? Fire swamp, and the fire swamp had the different, like 3 different things. It had the jet the flame, it had the rodents of unusual size, and it had snow sand, is what it's called in the book, The Princess Bride, but they said lightning sand was a misnomer because lightning sand is quick and moist, snow sand is quick and dry.
I'm glad we cleared all of this up. I can't tell you. Actually, did you hear about Hulk Hogan and a friend rescuing a teenage girl who was trapped in an overturned vehicle after a crash in Florida? This is some MacGyver ad. He used a ballpoint pen to puncture the car's airbag and free the girl after witnessing the accident Sunday night in Tampa. His wife, new wife, yoga instructor, took to Facebook to praise the quick action taken by her 70-year-old husband and the couple's friend, Jake.
Oh, I've never put anything on Facebook when I pulled a baby out of the car.
You broke into a window to save that baby.
Actually, I put a hammer through the driver's side window.
Yeah, that's pretty freaking cool.
Not like I punched it.
That's the kind of guy that can put together an oven and a dishwasher. It's time for True Crime Tuesday.
Sounds true. No, it sounds made up. I don't know.
Gary and Shannon present True Crime.
Wow.
I often figure like we really need to reconfigure our true crime desk because it's kind of cartoon-esque. I'm not knocking it. It's a beautiful piece of production. But we're usually talking about real dead people, like murdered people.
These people are real dead.
Real dead. It seems like we're making light of the true crime.
That's true, and we're not.
We're not.
So the latest chapter in the Gilgo Beach murders, this is the Long Island serial killer case, came today when Rex Heuermann showed up in court once again. He was charged officially with murdering another victim, Maureen Brainerd Barnes. And with that new charge today came a whole trove of new information about this monster. 60-year-old guy is now charged with murdering 25-year-old Maureen Brainerd Barnes. She disappeared back in 2007 while working as a hooker. Prosecutors linked it to her death through some DNA and other evidence. Apparently there was a hair that was found on her body that was eventually connected to him.
The way that AP wrote it up is her friends got suspicious when she wasn't answering her phone. She had gone into the city for sex work. And when I read that, I know that they're trying to take the pejorative tone off of
That's what being a hooker.
But kids, sex work is not a viable option. That is not work that should be considered. Like watering it down, I don't think does anybody any favors.
Well, it's the same reason people use terms like justice involved.
I know, but I don't think that that's good. It makes it sound like those are not bad things, and they are bad things that you should try to avoid at all costs.
One of the things that came out today specifically about this murder, about Maureen's murder, is when prosecutors were going through all of the electronic devices from this guy's home and his family, they found out that the family was out of town. In fact, Rex Heuermann's wife and kids were out of the state when these other women, 3 of the 4 murder victims, were either gone, went missing, or were murdered specifically.
It also revealed that he had a bunch of burner phones, that they had 2 phones they found on him that he was using phony names for, using for illicit activities, that he used these burner phones in furtherance of hundreds of contacts with the prostitutes between 2020 and 2023. They, in fact, seized hundreds of electronic devices from his home and his office.
He was using those devices to search for these victims and their family members. He would look up the status of the investigation. He was looking for software that would help him in wiping all of them clean or erasing data from computers or other digital devices, and to purchase digital masking and those forensic wiping tools.
They also found a collection of violent bondage, torture porn, preceding, during, and subsequently did the disappearances and murders of the victims between 2007 and 2010.
The court filing also talks about the lengths to which prosecutors went to get DNA from his family. They tracked his adult daughter on a Long Island railroad train, drinking from a gold-colored energy drink can, saw her toss the can into the trash, and then recovered it and took it for analysis. Again, similar to what they did with the Golden State Killer. Wasn't it pizza or something like that they picked out of his trash? But in that case, it was him. It wasn't a family member.
Parade coming up next. NorCal nurse's brutal killer evaded capture. 1970.
Hey, tonight the Clippers are going to take on the Oklahoma City Thunder at Crypto.com. Tip-off is at 7 on your home of Clippers basketball, AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. We make it easy. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Flooding from a broken water main has caused a sinkhole in Westwood. The flooding started last night when an 8-inch wide cast iron pipe broke. LA GWP crews were able to shut off the water. The Bear and Succession have wrapped up the awards over at the 75th Emmys. This comes after the award show was delayed for 4 months due to the Hollywood strike. The Bear won Best Comedy Series last night for its first season, while Succession won Best Drama Series for its final season. Both shows took home 6 awards each. And the first female TV newscaster on the West Coast has died. Ruth Ashton Taylor became an anchor for the CBS affiliate in LA in 1959. Her family says she died suddenly last week at an assisted living facility in San Rafael. She was 101. We're going to the 5 next.
Well, you can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for the year 2024.
Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or shoulder. Call QC Kinetics now. QC Kinetics leads the nation in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief.
Your body has what it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, and no downtime.
The future of pain treatments has arrived, and QC has tens of thousands of satisfied patients all over America. People with back pain, hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis or an injury.
Now, this is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment that can get you moving again. To get your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical.
This is the year you decide to fight back against that pain. Take the first step. Call QC Kinetics.
Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Call QC Kinetics, Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, now also open in Costa Mesa. 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 213-997-PAIN.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny, high 60s, low 70s. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store on the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center. Let's go, please. When you crash on the 5 in East LA. 5 northbound before you get to Olympic Boulevard. Downtown accident. Block in the left lane. It's going to be closed from Washington Boulevard. Still trouble in South LA on the 110 north end of Manchester Avenue. Got an overturned truck. The 3 right lanes are blocked as you crawl from the 105. And then on the flip side, 110 south at Manchester, got a brand new exit in the middle lane. It's going to be stacked up from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. And on the Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard off ramp, the left lane is closed because of an open drain there. And it's coming up 405 south to the 101 south. That's still blocking the right lane to that transition. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Arnett.
This report is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Get issues with either high school sports, Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PTA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PTADevZone.org.
Start the year with savings at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Stock up on wellness staples you'll love, from supplements and smoothie ingredients to food storage and skincare. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
Prescriptions require online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate prescription applies. See website for details and important safety information. Prescription required. Price varies based on product and subscription flavor.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper, and you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternative to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic to Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, up to 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Did you know one of the worst things you could do is turn on your furnace after it's been sitting there all summer, gathering dust, without giving it a thorough tune-up first? Think about it. What if your car has been sitting in the garage for 6 months but got never running? Any piece of machinery that's been sitting needs to be tuned up. So call Service Champions. We'll tune up your furnace for just $88 and guarantee the results. We guarantee that your tuned-up furnace will save you $88 on your energy bill, and we guarantee that your tuned-up furnace won't break down during the season, or we'll immediately refund your money, no questions asked. Don't delay. Small problems that are easy and inexpensive to fix can quickly turn into big, expensive problems. Call Service Champions right now to schedule your furnace tune-up at 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com.
Moments like my daughter telling me a new joke mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that is spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I think Ibrance helps my lips. Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell count that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet count, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
All the charges are broken. And if they're not broken, they're really, really slow. Who in their right minds would go on a trip like this? If I hear one more activist, one more politician, or about one more word about electric vehicles, and you, John Cobo, this is nonsense. This is all a load of crap. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Actually, if you missed any part of our show, please listen on demand. You can go to basically anywhere you find podcasts, but we prefer you go to the iHeartRadio app. Just type in Gary and Shannon, and you'll see the shows come up in a list right there. You can listen to everything that you missed. Even that guy.
Tomorrow is What You Watching Wednesday. Let us know what you're watching. The first trailer is being released for Netflix's Spaceman. The film stars Adam Sandler as an astronaut on a solitary research mission who realizes his marriage may not be waiting for him when he returns to Earth. He's helped by a mysterious creature from the beginning of time that's hiding in his ship. Sounds very familiar. The rest of the cast includes Paul Dano, Carey Mulligan. Spaceman will hit Netflix March 1st.
Carey Mulligan, fresh off of Maestro. We are in the midst of True Crime Tuesday, and this is the story of Judith Akari and her fiance Raymond. So Judith Akari left a shift at Sacramento's Sutter Memorial Hospital about 11:30 at night. This was way back in the 1970s. Drive home to the apartment on Marston Road took about 10 minutes. But she should have been home by 11:45, right? Finally, at about 1:45, he can't wait anymore. He goes out the door and he goes out to look for her. Here's the thing. Her car was parked in the usual spot out in front of the house.
And the doors were unlocked. The keys were on the floorboard, and the buttons from the raincoat she was wearing were scattered inside.
Couple strips of cheap towel sitting on the back seat, but she was nowhere to be seen.
So this is now the oldest cold case investigation in Sacramento County. For over 50 years, no one but the killer or killers has known what went on that night. It was March 1970. Of course, she was 23. They say just beginning to find herself. At 18, she left for a trip to Europe, a summer job as an English tutor for a family in Helsinki. Her family was of Finnish descent. When she comes back, she decides to pursue nursing. So she goes to school for it.
Gets her license, ends up working at Sutter Memorial there in Sacramento. The week that she disappeared was busy. She had done some late shifts at the hospital. She and Raymond had recently gotten engaged. She had portraits done for their announcement. She was later in the day planning on dropping off that picture at the newspaper offices, and their wedding was set for June. And immediately, a young woman with no signs of violence, I mean, disappears, and there's an assumption, at least a possibility, that she ran away. And her parents said that didn't seem like her personality. She had just purchased a new car. She was working on an old piano. She had a wedding to plan, obviously.
Back to the scene of that Mercury Cougar, the 1968 new Mercury Cougar. Although the keys were on the floorboard and the buttons in the back were signs of a struggle, there was nothing else. No blood, no other disturbances. There were no witnesses. She was, conspicuous. She was wearing her white nurse's uniform and shoes. She had a blue and white polka dot coat, her work accessories, a name tag, silver watch, green, gold nursing pin. Now, when detectives went to Sutter Memorial and did some interviews, they learned that there was a young man with a reddish beard and hair, and he'd come to the hospital earlier asking for Judith. But employee records showed 3 women with that name worked there. And most people knew her as Judy, not Judith.
There was another one. Sheriff's deputy doing a traffic stop near the apartments recalled seeing a brown vehicle turn into the parking lot at about the time that Judy was going to be home. And then not long after that, another witness complained that a dark-colored sedan was speeding out of the area and almost got into an accident. Mom and Dad, Judith's mom and dad, Willow and Evelyn, found themselves hoping that she had vanished on her own volition, hoped that she was a runaway. Because, in all honesty, that was the least likely result of all of this.
But on April 25th, 2 hikers exploring an abandoned mine shaft off the I-80 in Placer County felt something strange. Looks like it was a shallow grave, and sticking out was a human knee. Nightmarish scene, they say. Before dying, Judy had been sexually assaulted, subjected, they say, to extreme trauma. Her face was bludgeoned. Her old nylon stocking had been used to strangle her.
So that in and of itself might not seem like it lends itself to clues, but the canvas bag that she was found in, they were able to trace to Auburn Boulevard in Sacramento. Special order from the San Juan Unified School District. Her body was in a gray sweatshirt with a zippered front. That was not hers. It must have come from whoever abducted her. And the property owner recounted where the body was found, recounted seeing 3 young men about a week after she went missing. Although they were dressed nicely, they were digging a hole on his land. And when asked what they were doing, one of the men closed the trunk of the car as if to obscure something, claiming to have been digging for bottles.
Yeah, well, no trio of men was ever found. They did release a sketch of the men, but nobody was ever identified.
It's strange because if you simply went on a profile, it would have been somebody roughly her age, little bit older, but that means that that person, whoever did this, if they're still alive, is going to be getting up there, 70, 80, 90 years old, even possible.
I don't know how you could brutally murder someone like that and then survive into your 70s or 80s. You think that would have any sort of conscience. And then is that it? That's all you do? You kill that one time, that brutally, and then you stop? I don't know.
Well, tomorrow's going to be a happier show.
Is it?
Right? I'm going to have more green tea.
Are you?
I don't know.
I feel like this should be a committee decision. Like you should be able to unilaterally decide that.
Actually, I can decide when I drink green tea, not you.
This is my body, my choice.
My body, my choice. My tea, my choice.
I want to see if Lincoln Gerber mocking.
Actually, I have, and it's awful. Yeah. So, I don't want to. It is true. Actually, it is very true. Now, John Caldwell is coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow. Stay dry, everybody.
Blessing.
Can we turn up that to the phone sense? Gary and Shannon, roughest time is over. Got a big day tomorrow.
I don't know what you're thinking, but I kind of like that. Keeps it fun.
KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Sergeant Steve on the run. I'm Jeff Lamar, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Irvine police have asked for help tracking down a man who stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff from dozens of Targets. The total loss to Target at this point is $39,000.
Irvine Police Sergeant Gary Davey says the guy started with return fraud, grabbing something in the store and then returning it for a gift card, but now it's iPad.
The police say like owner asked to buy an iPad or two, and then when they bring the iPad out, he grabs it and runs out of the store.
Davey says since releasing really clear video of the guy's fake Saturday, tips have been flowing in. He says the most recent case snatched the iPad from an employee, which bumped him up to shoplifting for robbery. In Irvine, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
LA City Councilman Kevin De Leon is spending $100,000 to combat rising retail theft in Eagle Rock. De Leon says the discretionary money will pay for increased police foot patrols in the area.
This investment will serve as a powerful deterrent to those who may consider targeting our honest business owners and jeopardizing the safety of the staff as well as patrons.
Police say there have been at least 10 break-ins on Colorado in the last few months. De Leon says the increased patrols should start no later than next week. A person police say was involved in an attempted murder has been arrested in Long Beach following a pursuit that started in Hollywood. LAPD says officers tried to stop the black Infiniti this morning for a traffic violation, but the car drove away. The car led deputies through several streets before they were able to block the car. The driver and passenger got out and ran away, hiding for hours until a canine unit found them. Officials say the person was wanted for attempted murder after a shooting in Lakewood last month. The U.S. has launched a new strike against Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen, taking out anti-ship missiles. ABC's Tom Rivers says the latest strike was carried out as the Houthis claim responsibility for a missile attack on the Malta-flagged bulk carrier Rabbi in the Red Sea.
The Rabbi had been heading north to the Suez Canal when it was attacked. The ship managed by a Greek firm had no cargo on board, and it continued on its course.
On Friday, the U.S. and Britain bombed more than 60 targets in 28 locations using warship and submarine-launched Tomahawk missiles and fighter jets. The Supreme Court has allowed a court order to take effect that could loosen Apple's grip on its iPhone App Store. ABC's Jay Packer says the order allows app developers to put in payment links to bypass Apple's systems and commissions the company takes.
Those commissions add up to potentially billions of dollars every year. The lower court has ruled that Apple's App Store rules for apps purchased on more than 1 billion iPhones constitute unfair competition under California law.
Packer says Epic Games filed the original suit and lost its broader claim Apple was violating federal antitrust law. And Succession, the Bear and Bees had a big night at the 75th Emmy Awards while the three dominated the comedy and drama categories last night. The awards show reunited several TV legends. The cast of Cheers, Martin, Grey's Anatomy, The Sopranos, Ally McBeal, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and all of the family presented awards to celebrate the Emmys' diamond anniversary. The KFI financial update: the Dow is closing down 232, S&P 500 down 18, Nasdaq down 28. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs mid-60s for around to the high desert, low to upper 60s at the beaches, low 70s in the IE. Right now it is 57 in Seal Beach, at 65 in Buena Park, 69 in Flora Hills, and 72 in Truman. We're going to look fast on the 60 in Boyle Heights. So it's westbound, right? You're coming up on that 101 connector, two-car crash. It is blocking the left lane. Also in Commerce on the 5 northbound before you get Garfield and Dean Boulevard. Driving accident still blocking the left lane there. You got Nasty pulling all the way from the 605. In South Atlanta, the 110 north on Manchester Avenue. That is crossed that flipped over. The 3 right lanes are still blocked. It is Carl coming away from that 105. Then on the flip side, 110 south right at Manchester. Got that crash clearing from the middle lane, but it's going to be stacked up southbound from Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and right past the Century. Metal debris is in the left lane. And in Truman Oaks, 101 westbound right at Van Nuys Boulevard. Catch up. There's a really big pothole in the third lane from your left. Rebar is sticking up there, so be extra careful. Can you find the sign? Help get you there faster. I'm getting on it. Paid for by the Central Group. Attention, Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who are stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 9th and
What am I, a servant? You know what? I don't need this. You want some gabagool? Why don't you get... Wait all the gabagool. No more gabagool for you. The doctor said it's bad for you. I don't give a f... What am I, a servant? You know what? I don't need this. You want some gabagool? Why don't you get it from one of your little Russian food? Tell you what, why don't you stop breaking him up? Wait all the gabagool. No more gabagool for you. The doctor said it's bad for you. I don't give a f... What am I, a servant? You know what? I don't need this. You want some gabagool? Why don't you get it from one of your little Russian food? Tell you what, why don't you stop breaking him up? Wait all the gabagool. No more gabagool.
There's no time in the new year to help protect
Eater belt.
Take 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Promo code promo code.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I think in 1990. I think that was the first movie I ever saw.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older. It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love. At Rabbi, we hear you.
And the part with the bee scared me.
Alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Now that I know, I'm taking control. Try your 5 nerve relief and say yes to healthy nerves. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. AMR AM 640. John Cobell Show, KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the show. We're on from 1 till 4, then after 4 o'clock, we become a podcast, John Cobell Show on demand, also on the iHeart app. We have so much to do today. It would take me too long even to go through. However, the first thing I want to get to is the Iowa caucuses. It was the first voting done for the 2024 election, which is going to end up being Trump and Biden again, unless one or both drop dead. We're going to talk again with Sherry Preston from Des Moines, ABC News, for KFI here. Sherry, how are you? Well, I'm still in Des Moines. Everyone else packed up and left for New Hampshire because of travel blizzard days. I had to stay an extra day. So that means I get to talk to you. Yeah. I was in Iowa once. Not a whole lot to do there. I'm going to tell you. It's really interesting. I was talking to one of our ABC MPs, okay? And these are young reporters who go out with the candidates, and then they're with them, a lot of the time. And we were talking today because I was interviewing them for this piece. And he said, I got a different view of Iowa than I ever thought I would. Young person said, I'm black, I'm queer, I didn't think that I would fit in here, and I've been here for 7 months, and has grown to really appreciate how they do it in this state. You know what I mean? Like a real... Yeah. Well, they're very
Look at the moves. Look at the moves.
Well, now as I think of it, I was there twice. So I must have liked the whole trust on it. Yeah, you know, that's just kind of teasing. But it was a much smaller turnout than they expected. And I thought that was going to be obvious because it was -30 with the wind chill and there's been a lot of snow. And when they were hyping up this possible record turnout, I thought that isn't quite right because there really wasn't a lot of drama on who was going to win this. So I just didn't see that the right it was the right set of circumstances to create a record turnout.
No, exactly. And you could tell when they first, putting up the weather forecast that it was not going to be the number of people. But, and that's another thing that people have an issue with the conferences and this being first, that, you have 3 million people in this state alone.
Tuck slide on the ice is tight. What's on?
Determine this whole thing. And I was talking to a Grace University professor about this just before I got on the phone with you. And she teaches with Grace University here today. And, she said that if people pull out for something like this, that they're very proud of how it works. You know what I mean? And they didn't ask for it, you know what I mean? But they really, this process is fascinating to watch this. I was in a Baptist church north of Des Moines in a suburb called Kingston. It's actually one of the fastest growing suburbs, fastest growing metropolitan areas in all of Iowa. And I just kind of got there and was like, okay, I've never really seen this before. They had me set up on a little chair over on the side of the room. And I said, well, I kind of need a place to put my laptop and my microphone. And there was no table. And so I looked. And I said, and I said, could I have one? They had a Holy Bible sitting on it. And they said, yeah, I don't see why not. Go ahead. I will walk. Move the table over for me. So the top of the seats actually walked out and sit down.
Yeah, they're very, very friendly.
They get up, they talk, yeah.
Yeah, very friendly.
And then they write down the name, and then they pass around a little Tupperware bowl, and they put the names in there, and then they put them up to the front, and they all count them right there. It was really fascinating.
Yeah, they're very friendly, accommodating people. I know Los Angeles could use more Iowans living here. They kind of changed the nature of this place.
Fuck that. Fuck New Iowa. Jasper County. Fuck it.
Inner core of political consensus. And it's kind of funny how, because the media has to fill their space and fill their time with something, it blows up into something of monumental proportion, but the Republican Party is its own entity. It doesn't represent the general public at large. It doesn't represent independents, Democrats, and everybody else. It doesn't represent a lot of Republicans who didn't bother to show. So, but this is what the hardcore activist types, the really devoted, this is who they want, Trump.
Well, exactly. And if you look, the people that showed up yesterday, it was loud and clear what exactly they wanted. I mean, it was a blowout. It was across the board. I mean, Trump won women, he won men, he won college educators, he won those without a 4-year degree, rural, city, all of them. And now
Move to the finger brush eventually. Yeah, well, I'll get that. There was one that haunted me. It's a thing that you can, well, I won't be able to unsee it. It's a big tongue that you can put in your mouth like a pacifier. Why? And then you can lick your tat. It can just be on your finger. That's what she said. I'm showing Tina.
Introducing Licky Brush.
Sorry.
As a form of social bond. As a human, you're locked on to this intimate ritual. With Licky Brush.
It's also they have a big muscly man with a licky brush in his mouth. A pacifier. It's a pacifier that has a tongue on it, and he's cradling his cat like a baby, and then licking it, and it's just that they picked someone I would not expect. I mean, I want you to know, I saw that and I have been waiting to show you. I was like, I'm not even going to tell her. I want her to see it. I want to watch her react to it. Because I was like, what is happening? What did I just click on? Okay, well, I guess it can take the idea of bonding with your cat to a whole new level. They make them for your fingers, is what I want to say. To finish out this cat storyline, Angela returns to the office. Yes. And she sees her computer is on and she's like, oh my gosh, has that been on the whole time? And Kevin and Oscar are like, what? We don't have no idea what you're talking about. Oscar has a talking head where he says he needs to erase that image from his head. But then Angela coughs up a hairball. Well, let's hear about that. I cough up a tiny hair, guys, right? It's like a little hair. But you know what? You've had your cat, like, cough up a hairball, right? It's so violent. It's like, yeah. It's so incredibly, like, the first time you get a cat and they do it, you're like, oh my God, I don't know what's happening. It's so intense. So once again, Ken and I and Mindy were talking about how big do you go here? Yeah. Right? How big do I really? Because you have two choices. Either Angela Martin has to do that like thing, or it's like way more subtle. And so I practiced a few different ways, and this is the one they liked. Where basically I'm just pulling one hair off my tongue, and it's like, what is it? Was it the cat? Is it something else? It was the cat. It was the cat. It was. But I had to do it enough to sell it to Oscar and not so much that it was like a total cartoon. That was my work day, guys. That was my day that day. Hey, you're going to crawl around on the ground, pretend to be a cat, hiss at cats, lick a cat, and then cough up a hairball. Mom, what'd you do at work today? Welcome to Hollywood. Should we go to Nashua? We do, because Pam has talked Michael into giving his presentation. Because then maybe they'll all talk about how great Michael was, and Holly will hear about it, right? That's the way you show AJ, right? Yes. And you know what? At the beginning, it's going great. It is. He's doing a fantastic job. Just listen to all of his movie references.
Good morning, Nashua! Sales is what brings us together today. How do we deal with clients who say, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn about paper, and get them to show us the money? Well, we are going to find out today.
I had written this down. It's so interesting that you played that clip, because I wondered, do our younger viewers get all of the references in Michael's opening remarks? Do they know these movies? Good Morning Vietnam, Princess Bride, Gone with the Wind, and Jerry Maguire. I guess this is Michael's taste in movies. But do people know all those today? I mean, you've got to know Princess Bride, right? I think. I don't know. But he's got them. They're laughing. They love his, like, voices he's doing. Nashua likes Michael. From the receptionist to his opening remarks, they're eating out of the palm of his hand. If only he could get over this Holly thing, he would finally have a day where he was the king of comedy like he's always wanted. Those 30 seconds you just heard are the best that it is, because that's how quickly it falls apart. Because Michael zeroes in on AJ. He can't help it. Salesmen. Salespeople. He's going to pick a random salesperson. You there, sir. You. What's it like to be you? Oh, here we go. Yeah. And then Michael has a full-on panic attack. He winds up on the ground and he crawls out of the room. Leaving Pam. Yeah. Well, before we get to what Pam is going to do, I wanted to shout out a few crew cameos. Oh, okay. So, sitting next to AJ, the woman who asked the question about discounts from distributors, that was Mary Wall. Yes. And she was a member of our production staff, and she is delightful and wonderful. She has gone on to become a producer and a director. She currently is working on a documentary called The Fan Connection. You can actually check it out at fanconnectionmovie.com. You can see a trailer. It's all about the hockey fans in Buffalo. Oh, I
and
would
their
love that.
commitment to their hockey team. And you know I love hockey. So anyway, check out the trailer, guys.
I love sports documentaries.
Mhm.
Love them.
And then sitting in the row in front of AJ with the red hair was Claire Scanlon, our editor. And Pam's going to call her Freckles.
Claire is a full-on badass, amazing editor, and now prolific director.
Yes. And then I have another guest star I want to mention, Michael McCartney. He played the other Nashua employee who says, what does this have to do with sales? When Michael is disintegrating. He has a very extensive resume. He is the producer and director of the series The Millionaires on Amazon Prime. But here's what I want to tell you. This is the first time I've seen this. In all of my Googling of all of our guest stars, well, now I don't know what to expect. Michael McCartney has been on Law and Order, okay? Law and Order SVU, and Law and Order Criminal Intent, the trifecta.
Holy cow!
All three.
Not on Monk.
Not on Monk. There's still room. There's future guest star. If you could be on all three Law and Orders and Monk, I'm going to drive to your house and give you a cake.
So when I was trading emails with Rob, I was like, Rob, you've got to share what it was like in that room when Steve, as Michael, is falling apart.
Yes.
And singling you out. I mean, I don't know. How did you do that?
How did you get through it? And here's what he had to say.
My memories of shooting that scene in the conference room with Steve are mostly about just trying not to laugh, because sometimes I just start laughing when people are funny, because really I feel like a lot of times on comedy shows you're trying to make the other person laugh. In a way, you're kind of trying to with them a little bit. So anyway, I was just trying to keep straight face because Steve is so funny and Jenna is so funny and everybody on the show is so funny. And I also get very nervous. I get nervous going into a new show, and you know, there's this whole other culture there already established. When you're a guest actor on a show, it's different because you don't know what you're walking into. So I was a little bit nervous, and Steve is just, you know, iconic. Steve is just so funny, and when he's kind of coming at me like that, he's, you know, putting me down and ignoring me and calling me names in a very funny way, but it's all so funny. So mostly trying not to laugh.
I loved his description of what it's like to be a guest actor on a show. Walking into the world, and it's a comedy, and it's supposed to be funny, but then you're not supposed to laugh. I related to all of that so much.
I did too.
Well, we also asked him, does he still get recognized
different iterations
as AJ?
He's been on, what did you say, 140?
140 movies and TV shows. Does he get recognized as AJ? Let's find out.
What's
Do I get recognized as AJ from The Office? Are you kidding me? Yes. Yes, a lot. And I'm so thankful for it.
Has anyone else been getting
fun to be recognized, no matter what people tell you. It is fun because it's,
Rabbi,
you know, it's, people love it. They love the show. And that's fun. You know,
They
like
do like
everyone
the
had an opinion about Michael and Holly's relationship, and I was just standing in the way, so I would get threatened by strangers. You know, it was crazy. In fact, people used to come up to me out of the blue. I remember people would sometimes whisper in my ear, like come up behind me and say, "You stay away from Holly. You stay away from Holly." And what's crazy is that my wife in real life, her name is Holly. So I would have to decide in about 2 seconds, okay, is this someone that used to date my wife in real life that I should murder? Or is this just a fan of The Office acting like a creeper?
I love that his wife's name is Holly.
I know!
That's insane.
That is crazy, though, that people go up to him and they're like, leave Holly alone. And he's
Get
like,
away
wait,
from
what?
Holly.
That's my wife. Oh, okay. Oh, I know what you are.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Rob, for sending in your audio clips. It was so nice of you. I love listening to your voice. I think he has a soothing, pleasant voice.
Rob, she's not kidding. How we were recording this episode and you sent in your audio clips, Jenna was like, I just love the sound of his voice.
I know, so
I hope you get tons of voiceover work because I would buy anything you're selling. Hey, yeah. How about them apples? So, Jenna, Michael has left. Pam is in charge. She goes right into Forrest Gump. Lady, this was one of my favorite shooting days ever, having to take over the presentation. It was so fun to watch you. It was hilarious. I loved watching Pam try to do Michael's movie bits. Angela, you know I'm not great with accents. I know this. Or impressions. I cannot tell you how hard I worked on that Forrest Gump voice. Oh my gosh, lady, so hard. Lady, I thought you were doing a bit to be bad, right? Yes. And that is what Mindy and Ken Quapis thought on set. They were crying laughing when I did it. Mindy said it was genius that I was doing it so bad. Yeah, and I was texting with her because I was like, Mindy, do you remember this episode? And she said, yes, I thought you were so funny that day. You're Forrest Gump. It was such a funny choice, you know, to be bad. And I was like, Mindy, that was my literal best effort. My acting limitations made me genius. Like, that's one of those things where, like, if I tried to be bad, it wouldn't have been as good as me giving it my best effort. I can't do it better than that. I need to hear it. I need to hear it. I gotta hear it. I gotta hear it. I'm getting my laugh. I gotta hear it. I got now with that information in my brain, I've got to hear it because I thought, like Mindy, that you were doing a bit. Now, I'm gonna read it. My Forrest Gump kind of crappy, but no, it was your best effort, honey. I listened to his voice in my head over and over and over and over again, and I tried to mimic it perfectly. I have never loved you more, knowing now that Forrest Gump was your earnest best effort. It was. Sales is like a box of chocolates. You never know which vendor you're gonna get. Forrest Gump. Lady, that's the cutest thing ever. That is the cutest thing. Oh my gosh, look at Devin and Cassie. They're cracking up. You guys, is that adorable? Come on. So cute. We love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I loved doing that scene. I loved the chainsaw. I loved it. It was one of my most... You know, this was one of the few times when I was called upon to do,
cutting down the competition.
What would you call it? Like, lead the group? To be the comedy protagonist. Yes. I was usually the receiver of comedy. My job on this show was to amplify a comedic moment with my deadpan reaction. But in this case, I got to pitch the comedy ball, and it felt really good. Other people reacted off of you. Yes. And it was fun. Well, one of my favorite things to watch play out in any movie or TV show is when a character decides to step up to the plate and then bails. So at the end, when Pam got out the chainsaw and was like, cutting down the competition. Yeah, the bail is my favorite. She's like, I'm out. Well, during all this, Michael has gone over to Holly's desk. He's stroking her yellow cardigan. He cuts half of the sleeve off. Yeah. That made me laugh so hard, Jenna. And then he pushes the chair in and this screensaver pops up of Martin Short, which is so perfect. As Ed Grimley. Yes. You know what Randy Cordray told me? What? That little moment, that was a whole thing. He said we had this graphic artist on staff. His name was Michael Marcus, and he had to build that on-screen computer graphic where there were these documents on the homepage, that picture of Martin Short. They had to get permission to license that photo from Getty Images. I mean, that little moment, that was someone's day creating that. And I love watching the show and thinking of those details. Well, to finish out the Nashua Branch storyline, Pam and Michael, they pack up. I love when Pam was like, don't look up, don't look up, don't look up when they're packing up the car. And they go to a diner. And Michael confesses that A, he cut off part of her sweater, and that he saw a Dear Michael folder on her desktop, and he copied it. He's got it. And Pam says, you can't read that, but I can read it. Right. Pam can read it. And I won't tell you what the specifics are, but I can tell you if she still likes you. We had a lot of fan mail about that. Emma S., Eric M., and Zachary C. all wanted to know, was there a letter? Or was I just pretending to read something? There was a letter. I wondered that too. Phil Shea wrote a letter, and I was very grateful because as I read it, it helped me get in a headspace because there were all these things I read, but then I knew I was going to tell Michael the scripted lines of like, it's not over. And it was great. It was so helpful as an actor to have not just a blank screen there. So thank you, Phil Shea, for writing me a letter. I wonder if Phil had to consult the writing staff and say, guys, I'm going to write this letter. Do you have any, or he just did that on his own? I think that was stuff he just did on his own. He was a very detail-oriented prop master. Yes, and he would often do that. If we had a fakey piece of paper, a memo, it was very detailed. I have a question for you, because when I watch this, I am always like relating it back to like things happening. Would you have read it if you saw like something on your ex's computer? Would you have read it? Yeah, me too, of course. 100%. Yeah, I would have just sat down right then and there and read it. Correct. Okay, I feel better now. Yeah. Well, listen, Michael is thrilled to find out that it's not over with Holly. And we're not sure yet what he's going to do with that information, but he's happy to know it. He feels like he has closure. Yeah, he does. We haven't talked about the rest of this birthday storyline. Well, listen, they're not doing very well. Jim and Dwight are still trying to brainstorm the perfect party for Kelly. Yeah, they're in the conference room. Jim says, okay, so far, our ideal party consists of beer, fights to the death, cupcakes, blood pudding, blood, touch football, mating, charades, and yes, horse hunting. Yeah, and Dwight's like, you're right, forget horse hunting, it's stupid. Just only lose that one. All the rest are viable. Yeah, all the rest sound great. But ultimately, they actually find a theme. Everyone gathers in the conference room. Kelly comes in. There's a cake. Her name is spelled wrong. And there's a chiclet. You know what a chiclet is? I do. It's a piece of gum and it's a square. It's a little square piece of gum. I love a chiclet. I love a chiclet I like too. It has like a candy coating before I chew the gum. I like the crunch. Me too. Kelly wants to know what's up with the chiclet. Jim says, that's the best part. The chiclet represents a pillow. It's a pillow or a television. That's our theme. A pillow or a television is their theme. She gets to decide 1 hour of TV or an hour of napping. What would you pick? I don't know if I could sleep over. I can't nap in general. I have to be sick in order to take a nap. Even if I've gotten 3 hours of sleep the night before, I can't nap. I get like wired tired. So I would 100% pick an hour of TV. There is so much TV I haven't been able to watch lately because we've been working really hard on the book. So, I mean, I'm in the middle of The White Lotus. I'm in the middle of Hacks. I only just finished Mayor of Easttown. Do you hear how behind I am? Yeah. So, hour of TV, yes, please. That sounds decadent to me. Also, yeah, I can't sleep during the day. Something has to be wrong with me if I fall asleep during the day. Yeah, it's just like my body just won't do it. I do think this is a little bit of an old tech alert. What's the old tech? They say that the chiclet represents a pillow or a television. And I think at work now, we would just watch an hour on our phone or our computer. That's true. And also, doesn't Stanley say there's nothing good on right now? Well, Creed says Bonnie Hunt's on, but it's that they're going to watch like live television. That's right. Not streaming anything. No streaming. So I would say their theme was a little bit of an old tech alert. I agree. Well, Kelly chooses nap, and she takes a little nap under the conference table, and while she does, Jim and Dwight sit on that little couch by reception, and they eat their cake, and they're very proud of themselves. And I want to point out this scene to everyone because John is doing a classic fakey Edie acting technique with this cake. He's shoving the food around the plate. He would take a big scoop of cake, but then he smushes it back down. And so by the time he puts it in his mouth, it just has a little frosting on it. Watch it. He goes for the cake 3 times and never actually eats a piece. At the beginning, he eats like half a piece. You have to do this because otherwise you're going to get sick. However, sitting next to him is Rainn Wilson, who eats the cake. Because Rainn always ate in scenes, it didn't matter. Yeah. Remember, he ate so many bananas he got sick. Yeah. When Rainn as Dwight does anything, he goes all out. Yep. And I feel like Rainn eats in scenes the way Brad Pitt eats in movies. Watch an Ocean's 12. The guy is always eating. I wanted to know, like, is this a choice? You're constantly eating something. Watch Goodfellas. Do you see how much steak and pasta those guys eat? They dig in. Goodfellas makes me hungry. Yeah, when I watch it, I get hungry. For sure. Guys, guess what? That was Lecture Circuit Part 2 with a little bit of extra stuff. We had, I felt like, a lot of interesting movie magic facts, a lot of cat.
Through him, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial #250 and say keyword great results. That's #250 and say great results. Herb Alpert and Lonnie Hall live at the Soraya on January 27th. Experience that classic Tijuana break sound you know and love. Herb Alpert and Lonnie Hall live at the Soraya. Tickets available online at thesoraya.org. KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. One of the things that we return to frequently is the electric vehicle scam that's being perpetrated on us by Gavin Newsom and Joe Biden's government. This forced idea of we have to all buy electric cars. We will be allowed to buy a gas-powered car in 2035. And this entire industry is wildly overhyped, frequently impractical. Tesla, of course, is supposed to be the gold standard when it comes to electric vehicles, and it does perform much better. And they do have their own charging system, but extremely cold weather like they've had in the Midwest, where temperatures plunge below zero, will seize up a lot of electric car batteries, no matter who made them. We've got a report here from NBC Chicago. The reporter is Charlie Wojciechowski, I think, and this is on what the freezing temperatures have done to the electric cars. The Rob Ross, the fancy Mossy electric vehicle is trying out. It's nothing with the trouble it's caused.
Got the tow truck to bring me here this morning. I was at 5 people in front of me. Sat here, my vehicle is like almost on empty, no charge. We got people sitting in line right now who actually, their charge, the EV is actually disabled because they can't even make it pull up to the machine.
And the charging stations at the Saturday Park public charging park are full, so full, that some EVs
charges. They say the charges are fast. It takes 2 hours to charge a car. So here in this Evergreen Park parking lot with temperatures in the single digits, there are dozens of EVs sitting in the cold, waiting for a chance to be charged. Well, if we consider the idea of owning one, my conclusion is, as far as the drive and everything, it's real nice, but not Chicago. I can do with it.
That's NBC Chicago, Charlie Wilson. I mean, I'm sitting here giggling the entire time. This thing is a bus. Much of the country can't use electric vehicles. I mean, what Marcus said in the story, you have to come up here, wait 2 hours to get to the charger. They tell you it's fast, but then it takes 2 hours to charge your car, and that's one of the fast chargers. So if you want to go out on a drive and you see that your electric charge is low, well, if it's a gas-powered car, you go to a station, which is generally within a mile of your house, and it takes 5-6 minutes to fill up your tank. Full. You can fill a half tank or a quarter tank probably in 2 minutes. But 4 hours?
Hope you got a food and water supply.
And it's 17 degrees outside with a wind chill below zero. And you're going to spend 4 hours just because, what, you wanted to drive to work? You wanted to go to the shopping mall? And these poor saps who believed all this stupid hype and was intimidated by the government, I guess I'm just going to stand here for 2 hours and then wait 2 hours to charge. And then when you're done, it's still 17 degrees out, so you're still going to lose the charge very rapidly, and you're going to have to do it all over again very soon. I mean, in Norway, half of the new cars purchased are electric. And the Norwegian Automobile Federation found that EVs lose 20% of their driving range in the cold. And that can more than double if you had your car's heating system on full blast. I looked up Norway the other day because there was a similar story. And the average temperature in Oslo, Norway, the average in January is 25 degrees, which means even the high temperature is barely out of the low 30s. So nearly all the day is at freezing or below, which means nearly all the day you're going to lose 20% of your driving range. And then another 20% if you have the heat up. And if it's 25 degrees, you're going to have the heat up. So you've lost 40%. Then you have to stand in the line for 2 hours, and then you have to take 2 hours to charge it, even if you're at the fast station, because the chargers work really slowly in the cold, too. Here's another story. This was also out of Chicago, that Tesla supercharging stations have become what residents are calling Tesla graveyards. This is Tesla. And they were supposedly the success at this. EV owners have spent days crowded around charging stations, hopelessly trying to power up their cars, temperatures as low as -5, and left with no option but to hire a flatbed truck to bring their vehicles home. By the way, this cold snap's going to be going on all week up in the Midwest and the Northeast. So it drains the batteries twice as fast, and it kills their ability to generate power if you have regenerative braking. And then it slows the charging process. If you're at -5, an electric car will have less than 50% of its full range. Sometimes the charging is not possible at all. And the number of EVs in Chicago and the difficulty the owners were having caused these long lines to build up at the supercharging station. And then the cars started dying while the owners were waiting in line. And so it created this Tesla graveyard. Here's one guy named Tyler Beard. He was at a Tesla charging station in
supper, and he started charging his Tesla on Sunday afternoon. Nothing, no juice, still on 0%. And this is like 3 hours out here after being out here 8 hours yesterday. So the guy spent 11 hours in the freezing cold trying to charge his Tesla. No, thank you. If you're headed to these electric vehicle dealerships right now, turn around, go home. This is crazy. It's a disaster. Seriously, said another owner, Charlize Nizel. Very frustrating, said another one. I want Elon Musk to do something about this. Some Tesla owners even found they're unable to open their doors because of the freezing temperature. Door handle mechanisms didn't work. This is crazy. I mean, this is flat out not going to work at a certain latitude in this country. I mean, there's a lot of states right now getting freezing temperatures because this storm came in from the Arctic with a cold front, and it dropped temperatures really low all the way to the south. Even in Texas, they were expecting freezing temperatures. I know even in Florida, temperatures are supposed to be down in the low 40s tonight. So this is a bust, but don't worry, you're going to hear Gavin Newsom still promoting this stuff. There's plenty of cold temperatures up in Northern California. You're still going to hear Northeastern governors promoting this crap, and Biden as well. More coming up. Come Cobell Show. Deborah Mark live in the Camp Life 24-hour newsroom.
Wood burning is banned in much of the Southland due to a forecast of high air pollution in the area. The ban on indoor and outdoor wood burning will be in effect until at least midnight in the non-desert portions of LA County and all of Orange County. Pakistan says Iranian strikes have killed 2 children. Officials called the attack an unprovoked violation by Tehran. A federal judge is siding with the Biden administration, blocking JetBlue Airways from buying Spirit Airlines, saying the $3.8 billion deal with reduced competition. Southland weather from KFI sunny, high 60s to low 70s. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh grocery store from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Shopping Center. Let's go places. We're going back to the 14 Bass Head Rock. 14 southbound on the right at Escondido Canyon Road. A really tough crash and an overturned accident. Only the left lane is open there. In Houston Lane, a 710 northbound Whittier Boulevard. Got that accident making its way to the right shoulder at close from Atlantic and East Boulevard. South LA 110 northbound at Manchester Avenue. Still got the 3 right lanes blocked by an overturned truck. It is stopped from the 105. Again, your best alternates are going to be Figueroa, Hoover, the west of the freeway, or Avalon to the east. So take that north and get back on the 110 right at Florence. And in Ontario, 15 northbound to Memphis to the eastbound 10. That's Stone, center divider of that transition. KFI in the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm getting on that. Everything's better with avocado. And they're on sale now at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Get 4 large half avocados for $5. Now through January 16th. While supplies last. Amazon Fresh has wellness for every wallet. Find a store near you.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out, help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. In a small Tennessee town, a killer was caught by unlikely investigators, high school students, and their teacher, Alex Campbell. Though the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation supports their theory, no charges have been filed. Murder 101 follows the students as they endeavor to complete the assignment. Once you start getting a few tips or a few leads or good invitations, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore. Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Looking for savings during this time of high living costs? Look no further. At the Monitoring Center, we offer the lowest cost monthly rates for your home or business security. No long-term contract and the best customer service in the industry. Trusted by thousands for over 20 years. Switch to the Monitoring Center today and get 6 months free. Save your money. Call today. Certain conditions may apply. 1-877-4999. How about a simple New Year's resolution? One that even I was able to achieve. Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair Simple 1-day FUE treatment. You're going to feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing back in places that have been balding or thinning restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are their top priority of the entire advanced hair team. Celebrate the new year with a full head of hair, so get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 844-333-HAIR. 844-333-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like
With a little bit of
extra stuff. I felt like a lot of interesting movie magic facts, a lot of cat grooming facts,
and a Forrest Gump impression.
not a bad day.
Not too shabby. And next week is Blood Drive.
Oh yeah. I've got some good facts about the Bloodmobile.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home?
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello, Angela.
Hi, Jenna.
I feel like we're both full of beans today.
Full of beans? Does that mean
full of energy?
Oh, gassy beans.
I guess. I mean, we're not gassy. I'm not gassy.
Well,
I do have hot feet today, though. My feet are very warm.
I don't get hot feet. My feet are always cold.
I bought a new pair of shoes. I love them. Look at them. Look how cute they are.
Oh, they're so cute.
Right? But they have like a Sherpa lining in them.
Why, if you have a tendency for hot feet, would you get shoes with Sherpa?
I don't have a tendency for hot feet. I have a tendency for cold feet, but it's a 90-degree day today. But I wanted to wear them because they're so cute. Here's the other thing. They're a half size too big because they only come in full sizes, so I have to wear a thick sock with a Sherpa lining. On a 90-degree day, I've got hot feet.
All for fashion, y'all. All for fashion.
Well, you know me.
I know you. Listen, when you look up fashion, athletic fashion and athletic,
it's me.
It's you.
And this shoe is a fashion athletic shoe.
You know what? I'm going to take a picture of it. It's high fashion.
All right. Today we're talking about Blood Drive, Season 5, Episode 18, written by Brent Forrester and directed by Randall Einhorn.
It's Valentine's Day.
Yeah, this was our Valentine's Day episode. It was also the 90th episode of The Office. Wow. That's not even a fast fact. I haven't even gotten to fast facts yet.
Do you have a lot of fast facts? I feel like this means you have a lot of fast facts.
I have a fun fast fact.
What is it?
Well, let's do a summary first. You know I have to go in order, lady.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it is Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a blood drive taking place in the parking lot of the Scranton Business Park. Michael meets a young woman while giving blood, but he passes out before he can get her name and phone number. So he decides to throw a Lonely Hearts party for the office.
Well, he's grumpy because he's single, and, you know, he doesn't want to celebrate Valentine's Day.
He doesn't, and he certainly doesn't need Jim and Pam and Phyllis and Bob rubbing their couple's lunch in his face.
Their couple's love in his face.
Exactly.
I don't need love in my face today. That's what Michael was saying, not me. I want love in my face. What?
I don't know. Okay.
July
Fast fact
12th,
number 1.
2024.
What? You look so
Never
excited.
get to play
Are you still laughing about love in my face?
I am.
Okay, what's fast fact number 1?
Fast fact number 1 are some facts about our Bloodmobile.
Okay.
in our parking lot.
It reminded me a little bit of like the work bus.
Yeah.
Do they have one bus they just trick out for everything?
No, ma'am.
Oh,
Randy Cordray told me we used a real bloodmobile from the Providence St. Joseph's Hospital in Burbank. We had it for 3 days. So on Monday, the set dressers went in and they turned it into kind of a more generic looking bloodmobile for our purposes. On Tuesday, we did all of our scenes inside the bloodmobile. And on Wednesday, it was staffed with actual nurses, and anyone in the cast and crew could actually donate blood.
I remember that because everyone was walking around with a little sticker that said I gave blood, and I didn't have one. I felt a little shame.
I was on location that day. That's the day we shot the restaurant stuff, so I didn't get to give blood that day either.
Well, I went to give blood, and they turned me away.
Because of your tininess and
because you have to weigh at least 110 pounds to give blood. It's true. So they turned me away. What? That's a fact.
I know.
Okay.
It's true. No, that is true.
It is true.
I've never been turned away from giving blood.
Well, I'm a
hardy lady.
You're not hardy.
Yes, I am.
You're what the kids call thick. THICC. By the way, I'm only saying that because someone wrote in one of my comments on Instagram, oh, Angela is thick, and I had to Google it. I think it's a good thing, lady. I think it means we got a little junk in her trunk, but in all the right places.
Okay, well, then I'll take it as a compliment.
Well, according to Urban Dictionary, it's a good thing.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, now it's fast fact number 2, and I'm just so excited, lady.
Okay.
Because I looked up the history of blood drives and bloodmobiles.
You guys, I want you to know, a few days ago, Jenna texted me and was like, I'm really excited about my fast fact number 2. And I was like, okay.
Here's the thing. I'm a little bit of kind of a science nerd.
You are.
Like, my favorite book that I read in the last 2 years is this book called The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Do you know what it's about?
I have no idea.
Okay. This woman in 1951, she had a cancer surgery, and they took some of her cells. This was like a thing where like you donate, I'm putting that in quotes, your cells for medical research, but it's without your consent. Well, anyway, this woman's cells were so hardy. They are like the basis of all of the most important medical research to this day. Like her cells are why we have a polio vaccine. It's amazing.
She's like superhuman.
It's just like her contribution to science is overwhelming, and yet her descendants and her family have never been compensated.
Oh.
And so the book is fascinating, and my research into blood drives and bloodmobiles, it touches on that same part of me that is just fascinated by like medical discoveries. So are you ready?
I wish you could see Jenna right now, you guys. She is so animated. Her hands are moving like she's spinning her fingers out. She's pointing and then she's reaching to the sky. Go.
So in order to talk about blood banking and bloodmobiles, we kind of have to start with people's fascination with the idea that blood carries disease.
Okay.
Now this goes back to the Egyptians. They would do that thing where you would cut yourself and let yourself bleed out your sickness. Okay. So it's like they're on the right track. Like, yes, your blood can have things in it that are making you sick, but this is not the solution, right?
Right.
So
Like,
right idea, wrong solution.
Wrong solution. I feel like there was like a little house on the prairie where they put a bunch of what are those things in the
Leeches?
swamp? Leeches all over someone to bleed them out.
Same idea.
Okay.
So then someone got the idea that what you need is you need like to give the person with the sick blood healthy blood, a blood transfusion.
Yeah.
Okay. The first attempted blood transfusion that I could find dates back to 1492. Warning, it's a bit morbid.
Okay.
Pope Innocent VIII, was going into a coma. So they took the blood of 3 10-year-old boys and they put it in the Pope's mouth as a transfusion, but all of them died. The Pope and the boys.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, that is gruesome.
Very gruesome.
Barbaric.
Yes.
Slightly scary. Might haunt me. Continue. I'm very sorry. Okay, the first sort of successful blood transfusion was in France in 1667. King Louis XIV's doctor took the blood out of a sheep and he put it into a 15-year-old boy who survived. Now, why? Was the boy sick, or was this just an experiment? I think he needed it. Okay. I think it was a medical emergency, and they were like, let's try this. Okay. I'm not 100% sure. I probably should have given the disclaimer that this is another segment of a lady who Googles. Okay. 4 to 5 articles. So then we had a lot of general blood science discovery that happened in the early 1900s. Like, we discovered that there are 4 main blood types, right? They figured out how to match people together, a donor and a recipient of blood. Do you know your blood type? I don't. I should know because they told me when I had my kids. So when I had Isabel, I found out I was A positive, and so is she, and so is my mom. Hey, we're all A positive. I always think to myself, oh, remember to look that up so you know your blood type. Oh yeah, it's so fascinating. Okay, go. I think we should put that on our driver's licenses. Our blood type. Yeah, I think that would be smart. I think that's a good idea. So anyway, I'm so sorry. I hope you're interested in this history. I find it fascinating. Stay with me. So now we're going to go to Russia, okay? Okay. And this doctor in Russia realizes what I need to do is take blood from one person to another person. And so they would do these person-to-person transfusions, okay? The problem is that it was really hard to get a giver to a recipient in time. Like the convenience, right? Right. So that was working. Person-to-person blood transfusions were working. It was great, but there was a time factor and there was like a convenience factor. Mm-hmm. That is when a doctor in Chicago named Bernard Fantis had the idea of getting donors and storing their blood. And this was possible because they learned there was something you could add to blood to keep it from clotting. Okay. So now blood storage was possible, and they believe that Bernard Fantis is credited with creating the first blood bank. Okay, go Bernard. But perhaps the most important contributor to live donor blood drives was Dr. Charles Drew. Remember this name. Okay, Dr. Charles Drew. He was an American surgeon and medical researcher. He dedicated his life to researching and improving the techniques for blood storage and blood transfusions. His research is what has contributed to the creation of large-scale blood banks. They are the reason why the American Red Cross was able to collect more than 13 million pints of blood during World War II. And it also appears that the Bloodmobile was the brainchild of Dr. Charles Drew. Dr. Charles Drew? Yes. Because now, you know, the thing could come to you and get your blood. By the way, January is National Blood Donor Month. It's always a good New Year's resolution, and you can find ways to give blood at the Red Cross website. There you go. I loved all of it except for the beginning part. I know. I'm sorry for the beginning part, but that is the first blood transfusion on record according to the 4 to 5 websites that I read. Anyway, read the book, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. It's really good. Okay. Also, Dr. Charles Drew. Dr. Charles Drew. We're having a blood drive episode because you created the Bloodmobile. We couldn't have had one in our parking lot without him. All right, fast fact number 3. We got a lot of mail. People want to know who played the woman giving blood in the truck with Michael. Chelsea D said, I thought the way Michael met that woman at the blood drive is one of the best meet cutes I've ever seen on a TV show. Well, everyone, she was played by Katie Asselton. She is a delight. I adore her. She's so sweet. We know her. Yes, we're friends with her. You guys, you probably recognize her from The League or Togetherness or Legion. She's so good in Legion. So good. Oh, man. Well, we reached out to her. We did. And she told us how she got her role on The Office.
Hi, guys. I hope you guys are great. I miss seeing your faces, but I'm thrilled that you reached out. Getting to work on The Office has and will ever be just a real career highlight for me. what a thrill. It was my first big job. So, yeah, what a way to start, right? So let me just jump right in to answer. Allison Jones, who is a champion of so many of us, was a champion of mine. She is from Maine, and I am from Maine, and we just have always had that really beautiful connection. But she called me in for this, and you know when an audition just clicks, and this one felt that way, and it was like one of those things where I was like, oh man, this like might actually happen, and it did. They bought it. And that it really like started everything for me. I got just instant cred getting to be a part of that show, and I'm just like, what a fun first role it was.
So cool. You know, I hadn't watched this episode in a long time. And when it got to that scene, I was like, oh my God, there's Katie. And she is so incredibly charming. Like, I want her and Michael to date, you know? I know. They're so cute. Same, Angela, when I saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, it's Katie. And she's an amazing actress. She's also a director. She's directed 3 films. Her latest film is starring Diane Keaton, Elizabeth Lale, and Nicole Byer. It's called Mac and Rita. She's in post-production on it now, and I told her that when it comes out, we'll put a shout-out in the pod so that people can find it. Yeah, that's a great cast. Well, lady, that is all of my fast facts. Well, I think we should go to break, because when we come back, I might need to throw Jim a little shade. Really? Yeah. I can't wait to find out why. I might have something tacky to say. Oh, those are always my favorite messages. What do you mean? You'll like text me and be like, hey, can you call me? I have something tacky to say. And I'm like, oh, I can't wait. I'm like, I drop everything. I have to call Angela. All right, we'll be back. Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and thyme mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life. 1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. Yeah. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, And then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, hint, or even on really long flights. Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. Angela, while you were getting tea during your break, Sam told me something beyond fascinating that I didn't know. It's more news about blood. What? Sam, will you please share?
Yeah, they have blood donors and banks just like for humans, but for dogs.
Aww.
And they do the same thing. They donate little pouches of blood.
And Sam got to meet a dog that donates his blood once a month at your vet.
His name is Ben, and he's a golden retriever, and he has a little vest with a heart on it.
Aww.
He's a very good boy.
Oh, that is so sweet. Boy. That is like stuff I don't even think about. But of course. All right, should we get started? Let's get started. Guess what? What? There is a rep from Techstar who says there's a whole new operating system for the phones. And he could meet with Michael Scott, but Michael Scott's never around. I wonder why. Well, Pam says if they get this new phone system that allows the caller to contact the salespeople directly, that's basically 95% of her job. So she is clearly never letting this guy meet Michael because she doesn't want to lose her job. I don't think Michael would ever let her go. I just want to say, Pam, you don't have to worry because Michael thinks you're his personal secretary. Yeah. So even if you got that phone system, you know what it would mean? She'd probably have to spend more time with Michael. You wouldn't be as busy. So he'd be like, Pam, come in my office. It's true. I have to say, I appreciate when a person answers the phone when I call a business. Me too. I wouldn't like that new phone system. I like to get a human. I do too. I'm chatty. Well, I want you to know at 49 seconds, there were a few messages taped to Pam's desk. I saw the same thing. You did? Okay. I want to know who Nick is. Oh, yeah. There's a message on a Pinstar Post-it note, which, by the way, Pinstar was a bank branch in Pennsylvania. Love those details. Nick in office all day. Yeah. That's what the note said. I mean, who is Nick? Well, I know who Nick will be. Nick will be our IT guy. Nick will be? No, Nick will be our IT guy. No, I'm sorry. That just made me laugh. Okay, so we don't know who Nick is, but someday in the future, we're going to have an IT guy named Nick. Yes. Also, Jenna, was that your grocery list? It was my grocery list. I know you're getting green tea. And pomegranate seeds and pine nuts. What was happening? Okay, there was this salad I really liked at the time, and it had pomegranate seeds and pine nuts in it. When I saw that sticky note, I was like, oh my gosh, I should make that salad again. I loved it. I thought I recognized your handwriting. I was like, that's Jenna's grocery list. It was. Did you also notice there is a photo of me and John on my desk? We're standing up. This was our engagement photo. Yeah, we did this special photo shoot. It was the day that we shot at Jim's parents' house when he's showing me around. We brought this extra set of clothes and we posed in the backyard. Jim has one on his desk too. He does, but on his desk, I'm sitting on his lap. Right. And on yours, you're standing. Yes. So this was, I think they went out for this Valentine's Day episode, our engagement photos. Jim's going to come to Pam's rescue. He's like, Michael Scott here. And then this next bit was so funny. And Jenna, you were so excited to be part of it. I remember you were so excited. Because, Michael walks out and is like, hey. And Jim is like, Jimbo. And instead of Michael being like, what are you talking about? He's instantly like, ooh, what are we doing? We're doing a bit. We're doing a bit. I'm so excited. And then all of a sudden, everyone's Fonzie. I know. It was really fun. We were laughing on the day when we shot that. It was so fun to do those. I feel like I should let you know that the phone tech rep was played by Rob Brownstein. He looked familiar to me. Well, he's been on Monk. He was also on the short-lived Law & Order Los Angeles. Oh.
He's been on Breaking Bad and on Mad Men. But lady,
What?
his latest movie,
Yeah.
which has not come out yet.
Oh, no. No, wait. Is it John Wick?
No.
Oh.
It's called Hummingbird.
Oh, I'll go see it.
It's a sci-fi movie. Listen to the tagline.
I'm in.
When beloved telepathic superhero Hummingbird, also known as Lola Laxman, is left for dead after a major battle, she makes a deal with the devil to save her life.
Sign me up.
Sign us both up.
Yeah.
We're going to go see Hummingbird.
I want to be in the sci-fi with you. Listen, you know what? You can be the science lab tech lady that comes in and gives the science behind the thing.
Okay. You know what I would love to be in is a movie like, what's it called?
Outbreak.
No. No. Not that movie. With Kurt Russell. The Thing.
Ew.
The Thing.
Ew.
Yeah.
Gross.
Have you seen it?
I feel like I saw part of it and I had to bail.
It's so good. The practical effects in that movie are outstanding. All right, should we get into this episode?
We should. There is a Valentine's Day blood drive happening, as you guys know. And I want to point out that the Scranton Business Park went all out with decorations.
They really did.
I mean, there's a Happy Valentine's Day banner. There's 3 red cupids shooting heart arrows, big hearts with love messages all on the walls. There's like a vase with like little plastic hearty things on the counter. There's a giant heart on the elevator doors that opens when they get in. Who is decorating the Scranton Business Park? I have a theory.
What's your theory?
I think it's Phyllis. She's married to Bob Vance. He's one of the 5 families.
You might be right, since she can't be the Dunder Mifflin party planner anymore.
Yeah, she's like, Bob, I've got a bin of hearts and cupids. I can put them around the lobby.
I love Phyllis's voice when she's talking to Bob. Well, we also find out that it is Jim and Pam's first and only Valentine's Day as fiancés.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see it 2 minutes, 41 seconds that Pam's got some real cute dangle pink earrings and a sassy ponytail?
I love the sassy ponytail.
Me too. I do love a sassy ponytail.
Kelly has received a Valentine from a secret admirer. She opens it up. It says, roses are red, violets are blue. It's time for your dental cleaning and maybe a checkup too.
I want to say that this resonated with me. I have been Kelly, where I've gotten what looks like a personal holiday card, and then it's from like my dry cleaner.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Or a Valentine's Day card that I think, or birthday. Do you ever get the birthday greetings from like
you get a birthday greeting from your gynecologist?
Exactly.
At Christmas, a lot of businesses will send out like a company Christmas card.
Yeah.
I tape them right up with all my family and friends' Christmas cards. It just tickles me to be like, oh, there's like my friend's family. They're so cute. And there's my aunt and uncle. And there's my air conditioning company. Yep. Right there with a little wreath over a giant air conditioning unit. It goes up on the wall, guys, if you send it to me.
This is true about you. Should we talk about Pam's beautiful Valentine's Day floral arrangement?
Oh, we shall. And I'm putting on my glasses for this conversation.
Wow.
At 3 minutes and 3 seconds, we get a real nice shot of this flower arrangement that Jim gave Pam. And now I'm about to be tacky.
Oh, okay.
Here it is. I had a friend growing up who worked at our local flower shop. She told me that carnations are the cheapest flower, and they use them to fill out arrangements. And another cheap flower they use are daisies. So if you want to go cheap, you get carnations and daisies. Jim's Valentine flowers are all carnations and daisies, I'm just saying.
I noticed it as well. So I looked in the script. I wanted to see if there was a script note about Jim's flower arrangement to Pam.
I want to hear it because I have a theory that I will prove. I think I can prove it.
Okay. Here is what the script said. There was a note. There is a small bouquet of non-rose flowers on Pam's desk.
Okay. Well, I think Phil Shea from Props ran with this because later in the episode, when they go to the fancy restaurant with Bob and Phyllis, this same arrangement is on all the tables. Really? Yes. And if you look up cheap flowers for big events, carnations and daisies, if you have an event like a wedding or whatever, they help fill out the arrangements. So I think Phil was like, okay, great. I can get this small bouquet of the same arrangement that I'm doing for the dinner at the restaurant. Yeah. So in Jim's defense, I don't know, maybe it helped out our props department.
Well, I'll also have you know, in the same scene at 3 minutes and 17 seconds, my grocery list is gone. So we obviously shot this on a different day. Yeah, I've been shopping now. So in case you were worried, I got all my stuff.
Michael does not like the flowers. No, he's not a fan. He puts them on the floor.
He
He doesn't want to see them. I was like, you know what? I get that he doesn't want to see them. The floor, couldn't he just like put them like on one of those tables behind her?
I don't know.
He wouldn't be able to see them.
Well, he goes up to Jim and he says, I need to have a word with you. And he says that today is a very difficult day for many people in the office and that Pam and Jim's sexy vibes are creating a hostile work environment.
This whole conversation made me laugh so hard. First of all, it's kind of in hushed tones, you know? And they're saying ridiculous things in hushed tones. That was always really hard for me.
Yeah.
And when you were like, Michael, you do not get to be in our relationship.
Lady, I wrote that down because I remember making a choice to say that as if it's not the first time I've had to explain it.
It was really good.
I wanted it to have history.
It did. It really paid off.
Well, we had a fan question from Maddie L who says, when Michael asks Jim to have a word with him, he starts to stand up as if he's going to head to Michael's office, but then awkwardly sits back down when Michael chooses to sit on Jim's desk instead. Was this improvised? I think it was. I looked in the script to see if there was any
Stage direction.
Yeah, there wasn't, except that it clearly says they don't move into Michael's office. They stay at Jim's desk. So I think that feels like something that John and Steve probably found in the moment. It's very funny.
100%. And I feel like those guys, you know, we've talked about this a lot. By this time, everyone knew their characters so well. So those tops and bottoms of a scene, you could kind of play around a little bit. And it looked like them just having fun.
It's time to talk about Dwight.
I feel like Dwight, how do I say this? I feel like this episode really shows so much of who Dwight is. There's deleted scenes where he talks about the Bloodmobile being a vampire magnet after dark. He's ready for anything and everything, you know?
Yes.
And he has a lot of stuff to share about how his body can do things.
Yes. The nurse is trying to take blood, but she can't find a vein. Well, you know why? He's hidden it from her. And when he's ready, he's going to pop it on out for her.
Yeah.
Then he has a talking head where he tells us he can also retract his penis up into himself.
Yeah. He says, I train my major blood vessels to retract into my body on command. Also, I can retract my penis up into itself.
We had a fan question from Robin T.
Robin, go.
Dwight's lines about retracting his blood vessels and penis is one of my favorite quotes from the entire show. It is so absolutely absurd and hilarious and so very Dwight. I want to know everything about this line. Was it scripted? How hard was it to get through? I'll tell you, it was scripted, but this was an alternate talking head. This is not the one that appeared in our shooting draft. So I wasn't there when they shot it, but I have to imagine it was very difficult to get through.
Well, it's Michael's turn to give blood, guys.
Wow, that's a big needle, he says.
Are you squeamish around needles?
I can give blood. I don't get faint or anything, but I don't like to watch it. Yeah, I don't like to see the needle go in my arm. I don't like to see the bag fill up, but I don't like get faint or weird around blood.
Yeah.
If someone's bleeding, it doesn't make me faint.
Yeah, same.
Okay. Michael, on the other hand, is very nervous, but luckily there's a lovely young woman also giving blood, and they start joking around.
Yes.
We asked Katie about this scene. I wanted to know, did she do any research into the process of giving blood and all of that? And here's what she had to say.
I didn't do any research for this role, but I didn't need to because my character was just nervous. and pleasant. And I didn't have to dig super deep to access those emotions. But I do have a very funny anecdote about being nervous, or my character being nervous, is that my first line was me just laughing nervously and saying, "I'm so sorry, I'm so nervous." And Steve kept cutting, and he would be like, "Oh, no, it's okay, we'll go again. And finally I was just like, I think it's my line. I think that's what I'm supposed to say. But that has always made me laugh. And of course, yes, I was thrilled to work with Steve. To get the show was its own triumph, but then to have my scene be with him was just like, I was over the moon.
I love that story about Steve because he was such a caretaker like that. He would want our guest actors to feel really comfortable. And he'd be like, "Oh, no, it's okay. We'll start again. We'll wait till you're comfortable." I was like, "No, it's actually my line." I would also be relieved if the first time I ever had to be in a scene with Steve, I got to just laugh nervously and say I was nervous. Yes, because it would be so truthful. Such an honest moment.
Yeah.
There's a third person in this scene. It's the nurse. She was great. I wondered if she was a real Bloodmobile nurse, since that was a real Bloodmobile.
Yeah, and she seemed kind of no nonsense, like very comfortable there.
Well, she was in fact an actress. Her name is Julie Ramallah. She has not been on Monk or Law and Order, but she was on several episodes of The Young and the Restless, as well as many movies and TV shows.
Well, Michael's going to make the mistake of looking at his blood bag. He freaks out a little, and he says to her, "Tell me a story, say something, distract me." And she says he's cute. And he's, I think, so happy. And then he shares that he didn't eat for 3 days because he was so nervous about giving blood, and he passes out.
Yes, we had a fan question. Many people wanted to know, how do we do these scenes of people giving blood? Some people wanted to know, did they actually give blood? No. Oh my goodness.
No. Not in the episode.
Well, yes, the next day, but not while we were filming. No.
The next day with trained professionals and not actors pretending to take blood.
Correct. I found out how they make fakey blood.
Oh.
Thanks to Randy Cordray.
How do they do it?
All right. It's a combination of water, food coloring, and you're not going to believe it. One more thing. Wait. You'll never guess.
Wait. I want to try a guess.
You can eat it.
I thought you could eat it. I was going to say like Jell-O.
Nestle's Quick.
Oh!
Yeah. That thickens it a little, I guess.
Yeah.
So our blood was all made by our special effects team led by Ron Neri. Had to make fakey blood that day.
Fakey blood. Well, I thought the reveal of Hank when Michael comes to was one of the best moments. I laughed so hard. It was so perfect. And then he calls the nurse a waitress. He's like so out of it. And he finds her glove.
He does.
And this starts his whole mission to find her. To return the glove.
Yeah, like Cinderella's slipper.
I know, it's really cute.
We have one more clip from Katie where she just shares her memories of her time on the show. I asked her, anything stick out to you? And Angela, wait until you hear what she says.
Oh, I can't wait.
I don't remember a ton of details about my time on set, except for that you guys were on your last day of like a very, very, very long cycle of shooting, and everyone was just dead, tired, and just ready for a hiatus. So that is what I remember. But they were lovely. Everyone was great. But just like the talk was all about how this hiatus was just so needed. So that's what I remember. That and that you guys moved so quickly. It was like the fastest. I don't even know if I got lunch that day. Like I showed up, I did my scene, and I'm pretty sure you guys banged me out and I didn't even get a free lunch.
All right. This was, remember early on, we had to do 18 episodes in a row so that we could create that hiatus for Steve to go do a movie.
Yeah.
this was that 18th episode.
We were so wiped.
Yep.
18 weeks of 12 to 14 hour days.
Yeah.
And you guys, you know, when you have that stretch of work where you leave work and it's dark out, and then you come back to work and it's still dark out. You know what I mean? Because you're there so early.
Yeah.
And you're just like, and you sort of all look at each other and joke and be like, see you in a few hours.
There's a whole thing now. It's called clopening. And
Clopening.
And it's a lot of people who work in the service industry or in the food industry where you have to close the restaurant and then like a few hours later you have to open it.
Yeah.
Clopening.
Well, we were in the clopening phase.
We were.
That is hilarious to me because I do remember like when we would wrap after a big stretch like that, I would get like a cold. I would get sick.
We talked about that.
Yeah.
Right now we were about to all get sick, basically. And Katie clocked it and has remembered it all these years later. That's how tired we were.
We were so tired.
Next up is a scene I'm dying to talk about. It's in the conference room. Kelly and Meredith are decorating for the Lonely Hearts party. Is this a good time to talk about how Meredith is wearing the vest again?
Yes.
The sweater vest.
It is making its second appearance in the series pretty quickly because it was just in the duel.
Yes, this is the vest that I wore to a press event with John Krasinski. And by the way, it was not Betsy Johnson, it was Nanette Lepore.
Fancy. And Meredith loves it, clearly, and is wearing it again.
They were really, I think, rubbing it in my face. I take it personally. I'm kidding.
Well, there's something happening now that I, as an actor, am super jealous of. Because Jim and Pam are going to go to frickin' lunch with Bob and Phyllis.
Mm-hmm.
Jenna, I would have loved to have been there. That looked like so much fun. And I love it. It's like the thing we talk about when random characters get thrown together. What's going to happen? What's the chemistry? I lived for every scene. And there was so much more in the script. And there's more in the deleted scenes.
Phyllis and I were so excited for this storyline. We're the two St. Louis gals.
Yeah.
And we got to have this whole day of shooting together.
We got to talk about bowling.
Yes. We had a fan question from Joe S. Where were the restaurant scenes for the double date filmed? I will tell you. They were filmed at a real restaurant called Barsac Brazier. It was on Lankershim Boulevard in North Hollywood. We filled the restaurant with background performers who were pretending to be servers and diners. We had the restaurant for half a day. It is no longer in business, but that's where we were. And we ate their real food.
Well, if you look at the tables, there you're going to see Jim's bouquet of flowers to Pam on every table. I'll do a side-by-side in our stories. And I want to ask you, Jenna, about the scene with the bowling.
Okay.
All right. So Bob says, everyone here who's bowled a 280, please raise your hand. And you guys are like super impressed.
Yeah.
What's the highest bowling number?
300.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yes.
I know a lot about bowling. I don't know much about bowling.
Yes, 300 is if you get a strike in every frame.
Wowzers. Okay. Well, there was a whole other storyline where clearly the writers wanted Jim and Pam to be impressed by how cool Bob and Phyllis were. There's a whole other scene where you guys talk about how you went to Dave Matthews Band.
Yes, I remember shooting it.
And they had great seats and that Phyllis like went backstage and all this stuff.
Yeah, we're like, oh my gosh, Bob and Phyllis are kind of cool.
And then they excused themselves to the restroom.
We got some mail from Emily Y, who really appreciated the callback from Phyllis's wedding about Phyllis being a good bowler.
Oh, yeah.
I also enjoyed that. If you guys remember, Bob has a speech at their reception where he refers to Phyllis as, quote, a hell of a bowler.
That's right.
I think we should take a break before we go to Michael's Lonely Hearts party.
I do too.
Is that okay?
I think we should too. Before we go to break, I just want to say one thing.
What is it?
That I love that Bob says, I don't know how you work with that one jackass and then that new jackass and that other jackass.
Yeah, and Phyllis is like, he means Michael, Dwight, and Andy. And Jim's like, oh, I knew who he was.
I knew.
That's
All right,
great.
let's go to break.
We are back, and since I shared about my hot feet today, I thought I would also share about another wardrobe
malfunction that I discovered during my bathroom break, which is that I put my underwear on inside out today. Oh, I'm having that day, everybody. I think I look really put together today. Do I? Or is it no? You know, you didn't say yes. In fact, well, you got a look on your face like, how do I say this? You know what? You know what? I don't want you to move. Don't move. Oh, no. Don't move. I just want to take a picture of your hair, and then I'm going to answer. Okay. Now you just said, I feel pretty put together today. Now I want you to look at this. Okay. Okay. Now your outfit, lady, it's all happening. You have your little shirt and pants and your fancy sneakers. I like your look today. Good. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go to the Lonely Hearts party. Let's do. Because Michael wants to go around and have everyone tell their worst relationship story. Michael has this way of like, oh, you don't feel good? I want you to feel worse. Yeah, I think he thinks this is going to be, I don't know, bonding, cathartic. Well, you guys, we had to sit in a circle facing each other. We could not get through these scenes. We each went around and said the most ridiculous things. There was way more than what you're seeing here. There was more on the page. And we just were laughing all day. Also, for the supporting cast, we got to have Steve all to ourselves and interact with him and as Michael Scott and our characters. And it just was a freaking hilariously fun afternoon. I love how Oscar doesn't want to share, and then he clearly has been going on and on. Yeah, it actually in the script starts with Meredith, and she talks about the woman her husband left her for. I think we need to hear some of it. So, my husband ran off with some broad. Yeah, she was our garbage woman. I totally get it. I mean, she was strong. She had a career. She could heave a bag of garbage as high as a two-story house. So sorry, Meredith. My kids call her mom now. I guess it's for the best. God. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Well, let's. Who else? Kids. She said, my kids. I know. More evidence that there's more than one. More evidence. And then I don't know if you heard at the end, Steve as Michael goes, oh God, okay. Like every time he did that after everyone's story, it was so hard to keep it together. Michael tries to get Kelly to share, but she insists that I guess her heart wasn't broken, that Ryan's okay, that his heart was in the right place. Michael reminds her that his heart and body are now in Thailand having random sex. Awesome. Again, great pep talk, Michael. Angela had a talking head here. It's in the deleted scenes. I want to play it, Jenna, because I then want to read you what was my alt talking head. Because we talk a lot about how our alternate talking heads sometimes would just be all over the map. And I want you to hear the difference. Okay, play what would have actually ended up in the episode if we'd had more time. I do not have a Valentine this year. I recently got out of 2 long-term relationships, so I want to wait before I do that again. Okay, so that's what we shot. Okay, amazing. Here was my alt, one of my alts, guys. The major holidays are Christmas, Easter, and the 4th of July. Valentine's Day is bullshit. And then they said we could try it this way. Valentine's Day is bullpucky. But that was my alt. Well, Angela does share her, I guess, heartbreak story, which is that there was a time when she was in a relationship with 2 men, both of whom she loved, and they ended up dueling over her. And Oscar's like, we know, we were there, Dwight and Andy. And she's like, no, this was years ago when I was living in Ohio, John Mark and John David. Ohio! I know. John Mark and John David. What was her other wife? And then Oscar's like, wait a second, you had 2 sets of different men actually duel over you? And I had so much fun saying, I guess I have. And then your deleted talking head implies that you might do this a 3rd time, but you need a moment. I need a moment before you do that again. And then you guys, Oscar's whole story was so great. There was so much more to it. I wish it hadn't been cut. He talks about like the whole entire way he met this guy and how it all played out. And it really builds. And we're hanging on his every word. and a lot of that had to be cut for time, but it was really fun to shoot. We also find out where Andy is because, guys, he has not been in this episode at all.
Yeah.
Where is he? He is on his honeymoons. Yeah, Oscar said, you know, he had to put full deposits down that he couldn't get back, non-refundables, on these honeymoons. So he's just going and doing them all. He's got a hot air balloon thing, a massage. Lady, this got me thinking, how many times does this happen? Do people share about this where they had an engagement that got broken off and they've already paid for the honeymoon and who goes on it? I guess it happens quite a bit. I know someone it happened to. You do? What was the honeymoon destination? I think the honeymoon destination was Hawaii. And what they did was they each like canceled their plane ticket and they got the credit. And my friend came and visited me on what would have been her honeymoon week. Wow. So instead of flying to Hawaii, she rerouted it to LA, and then I took her to Laguna Beach, and we just hung out the week that it would have been her honeymoon. Oh my gosh, you have such a personal story about this. Well, in my search online about these stories, guess what I found? What? In March of 2019, the New York Times ran an article saying that traveling alone for your honeymoon is actually on trend. What? Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, wait, but the marriage happened. The marriage happened. And then you go by yourself on a honeymoon? You both go separately by yourself. They said it's been given two nicknames. Solo moons are uni moons. And according to Jessica Carbino, who's an online dating expert and a sociologist for the dating app Bumble, she says, frankly, the idea of separate honeymoons may signal the continued evolution of marriage. Given the all-consuming, with the partner needing to fulfill every role, physical, spiritual, emotional, and sexual, perhaps separate vacations is a recognition among some couples that all expectations cannot be met by a single person. This caused a stir on Twitter. Well, look at my face. I know, this whole article. So Helen Fisher from the Kinsey Institute, guys. I'm not related, but, you know, same last name. Helen Fisher, who works at the Kinsey Institute, said, perhaps I'm old-fashioned, but I think it should be marked. You are at a new stage in your life when you marry, and you are missing out on triggering the three most valuable brain systems for a lasting relationship. I'm with this. Same, like, oh my gosh, you just got married. This is a celebration of your union. Isn't the whole idea to go take a trip together? Yeah, I just think it's a milestone that is best celebrated together. I know. I mean, I do see the value in once you are married, and especially if you have kids, there is a great restorative, wonderful indulgence if you can take a trip solo, right? I mean, my dream vacation is me going and sleeping somewhere for 3 days, you know? So, yes, sign me up. But when you first get married, you've also been married a long time and you have young children, and the idea of that's what I'm saying. No, I've been married over 11 years, and yes, I'm thinking, what solo vacation? I mean, even now, if there's a chance that we could have someone watch our kids, I'd want to go somewhere with Lee for 3 days. We could just sleep. I think he'd like it too. I get excited when Josh and I can both run errands at the same time together. Like, yes. If I turn to him, that's sometimes a date night for us. It is. Like, if I turn to him and say, I got to go to Target, and he's like, oh, I can go too. I'm like, oh, no way. I'm so excited. I hear all of that. Here's the thing. I'll just say it. I like to be around my husband all the time. We don't even have to be talking to each other. I like to text him all day. I like to get his texts. I mean, I don't know. I like him. I know. I want to go on a honeymoon with him. I know. I want to go on a honeymoon with my person. Anyway, so Andy is on sort of a sad uni moon. Well, I'll tell you where he really was. Oh, where Ed Helms was. Yes. Ed was filming The Hangover in Las Vegas. Oh, that's right. This is when we had the crazy schedule for him. He was so tired, Jenna. Do you remember? He would get off the plane from Vegas and come straight to our set. Yeah. Here's what we did. It was this big negotiation between the studios. He would be on set with us Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We only got him 3 days. Right. Then he would fly after work and start work on The Hangover Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. He was working 7 days, but there were 2 weeks when he had to work on The Hangover all week, and this was one of those weeks. Remember, BJ was also gone right now filming Inglourious Bastards, so 2 of our fellows were off making movies. So they created these storylines for these guys so that they could do their movies. They got very creative with this idea of Andy being on his honeymoons because after this episode aired, NBC uploaded photos of Ed pretending to be on vacation. They put him in the Angela Martin, Andy Bernard wedding website. They had him pose in all these different outfits in front of a green screen. They had him scuba diving, standing in front of a hot air balloon in Napa Valley, and visiting Epcot Center. I think I might still have those. I found the one of him in front of the balloon. Yeah. And I also found the message that they wrote from Andy to everyone on the wedding website. It said this, quote, "Wanted all my bros and bras in cyberspace to know that the old nard dog is doing just fine." Back to our group of sadness. Kevin is going to share about his breakup from Stacy. Yeah, Michael decides to become a problem solver. He says there's got to be a way to get all the lonely people together. A mixer. First, Dwight says a giant net. Jenna, I thought that was an improv. And I went and looked in the script, and it was completely 100% written. It's so funny. It's so funny. But no, you're right. Michael is saying a mixer, a.k.a. an old-fashioned meat market. They're going to put up flyers. Yep. They're going to invite people, and on the flyer, Michael is going to make sure that he is, sending out a beacon to this lost glove lady. Yeah. And he says, you know what? Cupid is going to shoot his sparrow at unsuspecting victims. Yeah. His sparrow. A funny little bird, but he gets the job done. That's right. That tickled me because I feel like I get phrases 1 or 2 words off. You feel like it? You do. You do. Why is Sam applauding? Oh my gosh. Because we thought the same thing when you said it.
Like there's a debate to it.
I feel like it might be possible that in this moment, I really relate to Michael. When the mixer gets underway, 2 women enter. Yes, Lynn and Ree. Ree was played by Tate Hanyok. She's done a ton of comedy television work, everything from Scrubs, Community, Superstore. She has been on Monk, and I can't believe I'm going to say this. What? I was so excited. What? She has John Wick. No. Oh. I've seen John Wick. What? With Keanu Reeves? How does she know him? What? No. Oh my gosh. You are so on Keanu today. No. She was in a television pilot called Hummingbird. Oh my Lord. I should just know today all of your anecdotes are Hummingbird related. I mean, I couldn't believe it when I was looking her up. She played Sienna. The series was a thriller about a young girl who vanishes. The other lady who has entered is Lynn. She was played by Lisa K. Wyatt. This is her first of 4 episodes. Yes, she's going to become a love interest for Kevin. In addition to her numerous film, television, and commercial credits, such as Donnie Darko, Legally Blonde, and Days of Our Lives, Lisa Wyatt also does stand-up. And along with her husband, she coaches other actors in an acting technique called the Mechanics of Believability at the Acting Garage in Los Angeles. I thought she was very believable. There you go. Spot on. Did you guys all notice that Ree is dressed like Angela Martin? Yes, we got mail about it. People wanted to know if that was on purpose. I think so, yes. Yes, I think so. Yes. Well, Michael's going to bring Lynn right on over to Kevin. He wants to make a love connection. I mean, Michael's playing Cupid. He is. Kevin tries to chat her up, but he kind of keeps putting his foot in his mouth. He does mention the Circle Drive-In. That's a real place. I looked it up. It's in Scranton, and it's still in operation. One of my favorites, though, is when Michael tries to set up Meredith. He says, so Eric, you mentioned that you are in tool and die repair. I loved that. Yeah. Do you think he works at Crest Tool and Die? Probably. It's on the sign down in the lobby. Yes. This is like a business park, right? Yes, exactly. Eric says, I am. And then Michael says, well, Meredith recently had a total hysterectomy, so that's sort of a repair. All right, I'll let you talk.
Would you like a guest star breakdown on Eric?
I would.
He was played by Jason Rogel, and I found a very interesting crossover connection.
I know it.
Tell us, Angela.
Jason and I, when he played Eric, we didn't know each other. But years later, we would both be in the Netflix movie Tall Girl together.
Yes! So crazy!
I know, a little mini office reunion. He played the doctor, the pediatrician. When Steve Zahn, who plays my husband, and I, we go to meet with the pediatrician because our daughter is so incredibly tall at such a young age. And he played the pediatrician.
Should we go to the restaurant?
We should, because Bob and Phyllis have not come back from the bathroom.
No, and Jim and Pam are very hungry.
Their food is there. This is getting so awkward.
They're discussing when are you allowed to eat. And Jim says, did you get hot food? And Pam says, no, she got cold food. And he said, then I think you need to wait.
Right, you have to wait for the other people.
And Pam says, Bob got hot food. And I think his fries are getting cold. And then they start eating his fries. And then they eat his steak.
I know.
Did you see how I was really eating the steak? Lady, I was starving. I was like so excited to eat the fries and the steak. That was real. That's my real hunger.
I thought it rang pretty true, just knowing you the way I know you when you get hungry.
Yep.
You would not hesitate to take food off someone else's plate, especially because they hadn't been on that plate yet.
When I was a caterer,
would you take things?
And when I was clearing the tables, if there was like a roll or like part of a chicken breast that had clearly not been touched, I would eat it. I mean, I was hungry and I was a struggling actor. It was a free meal. I would sort of piece it together from everybody's plate. Let me tell you something, Angela, because you brought up food and eating for me. It's important to me. And it's so important to me, this idea of like being at a large dinner party and people are getting served food and when do you get to eat your food? But I actually looked it up once.
Like the etiquette of it?
Yes. And I read that in a large dinner party, if they're serving something cold, you have to wait for everybody to get their cold dish, like a salad or a cold soup, before you start eating. But if something hot is being served, after 2 or more people have been served that hot dish, you can begin eating while you wait for the rest of the party to get their dish. And I've stuck with that in my life. When I've been at, like, let's say a table of 10, if I get my hot dish, I'm the 4th person to get it. I start eating it because that's what the book said and because I want to. But I digged a little deeper. Okay, since we're on the topic of dining etiquette. Okay, here are some other dining etiquette rules for you. Apparently, if you get a dinner roll, etiquette says you should only butter 1 bite at a time. You shouldn't butter your whole piece of bread.
Get out.
Isn't that crazy?
I'm going to put butter all over it.
I butter the whole thing.
I want more butter.
But if you butter it 1 bite at a time, you're
double dipping.
But because you're using a special knife.
And you're putting it on your bread and you're taking a bite and then you're doing that knife on that shared communal butter again. Etiquette, I don't think you're right.
Well, that's what it said.
Okay.
Also, out of respect for the chef, you should always try several bites of your food before adding any salt or pepper.
Well, we always say that to our kids. Like, try it before you salt it, guys.
If someone asks you to pass the salt, do you know you're supposed to pass the salt and pepper together?
I do.
They're a pair. They like to travel together.
They travel together.
If you're enjoying a family-style meal, you're supposed to pass the dishes clockwise around the table.
Oh, gosh. At our family, it's like a free-for-all.
Same. Also, this one I found very interesting. If you leave the table and you're in the middle of a meal, do you know where you're supposed to put your napkin?
To the left of your plate?
That's what I thought. To the side of your plate.
Yeah.
Your chair.
What?
You're supposed to set it on your chair.
Gross.
My butt was just there. Why do I want to put that up? What?
No. Maybe your hot feet were tucked up under your butt.
I know. I could have a hot foot, inside out underwear chair.
Yeah.
That's gross. Why are we talking about my chair?
You brought up all of these things. The hot feet, your underwear, the chair. This is all your stuff.
Why are you making me talk about this?
Pam and Jim can't take it anymore. It's been so long. They're like, did they ditch us? Yeah. Where are they? Maybe they just left. Well, they go to look for them. Over by the restrooms. Yeah. And what do they hear moaning behind a door?
What's
It is on. They are clearly getting it on. Jim and
Donkey
Pam are
Kong.
horrified. But then, when they come back to the table, can we talk about Phyllis? She's chugging her water. She's so flustered. She's like sweaty, chugging her water. Phyllis should get an Emmy for that moment. She's so brilliant. It's so good. And then at 17 minutes, 35 seconds, can we please talk about the way that Bob Vance holds his fork when he starts cutting his steak? He's like got his fork in like a fist and he stabbed it into the steak and he's cutting it. He feeds it to Phyllis. I had a question about this moment. Okay. Yes. He says, do you want any steak? And she's like, sure. And he passes it over to her and she says, no mushrooms. He says, sorry, I forgot. And then she eats the steak. I was like, this is so nuanced. This feels so personal and intimate. Was this written? And I went to the script and this is not in the script. The whole steak thing isn't? Him feeding her in the mushroom. Wow, that's crazy because I just remember shooting it several times. So it must have been an on-the-day thing because it wasn't a one-time improv. Right. Because they had to set up that camera specifically to get that look from me and John. Right. And I remember that we had a hard time holding it because it was very funny. But my question is, was the mushroom thing an accident? I don't remember. When he stabs the steak, and maybe in real life Phyllis doesn't like mushrooms, maybe so she just improv no mushrooms. I don't know. It's so specific. It's so good. I loved it. Back at the mixer, Michael keeps looking at the door. He's really hoping Glove Girl will show up. And Dwight is like, why do you keep looking at the front door? Is someone after you? Okay, wait. We got a fan question about that from Amy P. She says, when Dwight asks Michael if someone's after him and Oscar says, why do you always go to that? Has anyone ever been after anyone in this office? Amy says, yes, Oscar. Roy. Yes, remember Roy? He was definitely after Jim and Dwight saved the day. Listen, Dwight is ready with weaponry all the time. There is a moment where a woman shows up who is not Michael's lady, and he turns her away. Everyone groans. I don't know that he turns her away, but she walks in and everyone is so excited for Glove Girl that when Michael's like, nope, they're like, nah. And she leaves. Yeah. This unnamed woman. I looked her up. Do you know who she is? Oh, I do. Dorian Frankel. She was Allison Jones' casting associate for The Office after Phyllis left. Let me tell you a little bit about Dorian. I met her a lifetime ago. Dorian, if you're hearing this, hi, it was so fun to see your face. We did improv together at Improv Olympic, also known as Iowa West. We were on a long-form team called, ready for this? Fluffers. Oh, Dorian, do you remember this? If you hear this, we were on a team called Fluffers. We would rehearse in her apartment, and she was lovely, and I'm so happy for her. She recently won an Emmy for casting Veep. Yes. So she's amazing. Dorian, oh my gosh, flash from the past. So that was my other crossover connection with a guest star in this episode. Amazing. Dwight has kind of zeroed in on Ree, woman who is dressed like Angela, but not for the reasons we think. Well, he finds out when they're talking that she works at a place that does catalogs for community colleges and small businesses. They must use a lot of paper. I mean, at first we're like, is he attracted to her? No, he's just trying to make a huge paper sale. Yes. Jenna, there was a lot in deleted scenes of like people just sort of chit-chatting, trying to flirt, trying to meet people, make conversation. Well, Creed talks to Lynn. Oh, he tries to strike up conversation with her. You gotta hear it.
How old are you? Wait, let me guess. 30. No. 60.
34.
Cool beans, me too. What year were you born?
Wow, I I know. First of all, he leads off with like, "How old are you?" Let me guess. And then he goes from 30 to 60. This is Creed trying to make small talk, guys.
I remember I was in a bar once and a guy tried to flirt with me by asking me how much I weighed.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, "I bet I can guess." And then he picked me up without my consent and then said a number. Fellas, there's so much wrong with this. I hope we don't have to break it down for you, but like, don't do that.
Yeah.
All those things.
Yeah. Don't say as your pickup line, "Let me guess your age or your weight."
Yeah. Don't put your hands on a lady unless she invites you to. So many things.
So many things. But you know who did spark some interest in Lynn ultimately was Kevin.
I know. And he's very charming in his just nervousness and honesty. And doesn't Brian kill it in the scene where he shows that she gave him her business card?
Yes.
It reminds me of that episode when they won their parking lot back from the 5 families.
And he's like, sometimes you just need things to go your way.
Yes, I mean, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it when he does that. Such a good actor.
I know.
Unfortunately, it looks like they're going to have to close down the party and Glove Girl never shows up.
Michael doesn't want to leave. He wants to keep waiting it out. And people stick around for a while. It's very sweet.
Even Angela.
Even Stanley.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Oscar's ultimately like, "No, come on, Michael. It's time. Let's all walk out together."
We got mail.
Okay.
Aiden M. wrote in to say, why did Michael never get to find the lady who left her glove in the blood drive van? It has driven me crazy, even though he ends up with Holly. And Diana P. went on to say, why didn't this storyline continue? I asked Katie about it because I was curious.
It just shows you how good of a job they did together in that scene, that people wanted to see more of the blood drive girl and Michael.
Well, the message boards after this episode aired were all for Love Girl. And here's what Katie had to say.
Oh man, you guys. So here is the thing about my experience is that when I auditioned, it was with the caveat that it was a possible recurring character. And so all I wanted was to perform well and to impress and to be asked back. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And I'm sure they had their creative reasons. But, oh boy, I wanted nothing more. And I'm happy with the time I got. That's for sure.
So, I will tell you, story-wise, why Glove Girl did not come back. It was not because we were not completely charmed by Katie and her performance. Because
she crushed it.
Clearly, yes. Michael has a talking head, and it's really written in this talking head. He says that this is the first time since Holly that he's even considered getting back into the dating marina.
Marina?
The marina. Like Cupid's sparrow.
Yeah.
And that was the story point of this episode, was not to introduce a new love interest for Michael. They ultimately decided. They were toying with this idea. But really, it was just for Michael to feel like he could connect with someone again. But ultimately, they're going to keep him on this trajectory toward Holly. But because of this storyline, he's not going to be kind of as broken when he does finally reunite with her. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, he's hopeful. He's
Yes.
getting a little bit of his confidence back.
Yes.
And that's important.
Yeah.
Well, the whole gang is going to leave the building. And Jenna, I just want you guys to know, when you watch us all exit, Mindy and I are just having a conversation.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm gesturing to my hair. I don't know what we're talking
I
about.
don't either. You're very animated.
Very animated. And then I feel like they sort of let us know that we were on camera, because then I go back to Angela Martin. and I do these little awkward waves goodbye. But everyone is very pleasant and nice to one another. Michael's Lonely Hearts Party was kind of a success. Yeah, I mean, they were all sort of lonely together. Yeah. This episode ends with a great tag. It's so funny. Found it very funny. Stanley goes into the Bloodmobile, and he's got a little bandage on his arm. He's got a cotton ball with a little bit of medical tape, and he says, "I'm so sorry. I gave blood earlier, and I'm still feeling a little woozy. Do you have a cookie? Can I have one of those cookies?" Right. And she says, "You know what? You have a cotton ball and medical tape, but we're using Band-Aids." Yeah, she's like, "Huh, weird." And behind him, Phyllis walks up. He's making a quick exit, and he just goes, "Band-Aid." And she's like, "Damn it." And then Creed leaves the truck with his blood in a bag, or someone else's. I'm not sure. To go where? To do what? I don't know, but this is what Dwight has been worried about the whole episode. I know. Where is Dwight? I don't know. Well, that was Blood Drive, everybody. That is Blood Drive, everyone. I'm going to go home. I'm going to put on different shoes. Cool off your feet. Don't put on any shoes. Just take shoes off. It's like 95 degrees out. I encourage you to get a pair of flip-flops. Yeah, and I guess I have to fix my hair. Well, you do have one guy that's going, he's like at attention. Just in your bangs. I'm growing my bangs out. Oh. So it's a transition. They're a strange length. It was a summer thing. We're moving into fall. Yeah, you gotta have your fall hairdo. That's right. I'm moving into, I don't know what my fall hairdo is yet, but we're transitioning out of bangs right now. I can't wait to see what your fall hairdo is. Well, I know I'm gonna get the truth from you. That's for sure. That's for sure. All right. I love you, lady. All right, guys, have a great week. We'll see you later. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico. Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Looks like they cleared up the lanes there. Still suffering.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, videos. Simplify your life. With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50. Save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
Did you know that the bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home? You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold. Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin'
What's going on, Possum Tits? Sure. I'll let them know right now, okay? You got it.
This was written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Randall Einhorn. It's a big day for Michael. Oh, it's a big idea for Michael. It's a big idea day for Michael. Here's your summary. Michael decides to execute a Willy Wonka-themed promotional idea. He is going to take some golden tickets. He's going to hide them in some paper shipments, and any company that finds a golden ticket gets 10% off. And it's not limited to one. Well, we're going to find that out. Yeah. This idea is going to backfire. He is going to pressure Dwight into taking the fall, but then that backfires. Yeah. A lot of ideas and a lot of backfires. A lot of layers here. Playing games. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Meanwhile, Pam, Jim, and Andy are all giving dating advice to Kevin. It's somewhat conflicting. Kevin's a little confused, but he's going to try to make a connection with Lynn from Blood Drive. Mm-hmm. From their Lonely Hearts mixer. Lynn is still in the mix from the mixer. Yeah. Let's get into Fast Facts. Fast fact number 1. This episode contains maybe one of the most famous office gifs of them all. You know what I'm talking about. A GIF or a GIF? It doesn't matter. You know the one we're talking about. Is it GIF or GIF? I don't know, guys. I've never known. I'll never know. Let's ask the 2 hip young people. Please, young people, tell us how to say it. I say GIF. No, I say GIF. Sorry.
I think the correct one is GIF, but it feels wrong. But everyone I know says GIF.
It's kind of like gift, but you take the T off. So I think it's GIF. Well, I've been saying GIF. I say GIF. There you have it. Also, what's a meme? what is a meme? A GIF is if it moves, and a meme is if it's still.
And also, I mean, people say GIF is correct, but keep in mind it stands for graphics interchange, whatever the F is. So it starts with a G. So it would be GIF, right? Graphics, G.
Yeah.
Right? There it is.
Okay, we'll put a poll, but yeah, okay. GIF is a peanut butter. I'm just saying. I like it. You know, I don't know. Well, while you're putting a poll, and since I brought it up, are you a crunchy or a smooth peanut butter? Smooth. Same. Get your peanuts out of my peanut butter. So there is a very famous GIF or GIF. Oh, I said it wrong again. Well, we don't know if you're saying it wrong, lady, but it's true. When Dwight looks at camera and has his hand up to his face, it's at the end of the cold open, and he says, it's true. That's everywhere. It even made it to USA Today's ranking of the top 36 GIFs of The Office. It's true was number 13. What's number 1? Number 1, that's what she said. No, but that's on the list, but it's not number 1. Number 1 was Michael from the Super Bowl cold open when he says, oh my God, it's happening. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's stress relief. Stress relief, yeah, where they're doing the fire drill. Yes. Do you want to know what number 2 is on their list? Is one of my favorites. It might be my number 1. Don't throw garbage at my head? No, it's Kelly. It is. I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you? Oh, yeah, that's a good one. But I would like to say that number 12 was Jim and Pam's air high five. We made it on the list, so I'm proud of us. I don't know that Angela Martin is on the list with dialogue, but I'm on every list if you type in eye roll. You've got an eye roll. I've got an eye roll, and I've got a real good one in this episode I'm going to point out. Fast fact number 2, speaking of the cold open, which gave us this famous GIF, it's all about knock-knock jokes. The guys are doing these knock-knock jokes with each other, and we'll break it down fully when we get there. So I watched this episode with Lee, and he said, isn't it amazing how the knock-knock joke is so universal? That if one person walks up to another person and says, knock-knock, you just know to say, who's there? Yeah, and then you know you're in a knock-knock joke. How did that begin? Well, somebody hit the Google button. Yes, as a lady who Googles, I'm going to give you the history of knock-knock jokes. I want to hear it. So the first written coupling of knock knock who's there, the first time it sort of appeared anywhere, people believe, is Shakespeare's Macbeth. All roads lead back to Shakespeare. That's why it was so important to study it in theater school. Hey, I studied Shakespeare. I believe you, but I studied it in my writing class. Well, there you go. Act 2, scene 3. The porter is very hungover, and he has this monologue where he repeats, knock, knock, who's there?
and then he tells you who's there. He's sort of just kind of in his head.
"'Tis I, a Montague."
But in this play, it is not a joke. He's not doing like a jokey thing. It's not like what it is now. So now, cut to, it's the early 1900s, and there's this new kind of comedy on the scene.
Ooh, what kind?
It's like a call-answer comedy or like a bait-and-response comedy. And here's an example of one of these jokes from the 1900s. Someone would say, "Do you know Arthur?" And that would make the other person say, "Arthur who?" And then you would say, "Our thermometer." Who? Yes, that was one of the jokes.
My kids would love that one, saving it.
Well, it's very similar to that whole up dog joke. The what's up dog. I don't know, what's up with you? Right? That Michael famously botched. So then, in the mid-1930s, this kind of like pun mania morphed into what is now the traditional knock-knock joke. Cartoonist Bob Dunn is credited with inventing this joke in its current form. He wrote a book called Knock Knock Who's There? And it's basically filled with knock-knock joke puns. It sold like 2 million copies. It took off like crazy. It was a Jeopardy question. Get this. Knock-knock jokes were especially huge in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
Versions of knock-knock jokes started appearing in advertisements. The Edgemont Cash and Carry grocery store in Chester, Pennsylvania ran an ad that said, "Knock, knock, who's there? Don. Don who? Don forget to do your shopping at the Cash and Carry."
Yeah. Don't forget it.
There was also this one. Ready? "Knock, knock, who's there? Rufus. Rufus who? Roof is the most important part of your house." That was a roofing company, okay? But politicians started using them. There were like special clubs called knock-knock clubs that formed in Illinois and Iowa and Kansas. And I guess
Knock-knock clubs.
you would just go there
and tell your knock-knock jokes?
Yes, it was like a place to have a drink and share your greatest knock-knock jokes. Then, in 1936, at like the peak of the knock-knock joke craze, there was a song called the Knock Knock Song by Fletcher Henderson. And I'm going to play you a clip.
Oh, my word.
Nanny, thanks to you. Cecil. Cecil up to the wherever she goes.
Yeah, I love it. A whole song full of knock-knock jokes. So then, lady, there is a backlash.
Oh, people turn on the knock-knock?
Well, all of these psychologists start coming out, like Sigmund Freud and A.A. Brill. They start saying that people who have an incessant need to make puns have a psychological condition. Oh, no. That it is like a sign of narcissism.
Oh.
A German neurologist named Ottfried Forster said manic punning was a certifiable syndrome, and he actually called it Forster syndrome.
He named it after himself.
I mean,
Aren't you being a narcissist, Mr. Forster?
I don't know.
You're telling me that people that love and pun are narcissists, and then you name it after yourself.
That's right.
I just want to point that out.
Yeah. Well, despite their best efforts, knock-knock jokes have stayed around. We still have them today, of course. They appear in this episode of The Office. Halloween is coming up. That's when I always hear the knock-knock jokes, I think. It's like with kids.
Yeah. What do you got? What do you got?
Knock, knock. Who's there? Boo.
Boo-hoo.
Don't cry. It's just a joke.
Got it.
Do you have any that are, like, what are your favorites?
Well, this is the one I remember from elementary school. Knock, knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who? Knock, knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who? Knock, knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who? Knock, knock. Who's there? Orange. Orange who? Aren't you glad I didn't say banana? I remember that one too. This is my kid's favorite. What? Knock, knock. Who's there? Interrupting cow. Oh, my kids like this one too. I know that one. Interrupting cow. Yeah. So the lady has Googled. We have gotten to the bottom of the knock knock joke. What's your fast fact number 3? My fast fact number 3 is that supposedly coming out in November 2021, there is going to be a Michael Scott Funko Pop holding a golden ticket. Oh, is he going to be dressed like Willy Wonka? Yeah, he's going to have a little top hat on. I saw their rendering for it, and I don't know how accurate it is, but they're saying this is going to be a new Funko Pop based on this episode. Well, that's so fun. I just think they're all so cute. I'm about to get one of Angela in her Fun Run outfit. You know, I don't have a single Pam Funko Pop. Come on. I don't have one. You got to get one. I guess I do. I have one of me and my cat, and now I'm going to have the Fun Run one. But that's so cute. The Willy Wonka one is going to be so cute. Well, if you're into merch from this episode, I also found that you can buy a frameable golden ticket, just like the one that Michael is putting in the boxes. It was on Amazon. Oh. I don't know why you would want that, but if you do, it is available. If you're having a Willy Wonka themed party. Oh, yeah, maybe. I was curious, do you think Michael is being the Gene Wilder Willy Wonka or the Johnny Depp? I think he's Gene Wilder. That's what I thought too, but Gene's blazer is purple and Johnny Depp's is maroon and Michael's is maroon. But he's doing all the somersaults and I know. Dialogue from the Gene Wilder. I agree. Those are all my fast facts. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we have a delicious surprise. We have a guest. Yes. Oh, we can't wait to talk to him. Oh, I gave a little bit away. Okay, it's a guy. He's tall, and his name is also a weather condition. All right, we'll leave you guessing, and then we'll be back.
Rain, Wilson, and the West Side. Drinks to drinks.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all 3. Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie. I've made it. Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and the thyme mashed potatoes. I know it very well. It's a family favorite. Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before. It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life. 1 breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree. HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they could do to be their best self for the next year. Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change? New year, new me, that kind of thing. Yes, but perhaps this year, we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right. Yeah. And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths. I like that. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props. Oh, thanks. It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing. You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee, and then I find myself so dehydrated, so I use this. Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in the water. And then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out, hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com.
Is someone on the phone?
Hi, it's me, Rain Wilson.
Rain Wilson!
Rain, what are you doing? Why are you calling us?
Well, I just wanted to see how you guys doing. I missed you. I miss you. I just want to know if you want to hang out.
Oh, I do want to hang out.
Like to hang out.
Great. So when are we getting together?
You tell us. You know what we want to do, Rain, for reals. We had this on the text thread. We want to come to your house and listen to Creed and
Play
your
the
son
guitar.
play guitar together.
And I want to see your new place, and I want to meet your pigs and your zonkey.
Have you heard about our newest pet sensation?
No.
Oh, the peacock.
We have Alma the peacock.
And now, Rain, did she just walk on up, or how did Alma get there?
So my wife had a horse for a long time named Gus. And Gus was a very old white Lipizzan horse, and he passed away this summer. He lived a rich and full horse life, and he died very quickly. So that was all fine. But his stall was empty, and they put a vase of flowers in there, and it was just kind of left empty as a kind of a salute to old Gus. And 2 weeks later, no joke, and Gus was white, by the way. 2 weeks later, out of nowhere, sitting in Gus's horse stall was a white peahen, a female peacock.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
No one knows where it came from. It had never been seen there previously. It hadn't been seen in the neighborhood, the area of where my wife's horse, where she rides her horses, and it just moved in the stall. And so she kind of trained it to eat feed, and it couldn't stay there because it was spooking some of the horses that would flap around at the walk. So she trained it to eat feed and go into a carrying container bin, and we took it to our house, and it made the transition perfectly. And you guys, Alma is amazing, and she sleeps during the day when she's not hunting bugs. She sleeps in the olive tree right outside my office window and just stares in at me all day. So if I'm like podcasting or on Zoom calls or whatever, I have a white peacock staring into my office.
This is all I could ever hope for, Rain. I'm excited about my hummingbirds. If I had a peacock in my tree, I'd lose it.
I mean, Rain, it's Gus.
Cool.
It's Gus, right?
My friend said if there was ever more proof needed for reincarnation, I don't know that I buy reincarnation, but I mean, it was magical. It's a magical experience. It's kind of crazy.
Well, there's something happening there.
Yeah, I was going to say, whether you believe in reincarnation or not, there's just something beautiful in the universe that happened right there.
Yeah, yeah. So besides now our pigs that live in our house, now we have a peacock who's very demanding. Holly, my wife, just went crazy. She bought like a big box arrived yesterday, and I opened it up, and it was filled. I'm not kidding you. It was filled with mealworms.
Ew.
2 like 20-pound boxes of bags of mealworms.
Where do you keep those?
Yeah, how do you refrigerate them? Like, what do you do with the meal? Where do you put a mealworm?
You just put them on the ground, and then she eats the mealworms.
But in between eating.
Not my wife, the peacock.
The peacock.
We got that part.
Well, Rain, listen, we're so excited to have you on. We know you've been on before, and you've sent in audio clips, and you're always so supportive. But we realized there are just some real general questions we ask our guests, and we never got to do that with you. And here is the one we always lead with. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. So, how did you get your job on The Office? Is it true that you first auditioned for the role of Michael Scott? Tell us your Office origin story.
Well, I have a great Office origin story. I love to tell the story. It's fantastic. I was starting to do this show 6 Feet Under, and I was just at the very beginning of that show, and that was right when HBO was starting to take off, and it was a very highly regarded show. And
I got cast in this Janine Garofalo comedy pilot for ABC. And, you know, it was a very small role, but I was like, hey, you know, it's an amazing paycheck. This is great. I'm going to be a series regular. It's my first, like, real stab at a series regular job. And which is a lot better money than doing a guest star, just for those who are listening and wondering. And I was very excited about it. Bob Odenkirk was in it. Mark Maron was in it. It had a really kind of great cast. And I was walking to the table read.
Wait, Rain, what was it called? Do you know the name of it?
Oh, boy. It'll come to me.
Okay.
I can't remember right now. Oh,
okay.
Real Life, Still Life, something like that.
I'll look it up.
Real
Okay,
Life,
go on.
I can't remember. And I was on the way to the table read, which is something that actors, you do at the studio, or you used to do. You all sit in a room behind a table, and you read it out loud, and all the executives are there, so they can kind of see the cast together, get their energy, hear the rhythms of the read, give notes, etc. Very common occurrence. On my way there, I ran into this NBC executive that I knew at the time, who I had met a couple times. I forget why. And I was like, oh, hi. It was Vernon Sanders.
Oh, we love Vernon. Yes.
Yeah. He's at Amazon now. And nice guy. And I was like, hi, Vernon. And he's like, hi. It's like, what's going on? And he goes, well, I'm so excited because we just landed the rights to the BBC office. And I had seen a couple episodes. My friend Sam had them recorded from someone in England on a VHS. It was before they were like available in the United States. It was really early on. I had seen them and I just loved them. And inside and outside, I was like, oh, that's great. Inside, I was like, oh, God damn it. I want to be in that show. That show's so awesome. Oh. And so I was like, okay, see you later. Went to the table read. It was one of the most incredible experiences. In fact, Kent Mornak was the producer on it.
Oh my gosh! Wow, Kentopedia?
Yeah. So we did the table read, and this was an infamous event. We did the table read. It went so bad that the plug was pulled immediately.
They canceled it. You didn't even shoot it.
Did not shoot it. They had sets built. We had plane tickets. We had hotel rooms booked. I was supposed to fly the next morning and then start shooting in like 2 days. And the table read went so poorly.
We found the name, by the way. The name is Slice O Life.
Slice O Life. That's what I knew. It had life in it and an S. So all of a sudden I was free to do The Office. So I called my agent and I was like, I'd really like to audition for this Office. And yes, I was the first person to audition. On the very first day, Allison Jones, the casting director, kind of knew me from 6 Feet Under and some other things. I was so excited. And I auditioned for both Dwight and Michael on that first day. And she keeps threatening to release my Michael Scott audition. It is truly terrible because I just did a Ricky Gervais impersonation. I didn't know what else to do. So I was kind of pulling on my tie a lot. And but Dwight, I knew, I was like, this is completely in my wheelhouse. I know exactly who this person is. This guy is in my DNA. I have cousins who are really not that different from Dwight Schrute. And the rest is history.
Well, Rain, I remember being paired with you during the screen tests.
Yeah.
And they were mixing and matching us. There were like 4 Pams and 4 Jims and 4 Dwights and a few Michaels. Bob Odenkirk was one of the Michaels, which is so crazy because I guess he was available as well since Slice O Life didn't go forward. And Kent Mornak was available. Yeah, wow, we got a lot of folks from Slice O Life. Got lucky there.
We scored.
But Rain, I remember being paired with you, and I couldn't believe it. Of all of us, you were 100% there from the beginning. I feel like from that moment that I did that first audition scene with you, everybody else, I was paired with John, and I was.
Are you looking to sell your home quickly? That's what I meant to say. And you want to sell it easily without having to deal with repairs or the hassle of a long selling process? Well, look to Seller's Advantage. They have thousands of satisfied customers. Really.
scene with you. Everybody else, I was paired with John, and I was like, oh yeah, this is great, and Steve and everybody. But Rain, you were just like, I didn't even know where Rain began and Dwight ended, or Dwight began and Rain ended. I mean, it was so fluid. It was amazing.
Oh god, this fucking.
But you were, I have to say, this Mutual Admiration Society. For those who don't know, Jenna was totally in Pam, dressed as Pam. You were reading the book on John Belushi, Wired, that you thought Pam would be reading.
It was in the script that she was reading it, so I read the whole novel. I read the whole thing. I was like, my character read it, I'll read it.
Yeah. And you were Pam in the waiting room, too. But that was so much fun. And we had, I don't know if they'd ever released that audition, but that improvisation where I was just sitting, I was kneeling like way too close to you.
Yeah.
Like, which is something I love to do as Dwight, is like, he doesn't have an understanding of like personal space.
He does not.
So he could be talking to someone like 4 inches away from them. And I always thought that was really funny. And where I talked about my girlfriend being stationed in Kuwait, and that was very funny. And it was such a great improv, because most actors feel like, oh, I'm improving, I need to talk a lot. You know, they think like, oh, improvisation means talking a lot. And this was an improv where I kind of did this monologue, and you just gazed painfully into space, taking in my body odor and my proximity and the strangeness of my story. And it was fantastic. And when we did that, I was like, oh, I know that we're going to have these parts.
Yeah, I felt that way too, and I felt at that audition, it was very clear to me that you were their choice. Did they keep pairing different people with Rain? Because that's how you know. You know that's the person when they're like, oh, let's see him with this person and this person and this person. And I only got paired with him once, and that made me a little nervous because it was very clear to me that Rain had the part. And so I was like, oh, well,
can I mostly had you be with a lot of different gyms. I remember reading with a lot of different gyms.
Yeah.
And the reason they said ultimately they went with John, I mean, obviously he's charming and handsome and funny and great deadpan and smart as hell and likable, but that his size was comparable to mine. There were a couple other gyms that were like 5'7", and it just seemed like Dwight would just overpower them. The gym was actually taller than me, so we kind of like, we really matched up kind of energy-wise.
Oh my
that
god.
Makes sense to me.
What
Yeah,
the
that
shit?
does. But then they went a whole other way with your romantic life, and they picked the tiniest person in the office.
Tiniest little
Look at the moon.
sprig. Yeah, but I didn't think they knew that Dwight and Angela were going to get together. They just were, I don't know where that storyline came from, but I imagine they were just kind of floundering in season 2, like, oh, we got to mix things up. Like, but at first, they had me together with Kelly. They had me kiss Kelly Kapoor.
But Angela was furious. Angela watched it and was furious. Remember, they had me like look in the camera, like they made me look so like they kept saying more anger, more. I was like, oh my god, my eyes are gonna pop out of my head. But I think our writers just sat there. Jenna and I have talked about this, and we've talked to our writers about it. How they would just take 2 names and put them on a card, and just see what that felt like, and sort of spitball a little bit about what those 2 people would bring out of each other.
Right. And that is one thing that Greg talked about, and I remember it. It's a really great lesson for comedy writers and screenwriters. He said a lot of shows really focus on a character and like, oh, let's make this character really specific and funny and interesting. But he was really about like, when these two characters bang up against each other, that's what she said. And what happens? What happens with that energy? You know, so it was more about, he was much more about dynamics between characters. And I think that's one of the successes of The Office.
Well, this episode that we're talking about today, Golden Ticket, has a classic Michael Dwight pairing. And I love in this rewatch watching the way that Dwight can be both Michael's lackey and then also like you can take him to task. You stand up to him. What was that like for you? You were in this comedy duo with Steve Carell for 7 years, playing out moments like this. What was that experience?
Well, that's a bunch of questions, and I'll
I know. I that's how I like to interview people. She just likes to throw like 13 big, overarching, huge thematic questions all at once.
I love it. Well, let me hit that one. Let me just say that, you know, when I look back on that work with Steve, I'm just so grateful because he's obviously like one of the greatest actors, comedy actors, but even just actors like ever. And the fact that I got to do so much work with him was just such a gift. I didn't come from an improv background. I was always good at improv, but I went to theater school and I did Shakespeare and I did Eugene O'Neill and I was in New York kind of off-Broadway theater guy. Steve was from Second City and had done years and years and years of improv, so that was his thing. But the thing about Steve that you know, they always have this, it's kind of become a cliche, like the yes and, you know, like in improv, if you say like, hey, you know, I bought a pet peacock, then you say yes and it's like, oh, I'd love to see it. Can I feed it my mealworms or whatever? And Steve was incredible at that. No matter what I did, and sometimes I would try to go really out of the box. Steve would completely react in character and accept what was being proposed. Yeah, so I could just, because obviously we would shoot a scene, we would improvise. I mean, we would do the script, we would shoot the script to make sure we got it scripted correctly, and then we would improvise. And then sometimes it would we'd just freely improvise and just go off. And I remember just being like, I could say something like, I decided to open a llama farm, just out of nowhere or something, and Steve would just listen as Michael take that in and be like, wait, what are you talking about, llamas? What does that have to do with anything? Why? What? You're so weird. Why? Ugh, go away. You're icky. Like, and it would just be completely in the moment. And I just learned so much from that process. He never got kind of like, God damn it, Rain, why are you being so weird and so silly? Like, stay on the point of the scene. And we could go way off filter, you know, way off path. And he would just be right there all the time. It was really a privilege to work with him.
I loved it when there'd be a conference room scene and clearly Michael had an agenda and things to say. And you as Dwight, of all people, would interject, right? And Rain, so many times I go to the script to see if it was written or improvised because I feel like I can tell now. And they're always so good, but it's like seamless. You would never know because of exactly what you just shared, because Steve as Michael, no matter what you piped up and said, just like would just take it and run with it. And it was always like an absolute joy. You know me, I'm a nerdy improv gal. We've talked on the podcast that you and Jenna had your whole, like, we did theater. And Jenna likes to remind me of it, Rain, much like you did. But as like a nerdy improv gal, watching you guys, it was just awesome. I felt like I had a front row seat of just some really magical moments.
And getting specifically to Golden Ticket, thank you, Angela. But I hadn't seen this one since it came out, and it was so fun to watch. And Jenna, just like you said, that dynamic of Dwight being toady, lackey, suck up, just so desperate for Michael's approval, and then oddly realizing he's got some power here, and you know that switch when he's shaking David Wallace's hand and he says, you know, thank you, and takes the credit for it. And then Steve's expression was so priceless of like, oh, that guy.
And then your fight in the marketing meeting, like when you get on the phone with the marketing guys, the two of you back and forth with your big ideas.
Yeah, horse boat, and all the toilet nets. There's a lot of toilet ideas. You don't have ideas? Yes, I do. I would love to see an extended cut of that because I bet that there were a lot more ideas we tossed back and forth in that scene.
We should ask Dave Rogers, the keeper of all of the extra footage, because I bet you're right. There had to have been even more. Also, this one was written by Mindy Kaling, and she was amazing at coming up with on the fly, in the moment, extra stuff to hand you. I have to tell you guys, in the script, I reread it. Pam tries to butt in with an idea. What? Yes. And Michael and Dwight shoot her down. It's the one thing they agree on is that Pam's idea is so stupid. She says, as they're yelling all their ideas, Pam meekly just says, remote control toilets. And they're both like, nah, it's stupid. Doesn't make sense. It's dumb.
That's great. I wish I would have kept that. That's great.
We have another question that we've never asked you, Rain. This is a popular one we ask all our...
How you living, pimp? What's new?
Just chilling. Just sleeping on a couple gems, you know. Enjoying life. What you been up to?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast.
Hell yeah. Every day we wake up, it's a win, right?
That's correct. How are things in your community?
Good. I'm growing. I've been really active, so I'm like up to 349 right now. Almost 350 people.
That's phenomenal.
Hell yeah. Working and working. Gonna be one of those big crypto influencers one day.
Any day now.
It only takes one fucking gem to pop off, and then everybody gets respect, you know?
Agreed.
Still holding my bag here, too.
Very good.
I didn't ape a lot, just like $200, but I think it's a good move back.
It's a start.
Yeah. And I'm up. It's up to like, it's at like 250, so I'm just...
That's good. How long ago was that? It's a good. Excellent.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you take anything from set when the show wrapped?
Oh, this breaks my heart. I should have taken so much more. I should have fleeced NBC Universal. I took Dwight's glasses. I took his little desk plate that said Dwight Schrute on it. I took his stapler. And one or two other things I can't quite remember. I have to look around and see. But I had a whole list of things I gave to Phil Shea. And I said, Phil, pull these aside for me, and I'll get them from you later. And it was, you know, Dwight's briefcase and this and that and the other thing and blah, blah, blah. And Phil was like, okay. And then I went back to Phil, and he's like, I don't have them, or I couldn't get them, sorry, blah, blah, blah. And then I heard from someone else, they were like, oh, they threatened the crew to be fired and never work for NBC Universal again if they caught them making anything from The Office. Yeah, and we didn't know why, and then they had that big auction where they auctioned all the stuff off on
TCIB, baby. Wait. TC. Taking care of TCOB? TCOB. Taking care of business? I have created a robot to follow people on Twitter, and so I love having it follow people and then reading what they tweet about it. It's hilarious. It's the ultimate troll move. I mean, I'm not like sending them a message or anything. All I'm doing is literally just following them. That's it. But you have to understand that it follows someone now at that pace. And you have to, like, over the course of days, that builds up a lot of momentum. And then people come to my YouTube stream and they check it out and they ask me questions and stuff. So it does allow me to generate a little bit of traffic that way. Additionally, it gets people aware of what I'm doing. And it's hilarious, though, to read people what they write. They're like, I blocked 62 of these accounts this morning alone. Like, what is up with this person? Like, who has this type of time that they're able to follow me with 42 different accounts? Who in their right mind wants to follow me with 13 different accounts in the last hour? Like, all these different people's opinions. It's hilarious. Exactly. It's just a matter of time, though. Just keep doing that, and eventually some influencer is going to be like, whoa, this person followed me with like 115 people. Who the fuck is this? What is it? They'll click on my profile and they'll see what I'm doing on YouTube, and it'll take off.
A federal judge is siding with the Biden administration of blocking JetBlue Airways from buying Spirit Airlines, saying the $3.8 billion deal would reduce competition. And ABC News is canceling its Republican primary debate scheduled for Thursday, citing a lack of participation. ABC News said in a statement the intent was to have the debate fresh off the Iowa caucuses, but that it remains dependent on candidates and both former President Trump and former UN Ambassador Haley deadline, which was this afternoon.
Sorry, there's a really long delay. Now I heard it. Yeah, that they're gonna do something to me. That could be. You never know. I'm the most different of any person on earth, and I can prove it. I have more data of me being different than any person ever. Do you like ufology? It's the study of UFOs and alien species. Tell it to me. Oh, she has RH negative blood type, the royal bloodline.
She had to be on some kind of special antibiotic or medication. I'm not sure what it was. When she gave birth to me and my brother, because her body naturally affords blood types that are foreign. You know, it's like it's very strange.
Do you have the same blood type as she does?
No, I would have been aborted if she wasn't on some kind of medication.
Are you sure that she doesn't have RH negative blood? That's usually known as like. Okay, very interesting.
She is convinced that some aliens are kind of after her blood.
That could be.
And she has a weird story that nobody believes. I'm like the only one who believes her because she's scared to tell people. She's told me and a couple of her close friends because she doesn't want people to think this is some kind of loony bin, right?
What's her story?
One night, she was drunk. In my hometown, there's this big, windy road that goes to the woods.
Where? What state?
California, Highway 20.
Okay.
Highway 20 in Northern California. You know, Northern California, a lot of weird shit happens up there with aliens and
Definitely.
shit like that.
Mount Shasta, all that stuff.
Yeah, so she was on this windy road in the middle of the night. She went into the ditch and kind of rolled down the hill.
Wait, so she got into a car accident basically.
Yeah, but it wasn't with another car. There was
Right.
no one around.
Right.
She was way out in the woods, deep shit.
She went off the side of a mountain.
Pretty much, yeah. And looking at her car, there's pictures of it. She should have been crushed and dead. Like, it's very strange. Her car was just sandwiched and smushed. She was obviously apparently was unconscious and really beat up, but she remembers someone pulling her from the car and taking her somewhere, and she was kind of flashing in and out of consciousness. But I can't remember all the details exactly, but at the end of it, she wakes up on the side of the road, close to our hometown, like literally a mile away from people, from civilization. So she was able to start walking. She flagged someone down on the main highway when she got off of this side highway, and she was completely naked.
Wow.
She had not a single scratch or bruise or anything, no damage to her body, when her car was just destroyed. And they found her car, and they were like, well, what the hell happened to you? And she told the police what happened. Like, I don't know, I think I was pulled from my car, I was butt naked on the side of the highway, I hitchhiked home, I finally got home from some random trucker guy. They ended up calling her crazy, and they wanted to drug test her, so they drug tested my mom. Nothing in her system. She's completely clean. There was nothing in her system. So it was just a weird experience, and she's convinced that she got fucking abducted, and they kind of repaired her body and did some experiments to send her home.
I can see that.
It was very, very weird, and like nobody believes her. People, she was on drugs. Her mom's a crackhead.
No, I believe you, and I believe her.
The cops drug tested her because she still has custody of my little sister. They drug tested her, and she's clean.
How long ago did this occur?
I would say like 2 years ago.
Wow, so recently.
Yeah, and she's always had suspicions that she's being watched because she goes outside and she sees UFOs. She sees them like sitting there, and she's staring at them, and they bolt off. They're gone, you know?
Have you ever seen one?
I've seen one before. I have seen one. I'm not. I mean, I don't know what it is. Unidentified flying object.
Sure. Did you
It's just sitting there, hovering, and then it's gone.
Did you report it to MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network? You should. You can still do it. There's no time limit. I've had sighting myself, and I reported mine. It was maybe a decade later, but I reported it. I highly recommend it. It's MUFON.org, and you can put in the date of your sighting and see if anybody else in the area saw anything, because they have a big map of the whole world and a timeline. And you can see on a big timeline on the entire Earth where people have had UFO sightings. It's MUFON.org. And what you do is it says report a sighting. You click on that. Great question. M is in Mary, U is in UFO, F is in Frank, O as in ornery, N as in Nancy. .org. Yeah, dude. Does she have any missing time from that incident? Holy shit. Oh, they thought she was dead or yeah. Did she have a job? Yeah. What did she's like a nursing assistant? Okay. And so what did they think at work? She was just no call, no showing for a whole week?
Just disappeared. Like, that's what they
And so I imagine her. And was she wasn't raped? Thank God. Hey, what up? What up, Jackson? How you doing? Oh, dude, and it was so recent. I believe it. I thought you were going to say this happened in 1965, not that it happened in 2022. That's wild. Of course. Yeah, no. Oh my God. So has she had any other encounters like that? Yeah. What is your blood type? There's a way using some kind of advanced technology. I think you can do it now just with blood transfusion. So you can change your blood type. Yeah, I looked into it because I was always interested in people who blood in my day, just volunteering, to blood banks and such. So I got to learn a little bit about it and about like, platelet restoration and all these other things. And I learned that, the different types and that there's a way that you could basically do an entire blood transfusion if you had the money and you could change your blood type. So, but that's very interesting about her blood type, what you had said. Does she didn't feel violated or anything like throughout she just was naked. That's it. And did they ever get her car? Did they ever get her car? Yeah. How far down the hillside did it go? Oh my God, like 300 feet. And so she has no. And she has no recollection of getting out of that 300-foot ditch? No way. But she doesn't remember who was pulling her out of the car? Did she ever have any kind of alien encounters as a little girl or anything? Right, but actually, she shouldn't feel that way. There are many people with similar stories. I mean, this is the first time I've heard this. Is why I was somewhat not taken as surprised by any of this. If I were you, I would highly encourage you to take a look at MUFON.org and have her type in the date of her accident and see if there was anything interesting that people saw in the sky around that time. I just heard about a story in Los Angeles National Forest of someone who had a story just like your mom. That lady was there. She had fallen in a ditch for 3 days, but your mom was gone for a week. So your mom had to be really hungry, wasn't you? She's starving? Like they took care of her. Like it's almost like they healed her. Exactly. They healed her. They took care of her. They made sure she was nourished, so she didn't get back there like really thirsty, like normal people would. Yeah, exactly. That's really interesting. So it doesn't even sound like she. It sounds like she had this accident. they took her out of the car. She was gone for 7 days, and they put her next to the side of the road peacefully. Exactly. Did they ever find her clothes? No way. That's a very interesting story, Odd. Oh, no, not at all. No, I believe her. Correct. Yeah, that's wild. And so she's okay now? Thank God. Absolutely, please do. I'd love to speak with her. Well, I haven't had anything like that. The only thing that I've seen personally, I will say this was about 10 to 12 years ago. I think when I reported it on the MUFON website, I said it was something around 2013. I was working nights in the Midwest, and I was so I was going into work. It was about anywhere between like 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. and it was the summer. The sun was starting to set in the west, and all of a sudden, as I was driving near my near the subdivision where I was living, there was this ball of like a plasma ball about the size, anywhere between the size of a basketball and like a beach ball. I would say probably like the size of a beach ball, that had like a glowing aura inside of it. And now I knew where the sun was. Now the sun was orange and it was in the sky. This was a ball in addition to the sun that was flying independently and wasn't nearly as bright as the sun is bright, but it was flying um almost like a drone, meaning like it, but it wasn't a drone. There were no propellers or anything. It just looked like a perfectly spheric ball that flew silently over my car, and it had an intelligence to it, meaning I saw this thing. I'd always wanted to see something. I'm very interested in this kind of stuff. I look up in the sky, I never see anything. But this one night, or this one evening, I saw something, and it was like not that it communicated anything to me, but I could tell that had like an intelligence, unlike anything else that I would see on any other time. So I'll drive past other cars, I'll drive past cars or trees, I'll drive past animals. I don't get a sense of intelligence out of those things, but I did get a sense that this was something that was very highly intelligent in this ball. Was it a being? No. To me, it seemed like some kind of almost like a drone of an alien. And it flew over my car maybe 30 feet. It wasn't very far. And it went over my car and went back into the subdivision where I was living. And it went so quickly into the trees that it wasn't like I could make a U-turn very quickly and chase it. It was probably going, I would say, like 30 to 40 miles an hour, but in the opposite direction. And it was flying over grass and in between trees and things. It was wild to me. So I got to work, and I started the shift. I was a supervisor and managed quite a few people. And once I got the shift started, I remember saying to one of my colleagues, I saw something tonight that was really interesting to me. And I asked her if she had ever seen anything like that. And to my knowledge, she had not, but she certainly believed me. It took me some time to do some research on these orange balls, and apparently between 2012, we'll say like between 2010 and 2015, there was this huge flap, like a huge up upsurge or surge in general of sightings of these balls, of people who would see them just like I saw them, But what really was interesting to me was I would see people who would have these on camera, and it was exactly like what I saw. And these things would fly over a perfectly flat cornfield, and somehow, some way, these balls would fly over the cornfield, and then randomly these shapes would come out of the cornfield like crop circles. And it was like, oh wow, I always thought crop circles were a craft, landing in the crop, but at least from what I could see, these balls could actually create crop circles. And then in some of the videos that I saw, they would be chased by helicopters. And so I thought, wow, this must be some kind of highly intelligent alien drone of some sort that I've seen. So I waited about 10 years and just told a few people. I wasn't really afraid of anything. I still am not when it comes to most anything. But what was interesting to me is I wanted to publish my sighting. So I knew about the MoveOn website. I went to it, searched if anybody had seen anything where I was, and no one had seen anything necessary in that area. But a lot of people had seen these plasma balls around that time. So I know it's pretty common. So I put in my description of what I saw. And if you go to the website, it's really, really thorough. So it won't just be like a blank text box and tell us what you saw. Yes, there is that. But then you can upload PDFs, you can upload drawings, you can upload pictures if you may have them. You can choose and it's not like, did you see a disc? Did you see an alien? It's like it has so many different choices of what people have seen, and you can choose what you want. So I would choose like plasma ball, and then you can organize the searches by plasma ball, and I would read what people saw, and it was very similar to what I saw. These things were perfectly silent, beach ball size, like plasma ball crafts that were orange, and they were not the sun. So that's what I can tell you I saw. And it's quite interesting to me. You said that you've seen something and they watch you. Is that correct? Oh, they watch your mom. What was it? What shape?
I would say it was like a yellowish kind of orange shape, kind of like how you saw, but this one, it just didn't look right. I'm like, is that a satellite? Is that a star? What the fuck is that? And then, it's just gone. Yeah, okay. That was really weird. It's not natural.
And it just goes straight into the sky, right?
It's just gone, like in a second,
So I've seen these things on the ground, and then
that was a satellite getting pulled by a, like what? Like, no, it just doesn't make any sense.
I understand what you're saying.
Looked like an unnatural star.
And then that's what you would describe it as on the MoveOn website. You would say, on this date, I saw what looked like an unnatural star. This was approximately the time. This was the approximate location. It was about this big in the sky, and it was in this part of the sky. And so, and you would say, it was like this color and a yellowish orange, which isn't a normal color for a star or something like that. Was it the day or was it at night? Okay, so and it wasn't like a plane or anything like that. So, I mean, certainly you can report anything that you want. Usually when people have a sighting, they know, like 100%. It's not anything like they'd seen before. And that's kind of what it sounds like you're saying. It's not like anything that you had seen before. However, it does not sound like anything that's like usually these things are disc-like, or they're rod-like, or they are like triangular. Can you tell me a shape that it was? Circular? Spheric? Toroid? Oh, okay. So that's very much like a disc. So then I would report it. But I'd also have your mom take a look at it as well. And I'd love to talk with her if she wants to talk. But also, I know she doesn't want to likely do this, but it's important for her to put her, if she wants, her experience on camera for archival purposes. She survived a really important event. And if anything, it's important. Yeah. And it might allow her to put some closure on the matter where she'd be able to say, hey, I survived it. I've been able to recount what happened. Whether you want to believe me or don't, that's your own business. But this is what happened to me. And then move on.
And I said, oh, you got a nice view here. He said, oh, yeah, my view used to be Forest Lawn. Now it's St. Joe's Hospital. Anyway, so Dean Gordon's on the list because Jordan Blank said everyone who owns
Sounds like a plan. Well, she doesn't have to do that. In order to talk in here. No, I understand. Yeah, that's pretty easy though.
And then the fourth one is a guy who is one of the Baroni's brothers. Let me break this down. Baroni's brother. Okay, one of the Baroni guys who came in one night. Remember that Crozier on Food? Yeah, Michael came in and he made some really good pizzas for everybody. Yes, sir. Yeah, and then he invited me to his house. I couldn't make it that day, but he invited me to his house with me to make pizzas at his house. And I couldn't make it that night, but I was trying to make a good pizza.
We'll see. It's only a matter of time until we have mass acceptance of cryptocurrency.
So, right now, you're telling me I'm in some big Bitcoin chats. You get a piece of it. You get some and what they've been saying is the most likely scenario that is happening right now. We all pretend it's great. We can obviously, this is the other side, we can obviously dump down to 30K, 25K, 14K. Another great piece of place. The first piece is good. Scenario that's happening right now is good. But they've spent decades BlackRock, Grayscale, all these big guys, they're dragging the price down just a little bit, so they can keep accumulating before it goes really blasts off to like 100,000 or more. And everybody in my hometown, and when I say my hometown, I mean because I think it was you who told me that the show is rated number one. Inland Empire. Or maybe it was someone else. BlackRock or Grayscale. Their money that they've been getting from the ETF, they're just buying more Bitcoin with it.
That's correct.
It's fucking crazy. They're selling people fake Bitcoin to accumulate the real one.
Right.
It's a vicious, bro. It's a vicious game.
They're very corrupt.
So that's 4 carve-outs right there. All right. And they're currently like shaking out 5, 6, 7, 8 people so they can own it all.
Oh yeah, definitely. They just are doing everything they can to widen the wealth gap. Absolutely. That's correct. That's correct. Wells Fargo have to come to you. That's 2 years longer than most people on Earth. That's 2 years longer than most Americans. Excellent. That's the way to do it, my man.
We're live on campus. Cameron's house, more now. Thursday in Intuit Dome next to SoFi Stadium in Kia Forum will host the NBA All-Star Game in 2026. We're set to open for the Clippers in August. They charged with killing 3 sex workers in Gilgo Beach, New York. They charged with a fourth. All 4 disappeared between 2007 and 2010. The day after winning the Iowa caucuses, former and wannabe President Trump appeared in court in New York over how much he has to pay for losing a second defamation case against writer Eugene Carroll. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, there's still cases. Points that are constantly sending their supply to a deadfall through the contract.
It's a different kind of strategy. I don't know if it's viable long term. I mean, yeah, perhaps then it's less. Well, hyperinflation essentially. Well, okay, so if you have hyperdeflation, by default, under such a system as I understand it, you can have hyperinflation as well. If you have deflation, by definition, you have to have inflation, unless I understand the system incorrectly. Not a bad strategy. How secure is that bag? How secure is that dead wallet? So essentially, if no one buys under that system, you have hyperdeflation, correct? Well, then can't that cause issues as well? Ah, I see. Oh, it counts for the buys and the sells. And what's the point of having it in the dead wallet indefinitely? Right. So then basically of all your supply, I was just going to ask that. So isn't there a fear if you have enough diverse shareholders that eventually that dead wallet will be 99% holder? It sounds complicated, but it sounds interesting, like it could work. How many holders are there? Well, That sounds.
And I got in when there was like 250 or something like that.
How much? What? How much was each coin? Oh, okay, so it was affordable.
Yeah, it's only at 35K market cap, liquidity 16K, and the debt wallet is at 19.93% with a value of 8,700.
Who started the project?
Nobody knows. Anonymous dev who abandoned, and now it's up to the community. But they have been working very hard.
Why'd they abandon? How do you know they abandoned and they just didn't ascend?
I don't think they abandoned. I think they just kind of handed over to the community and just lurk. They stay in the background watching their coin develop.
Exactly. But then doesn't that mean they potentially have access to that dead wallet?
No, the debt wallet is a debt wallet. You can't pull that wallet.
It says 20% discount for SAG Astra.
Nobody owns the keys on that wallet.
Well, what I mean to say is, how do you confirm that it's a dead wallet and you don't know that there's some kind of back wallet into it, back door into it, that this?
This is a very well-known debt wallet, and it's a debt wallet that a lot of coins send their coins through, right?
Okay, so it's been vetted.
Yeah, it's vetted. The debt wallet is holding 32 million in tokens.
Isn't it just if given enough time though, that will just grow exponentially? The dead wallet? Yeah. In general.
Yeah, it's growing forever. People just keep sending coins to this dead wallet because it's a known dead wallet that can't be pulled from,
Right.
It's really, really cool.
How did you find out about the project?
One of my buddies is a really hardcore DJ. He just likes to chill, like cook 10 coins a day. And this one caught my eye because of the auto-deflationary system that has built around it. And it's zero tax. So I'm like, cool, no money is going to some scam dev. I'm cool with that.
Seemingly, yeah.
I just think these hyper-deflationary coins have a very bright future, either this year or the next. I think people are going to really FOMO hard into it.
I think you may be right, particularly with the fear and literal cost of inflation with fiat.
As long as you buy the dip, right, you get it on the floor. You just look at the and your back becomes more valuable every single day because of the burning technique.
I'm in agreement with you on that.
All right, well, that's good to hear. Yeah, so I feel like also, it's so easy for me to understand this shit, but I feel like other people are just like some lost and they don't even understand that this is a possibility in crypto.
Well, they just don't know the different options.
Yeah, they think they're limited, but no, there's coins out there that have crazy contracts. And it's gonna, like you said, one day, 99.99% burn. And what if somebody's still holding a 1% wallet? That person's a fucking millionaire.
Right.
And that person will be a millionaire just because the dead wallet is holding so much value. That's your liquidity.
And I ordered a small hamburger, fries, and a Coke. And then I see, for AAA members, you get 10% off. And I said, hey, can I get the 10% off?
I can send this coin to you.
Absolutely.
Just for you to check it out.
If you'd like to, feel free to DM it to me. I'll take a look if I have time.
And I said, yeah. And he said, how's it going?
not going to tell anyone you joined or I'm not telling you to buy a flash or anything. I'm just like, you can check it out and see what's going on with it.
You tell me how it's going. Yeah, why don't you tell me?
Do your own research.
That's how it's going. That's how it's going.
And if you are looking for an entry, me personally, I got in at
I'll make you bet you.
$25K
When we get back, I have the audio for which my dad was sued for $20 million. Turns out he didn't have to pay him, but he was sued for $20 million.
And the chart looked
Over
very
the
bothered
audio that
down.
I'm about to play for you when we come back. It was a big time in my dad's life. He never came close to knowing what $20 million was
And
like.
Dex Tools is updated too, so all your Dex Tools links work. So I'll just send you the chart from Dex Tools.
Sounds good, my man.
More now with Crow. LA City Cops like Kennedy spending $100,000 on retail theft in Eagle Rock. At least 10 businesses have been hit by thieves in the last few months, including Malbec Market.
Have you ever been to a coin like this? It's hyperinflationary.
No.
Broke into his business more than a week ago. Longer than I thought.
Definitely something to look at.
We got a lot of customers that come in.
Sounds like it has potential.
They will pay for increased police foot patrols in hopes that more visibility will lead to less theft. The patrol should begin no later than next week. And Eagle Rock went trolley pay it by his. This report brought to you by Cunning Dental. 2026 NBA All-Star Game will be held here in Inglewood at this brand new infant dome. The NBA All-Star Game has found a dome. Intuit Dome opens in August as the new home of the Clippers. NBA Commissioner Adam Silver says he's excited to utilize the dome's unmatched
So it's constantly growing in supply, and it just needs more volume. And I'm sure with some time, I'm sure it will happen.
LA's also hosting the 2026 World Cup, 2027 Super Bowl at SoFi, and the Summer Olympics in 2028. President Emmanuel Macron has announced plans to deliver more long-range cruise missiles and bombs to Ukraine. The announcement came during his first primetime news conference to share his top priorities as not having a majority in Parliament.
Really big caller. This guy who's been around the space for a long time, his name is Young Ronald. He's holding the bag in it, and he has not pushed that long. He's just letting the community do their thing.
The World Health Organization says 1 in 5 people
And I'm sure
in 2022.
he's taking a break from crypto until Bull Run is over.
But it's not for lack of
Once we're in a full run, I'm sure this is going to be on his list of one of his points that he's going to push.
and technical support to countries attending next month's WHO
So
conference.
there is some big people just kind of sitting in the background, watching
What kind?
the decentralization play out.
What kind of net worth does he have?
I'm pretty sure he has like at least $1 million or more. I've seen him brag about a 700K gain one time.
Very nice.